We're looking at beautiful Santa Rosa, California, the town that today plays host for the opening stage of the 8 days Amgen Tour of California bicycle race. Defending champion Chris Horner is ready and says he wants to win it again. His confidence is sky high. Local hopes rest with three-time winner Levi Leipheimer. He lives in Santa Rosa. Only 5 weeks ago, he broke a leg in Spain, but he could not resist the call and will ride today. The world's best clash next. This year, for cycling's elite, majestic California beckons as a proving ground. As a courageous native son, once invincible on these roads, seeks to return from devastating injury.
All of a sudden you're on the ground and you realize you've been hit, and it's a little bit overwhelming.
And a reigning champion, so impressive a year ago, looks to fend off talented contenders. All who believe the Amgen Tour of California's toughest route ever is the perfect opportunity for a life-changing victory.
As an American, unless you're going to win the Tour de France, you better win the Tour of California.
America's greatest race has thrown down the gauntlet for each of them. Who will rise to the challenge? The Amgen Tour of California begins next. And 8 riders getting clear from the gun and establishing a lead here. As we look out across the beautiful hillsides here of Sonoma County, which is running adjacent to the famous Napa Valley here in California. We're north of San Francisco. Santa Rosa in Sonoma County here, now welcoming the grand départ of the 7th year of the Amgen Tour of California. It opens with a stage around the area of 116 miles, sponsored by Rabobank. We'll see plenty of the Pacific Ocean, we'll see plenty of the wines around here. These people are waiting to see plenty of this great tour. Hello everybody, behind me is the finishing line of today's stage, and we'll bring that to you live. I'm Phil Liggett, alongside me is Paul Sherwen, and we're all set to go, as is the race here now in its 7th year. Paul, in 7 years, this race has gone from not just the biggest race in the United States, but the greatest race in the world.
I think, Phil, when people think about the United States, one of the iconic states of the whole of the United States is California. It's got everything. It's got great roads, it's got great beauty, it's got great mountains, all a recipe for success.
Absolutely. Well, the defending champion, and this year he'll be 41 years of age, is the Californian Chris Horner. He was sensational last year. He demonstrated how good he was, taking the lead midway through and holding on all the way down to the finish. But his world, you know, went a little bit wrong in July last year when he had a very serious crash in the Tour de France, and that left him in doubt to even come back here, Paul.
Many people actually, Phil, wondered whether or not he'd come back to the sport at all because he had a very nasty accident. He finished that stage, but in his recovery period, when he thought he was about to get back on the bike, they discovered a blood clot which delayed his return to the form.
He's worked hard in the winter and he has good form right now. He'll be a tough man to beat. Another man who doesn't yet know how his form is, because 5 weeks ago Levi Leipheimer, a 3-time winner of this event, broke his leg. Take a look at that, fractured just below the knee and in fact knocked off by a car in Spain.
Phil, you don't have to be a professor of medicine or even a doctor to realise that that is a very nasty break. It's there, obvious for everybody to see. I don't think if this had been any other bike race in the world, Levi Leipheimer would be coming out onto the starting line. But he wants to be here and he wants to race. Well,
let's have a look at some other contenders brought to us by USA Cycling. There are plenty of possible winners here. TJ Van Garderen is a good one, though, even though he came out of the recent Tour of Romandie in Switzerland when a tree hit him in the face.
All Americans as well. Tommy Danielson, 8th overall in the Tour de France, at the head of a very strong Garmin Barracuda squad. And Phil, he really wants to ride well here. He thinks he can win it.
Let's have a look then at the Stage 1 map and profile presented by Visit California. Paul, it's not an easy opener.
It isn't, but the race organisation have been fairly kind to the bike riders, allowing them a 30-mile loop, a warm-up loop if you like, around the city of Santa Rosa. But then it's out into the hills. There are 4 categorised hills out on the course, and this is where the race will really hot up. But I have to think that on that final climb over Coleman Grade, it'll be a mad dash down to the finishing line in Santa Rosa, and it should split up the race even on the first day.
Well, if you take a look at the Rabobank checking the stats, you'll see we've got 3 of the top 4 ranked riders of the season here, led by the Belgian sprinter Tom Bonen, followed by Vincenzo Nibali, and the 4th place man is Peter Sagan.
Well, the race has finished 4 times before here in Santa Rosa's winners on those occasions. Last man to win here was Brett Lancaster. Before him, Francisco Mancebo. J.J. Hayedo, the great sprinter from Argentina. Of course, the Aussie sprinter back in 2007, Graham Brown. Really difficult.
So we're looking now at these bike fitness here. It is Radio Shack.
Radio Shack Nissan Trek, they're very keen to get this race going up as hard as possible. You can see also on the right-hand side there in the lime green jersey of Team Liquigas Cannondale, they have got the number 2 ranked rider in the world on their squad, and that of course is Vincenzo Nibali, and he, I think, he'll be nurturing hopes of trying to do a little bit later on. So looking down there, you can see just exactly what is happening in the race. That's the leading breakaway of riders who got clear very early on. Maxime Bouet of France, Jeff Lauder of the United States and United Healthcare, Dave Boilly of Team Spidertech, the Canadian squad. Ben Jacques Main is in there as well, a local rider from California. Sebastian Benefit Strategies, Joshua Atkins, rider, and of course Sam Johnson for Team Energy. Josh Atkins, by the way, I'm sorry about that. In fact, he's a Kiwi, and he's one of the riders on the development squad, the Bontrager Livestrong squad, which is looked after by Axel Merckx. The team is made up mainly of riders from the United States, but they do have a Belgian in the squad, Jasper Stuyven, who's a former winner of the under-23, and that, of course, Paris-Roubaix Classic. You can see the roads here as they meander away through the area around Sonoma County, not far away from the Russian River. Both very, very well-known wine-growing areas. As we can see, there's a lot of pressure coming on here from Radio Shack Nissan Trek. They're very keen to hot up the race here this afternoon. Over on the left-hand side, the pale blue jerseys. That's the Omega Pharma Quick Step squad. They will be wondering and questioning themselves today as to whether or not Levi Leipheimer will be the man who can come out and, in fact, produce the form necessary to try and win this race for a 4th time. That's Chris Horner on the right-hand side of the rider. The 3rd rider you can see in the black and white colours there of Team Radio Shack Nissan Trek. Very confident. He will hide in this main field for a number of days because he realises that once we get down towards the end, it really is going to be a decider once we get into the big mountains.
Well, the peloton really has picked up this tempo now, as I think they're coming down to a situation where they've got to close right down. We know that the descent of the final climb from the Coleman Valley is very treacherous indeed, and I think that might play a big part. George Hincapie this morning was telling his teammates to take it very carefully on the way down because don't take any risks whatsoever. And I think that goes for all of these climbs in this region. They are fabulous climbs to go cycling in, but they do present tricky moments when you're in a bike race.
The thing about a lot of the descents here, Phil, is many times the corners are unpredictable, and that's, I think, what catches out a lot of the riders. I think caution is the word of the day for most of these men.
So this is the field then, setting fast tempo up the climb. And the gap, I think, when we get to see one, will start to show signs of it coming down. You see the riders in the orange teams there from Rabobank also taking a close order. So as the riders go out, we look out across the beautiful area of Sonoma County. Let's have a look at the Sutter Home weather forecast for the day. It is going to stay fairly overcast, but it's scheduled to get up to nearly 80 degrees today. And hopefully that'll warm the riders up. But really, for cycle racing, this is perfect conditions. The mist fog coming in, there's the confirmation of the Sutter Home weather forecast. Very light winds today. The cloud is expected to burn off, and it's get quite warm. Now, let's get back up to the leaders. We've lost one rider in this breakaway, Andrew Dalheim. from Dallas in Texas on the Bissell team. He's been dropped now. So the 7 men are Maxime Bouet of AG2R, Jeff Lowdy, United Healthcare, David Boye of Spider Tech, Ben Jacques Maines of Bissell, Sebastian Salas of Optum Kelly Benefit Strategies team, Josh Atkins from Bontrager, and Sam Johnson from Exergy. Those are the riders who literally have been out in front since this race began today. They attacked at the gun. So racing well underway now, and we're in the wine country around the beautiful area of Santa Rosa. The top riders are here for a week as the Amgen Tour of California rolls on. Enjoy it now with us. We'll take a break.
Hey, George.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Dude, it's way too early.
Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when George Hincapie won't.
How about now?
And don't forget, sign up now for the Radio Shack Tour Tracker. Follow the race from start to finish, including text updates, rider location, speed, distance, breaks, and 2 hours of live video every day. That is the Radio Shack Tour Tracker. Well, we look out across Sonoma County here now as the riders are turning slowly but surely onto Highway 1 as they make their way down before they start turning away from the Pacific Ocean and racing inland to Santa Rosa. Still 7 of those 8 riders surviving at the front. 34 miles to go. Now, at the speed these riders have gone round the roads today, we are probably looking at about an hour and a quarter at the most before they come into the finish in downtown Santa Rosa. As they struggle on these undulations here along the Fort Ross Road, you can see that the riders here at the back are beginning to know that California is very much not a flat state. Now there is Jens Voigt there. Now he's the only German rider to podium in this event. He was second in it in 2007. He's now the perfect workhorse here. 40 years of age, one of the oldest men in the race. He never loses enthusiasm for bike racing, and he's clearly been instructed now by Chris Horner to whip up the pace. So the Radio Shack Nissan Trek team are now underway. There, coming through picture, is Chris Horner, and Bob Roll chatted with him this morning.
The last chance a lot of our viewers saw you was exiting the Tour de France with a concussion last summer.
Yep.
What's the recuperation from that been like?
Oh, it's been really good. I came back at Trino Adriatico, which is one of Italy's biggest stage races, after the Giro, of course. Legs was fantastic there. Had the race leader's jersey and kept it all the way to the finish until the last time trial. Nibali, and he's here, so I'm looking forward to him and I doing some battling again here to win the Tour of California, but lungs are good, everything's fine.
And besides Nibali, have you identified any of your chief rivals for the overall this week at the end of the
Certainly, we all know who they are. Zabrisky's playing possum. Oh, sorry, it's not Zabrisky. Levi's playing possum. We all know he's good. You don't show up that thin and that leaned out because you've been sitting at home on the couch. So we all know he's been training. We all know his leg's healed and he's ready to go. So he's going to be a marked man. We'll keep him close, and then in the time trial we'll find out just how good his leg is or isn't, and whether or not if he's telling the truth. So, but I expect him to finish the time trial ahead of me, which means he's going to be on top form, and then I expect we're going to do some battling on Baldy.
And what are the key stages in this week's racing?
Key stage for me is Baldy, of course. Damage control in the time trial. Try not to lose too much, and then these earlier stages when we're in a smaller group, hopefully we'll have some help actually from Levi's team, because they got Boone in there for the sprint, and certainly from the liquid gas team, which really is going to be a big help. They have Sagan, and they have Sagan for the sprints. Possibly that kid can win 5 stages here, and then you have Nibali for the GC. So they're going to be a big help for the Radio Shack boys.
And how would you characterize the team's performance so far this year, Team Radio Shack?
Yeah, bad luck. Bad luck more than anything. Torino, I was fabulous at Torino and just tore a tendon behind the knee, so that cost me some time in the time trial, which cost the win. Certainly, Cancellara was riding fabulous and winning races, but then he broke his collarbone. Clody had a knee injury the whole time. So, yeah, overall, it hasn't been fantastic in terms of results. It's just been a lot of bad luck. And we went through that with Radio Shack in the Tour last year, but then we won everything else all year long. So maybe we'll not win all year long, but maybe we win the Tour.
All right. Well, best of luck, Chris.
Thanks for watching.
What an amazing character Chris Horner is there. 41 years of age in October this year, and has lost none of his enthusiasm Now, as we look across here, this was one of the worries of the organisation today, was the mist coming in off the Pacific. Little bit of a hint of it here. And as we go up there with the camera guy, let's hope that it all burns off. Paul, they are coursing down Highway 1, the Fort Ross Road here. They'll turn left, then they'll set course inland for Santa Rosa. This gap is still 8.25 minutes. It's going to be tough to bring that back.
Well, when we look at this magnificent coastline, Phil, it's along this coastline area in the running towards the finish that Team Radio Shack Nissan Trek are going to have to try and hope that they can find a few mates and a few allies to work towards the front. And I just noticed, in fact, that Levi Leipheimer is trying to move up to the front end of the main field, and that, I think, is probably to try and encourage his own teammates from Quick-Step Omega Pharma
Chrysler, yes, new team this year. But, you know, Chris Horner is believing, and he said so, that he thinks Levi Leipheimer is playing possum and hasn't just been lying around on his couch at home. Very hard comments, I think, because only 5 weeks ago when he broke his fibula.
Well, I think we won't know the real answer to that until we get into the individual time trial around Bakersfield. Then after that, it's up into the big mountains, and that's when we'll start to see whether or not Levi Leipheimer has been hiding his game. But, you know, when you break your leg, it is very difficult to come back. And in fact, after all, it was a very serious break to his leg, and he hasn't had that much training in his legs.
Well, just going to the back of the field here now as the referees stalk the breakaway. These are the riders: Maxime Bouet, Jeff Lauder, David Boye, Ben-Jacques Maines, Sebastian Salas, who's amazing really, because the Optum rider only came in as a late replacement for Jess Anthony in New Zealand, who got sick after the recent Tour of Korea, and he only was replaced yesterday. And Josh Atkins, Bontrager and Sam Johnson. That's the breakaway. They're running along the side of the Pacific Ocean here. We are going to be treated over the next 8 days to some stunning views of a magnificent state of California, that's for sure. These boys have a real chance today. We'll find out soon. We'll take a break. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. And by AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. And by Rabobank, banking you can celebrate with Rabobank, NA member FDIC. And by Proform TDF, the official training bike of the Tour de France. Visit proform.com to see more. As we look out again across the vineyards here, the grapes now benefit from a week of warm weather actually, but today it turned a little bit cloudy. The riders now descending down the Fort Ross Road, and as you can see, good road surface here, but a little bit hazardous as they make a dodgy little descent on the shoulder here of the Pacific Highway and on the edge of the Pacific Ocean. Now, the field here have really got to apply pressure, and this course, as they swing inland, might help them organise a good chase. But with 31 miles left to go, and always enthusiastic people watch the Amgen Tour of California, this breakaway, for my money, will begin to think they have a real chance of success. 7 3/4 minutes as they come down this road. Rabobank are taking an interest as well now, because they also, a lot of pressure on this team to turn in a result. They brought with them Robert Hessing, who has always ridden well in this event, and he's come here a week early to prepare for this event. He leads the Dutch Rabobank team. Just looking here at Ben-Jacques Maines. Well, we anticipated that he would be in the breakaway straight away. He comes from Watsonville in California and is a big icon in this part of the world. There's the full composition of the breakaway. There were 8 riders. We're now down to just 7 riders with the loss of Andrew Dalheim on the Bissell team on the last climb, which took us along the Fort Ross Road. So, field trying to organise themselves. There's the team of Vincenzo Nibali as well. Liquigas also riding hard at the front. So the big teams with the big favourites on them have really started to actually drive the race here and see if they can reduce that big breakaway group. All right, well, let's take a look at our Tour Insider powered by Schramm.
Welcome to the Tour Insider, presented by SRAM. I'm Dave Toll with Michael Zellman, and we're going to have a chance to highlight the technology that really makes a difference at this year's Amgen Tour of California.
And Dave, we had the chance to talk to Omega Pharma Quickstep's 3-time winner Levi Leipheimer about control, fit, and comfort on his bicycle.
Control is huge. My profession, we're racing fast. We're racing downhills fast. We're racing through corners fast. If you can't control your bike, forget it. I always felt like I kind of had to hang my thumb on the bar to get out there to reach the brake lever to brake, and that is dangerous and not very secure. So, the Zip handlebars that I use are the super short, shallow bar, and I've always wanted a bar like this, but with the reach adjust on the SRAM red lever, you can bring it in as far as you'd like, and that way I can maintain a better grip on the handlebar while braking, which makes it safer.
Thanks for watching the Tour Insider,
powered by SRAM.
And that's our Tour Insider with SRAM. As we come back to the action, though, we've got a problem here because this is Frank Pipp of the Bissell team. He was back in the peloton here, and he's getting a wheel change. Unfortunate time to change here because this is a real tough road, this Highway 1. It really does undulate. He struggles to get back on the bike. And not the quickest change, I have to say here. They need to get him back in the action. So Bissell in action at both the front and the back here. One of the regular teams in America to ride the Amgen Tour of California. Now, there's the evidence for us. Working hard here today for Liquigas Cannondale because they feel they can also deliver the stage winner if they can get down to the sprint in Peter Sagan. In second place there in the black, that is Jens Voigt, also working well. Well, it's quite clear the way they're going here now, Paul, that they're trying so hard. Liquigas will feel with the sprinters that they have a real chance now of getting Peter Sagan, but 7 3/4 minutes is a long gap.
It's going to be a very long, hard chase, and as we were just saying, Phil, a lot of those guys in the front group, guys like Maxime Bouet, although he's not won a lot of professional bike races throughout his career, he has put in some very high performances in stage races. You give a French guy like him a 5 or 6 minute advantage on the first day, well, it's going to take a long, hard chase to try and pull all of that back.
Absolutely, and you know, Maxime Bouet for Team AG2R, he hasn't won a race since 2010. He won the stage of the Tour de l'Ain on that occasion, but he is a very aggressive bike rider. He goes hunting whenever he gets the chance, and today he may have. These boys, when the flag dropped, it was Maxime Bouet who attacked first, and he went from the gun. He was quickly joined by the other 7. The peloton are taking it rather seriously now, and well they might, as we shortly will turn our backs on the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, but that's only for today.
Now by the increased pressure on the peloton here.
Well, that's really only for today, because we will, as we continue south, the riders tomorrow starting from
just making a right-hand bend here now. The peloton stringing it out all the way down the road as we run along the shoulder of the mountains on the edge of the Pacific. As they wake their way into this left-hand turn, they'll do it via another climb yet over the Fort Ross Road, which comes 73 miles into the race. There's still a lot of racing to come, but there's not a lot of distance left. They've got to really shut it down. See you soon. Fans Phase 2 of the Nissan Ultimate Access Sweepstakes is underway. The second of 3 grand prizes includes a trip to this year's Grand Fondo to ride with Radio Shack Nissan Trek's Chris Horner. All you need to do is go to nbcsports.com/ultimate access to register and enter the code word Fondo.
Wherever you ride in California, Rabobank is always nearby. With nearly 120 branches, access to ATMs at more than 500 Walgreens stores, over every hill, around every corner, with mobile, online, and telephone banking, you can celebrate the convenience of banking with Rabobank. Wherever you go, Rabobank N.A. Banking you can celebrate. Official bank of the Amgen Tour of California.
For the last 10 years, Tour Magazine, the industry leader in bicycle testing, has been looking for the world's best bike. They've analyzed over 2,000 different bikes, evaluating them for weight, stiffness, handling, aerodynamics, and comfort, seeking that perfect balance that delivers the perfect ride. They found it. The Cannondale Super 6 Evo Ultimate is the best bike in the world.
Hey, Levi.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
No. Oh. Road ID. We'll ride with you even when Levi Leipheimer won't.
How about now?
And...
Well, we'll soon be the 25 miles to go point here. Then the riders will be swinging inside. This is the first stage of the Amgen Tour of California, presented by Rabobank. 116 miles in total. We're running into the last 25. We will soon be turning our back on the Pacific Ocean and heading in towards the finish. Just over an hour of racing. These boys may have done enough to win today. On the other hand, the chase will get fast and fierce over this remaining 25 miles. Only one rider hasn't gone the distance with them, and that's Andrew Dalheim from the Bristol team, but he's left his more senior teammate up here from Watsonville in California, Ben Jacques-May. That's him just to the right in the red, 125. The faces of the peloton chasing, and it's confirmed 40 kilometers is 25 miles to go. And it's Radio Shack who's trying to get Chris Horner back in the picture. Well, looking down from the helicopter, they're on a little bit of a climb again, Paul. Very soon we're going to make this left turn away from the ocean, bound for Santa Rosa once more. And Radio Shack know the seriousness now of this breakaway. It is, well, you work out your usual formula that they need to pull back now. In this case, what, 2 minutes per 10 kilometers, not one.
It's a tough call, Phil. It depends on how strong the riders are in that leading breakaway. If every one of the riders in the leading breakaway is prepared to put a lot of tempo into it, the main field will have a very difficult time. Normally I work on around about a minute for every 10 kilometers is quite easy to pull back. 2 minutes for every 10 kilometers of racing is a lot more difficult. But you've never really seen these racers when they get angry and they realize they want to chase. And when you look at the big teams coming to the front now, Barracuda, Garmin Barracuda, Radio Shack, Nissan Trek, Liquigas Cannondale, those are big teams, I have to say.
These are guys who are really having to turn the screw tight now. Garmin Barracuda on the front to try and salve this as well for Tommy Danielson. In second place it is Jens Voigt, who is also trying to keep Chris Horner in the action here. Not surprisingly, I suppose, it's the Continental Professional American teams who have got into this breakaway, along with one top French team member, Maxime Bouet of AG2R. But the Americans have got good form here. They've been racing well all year, and they've been relishing the chance of taking on the big Pro Tour teams. The profile of the day is hilly, but it's continually undulating, and then gradually we run down as we descend off the last climb of the day, which is known as the Coleman Valley Climb. A very tortuous, quite tricky descent. And now the peloton are going to have to push on that descent, Paul. They're going to have to take risks.
They will have to take risks, and they'll have to keep the race organisation at the front end of the peloton. But I'm starting to see a change in the attitude here of the main field, Phil, because this peloton is getting longer and longer. And we're now 5 kilometres for the main field away from the final sprint of the day on Highway 1 down here in California.
Yep.
As everybody now taking their last little chances to get themselves topped up with bottles, because they know from it's eyes down for the run-in.
And let's remember, these 2 sprints on each day carry small time bonuses, which is taken off your overall time for the day. 3 seconds, 2 seconds and 1 second. The winner of the first sprint was way back when we came back around after 20 miles into Santa Rosa. And it was Jeff Lauder there who got the 3 seconds. Ben Jacques-May, and there's Jeff in our picture at the moment. Ben Jacques-May and Maxime Bouet. Those were the riders who pinched those early time bonuses. So if this group was to finish together, then it could be the first Amgen yellow jersey on the shoulders of one of those 3. They don't look like they're tired to me, these riders. Maxime Bouet is just taking wisely some extra food as they continue to speed towards the left-hand turn and that sprint. That sprint is on the approach to the left-hand turn before we turn inland, heading back to Santa Rosa. Many of these riders arrived early enough with their teams. They know this course. It won't be a surprise to them. They did check it out. So the situation then, as we see now, this is a Visit California sprint as they go for it. 27.1 miles to go, and this looks to me as though Lauda's gone for it again, and he's going to get his second time. Oh, well, we're in a bad position to see that, but for my money, Jeff Lauda won that in the United Health Corps colours. There he is. Congratulations. He's picked up 6 seconds bonuses now.
Well, he comes from Salt Lake City in Utah, Phil, and he realizes that this afternoon these time bonuses are extremely important. There's 3 seconds for the first rider to cross the line, 2 for second and 1 for third. If these guys stay away, these time going bonuses could be the difference between wearing the leader's jersey at the end of the day or being in second position, because they must now starting to be nurture the thought in the back of their minds that, yes, we've got it right this afternoon. We could actually win the stage.
Very, very good point, and I think they begin to think they might well stay away to the finish. So Jeff Lauda getting his second time bonus sprint at the Visit California sprint point there. So still looking at it on the front there is Jens Voigt. As we continue on, well, here we are, our point of vision here on Visit California. This is Santa Rosa, and the Sonoma City offers wine tasting, self-guided tours. Paradise Ridge Winery also features a Paradise Wood sculpture on the grove itself, and visitors can enjoy a variety of creative work of art. But you know, this area is all about the wine growing, and at this time of the year, it's a most pleasant pastime for all visitors into Santa Rosa and Sonoma County region. Also, by the way, visit Africa in Northern California. You can actually see giraffes and plenty of other African animals on the guided tour at Safari West. Well, there's the beauty of the coastline. We are not, as the crow flies, very far away from Santa Rosa. You can always come out to the Pacific as the riders now wind them way through. So far today, the big profiteers are the breakaway of 7 riders, and the man who scored most is Jeff Lauda from United Healthcare, because he's won both sprints in the Visit California sprint competition. He has now won himself 6 seconds in bonus time. Take a look at who is currently holding the monster cable, the 6 coveted jerseys of the Amgen. This is what they race for. The yellow jersey is up for grabs today for the overall time. There's the Sprinters jersey, Visit California, Nissan King of the Mountains, the polka dot jersey here. Breakaway, Rabobank is the best young rider for the most aggressive rider. That's by Exergy. And these are all daily competitions, and the most courageous rider also breaking away from cancer. That's our monster cable look at the jerseys, and all next week now we'll be telling you who's wearing them. But today they're all up for grabs. After that sprint result at the Visit California sprint, that's the peloton now passing through there. We didn't have a watch on that, but it didn't look to be quite as far as it was a while ago, as the riders now continue to wind in this breakaway. But there's a big question mark on whether they will bring them in before the finish. We're looking out to the ocean, 22 miles to go, Paul. That's about 35 kilometers left to race at the moment as they continue on. So, as we're looking now at the field here, they look like there were seals out there, I think, Paul, in the ocean. Well, they won't have noticed the riders go by. This is the breakaway, the face here of Jeff Lauda. Doesn't look too happy, but he's got himself 6 seconds in time bonuses. It's all well for him. If he could get down to the finish, packing the obvious sprint, he could well win the stage as well. What a day out that would be for United Healthcare. Now we make the left turn. It's goodbye to the Pacific Ocean for the day for the riders in the breakaway. They're now setting fur to race inland towards the finish in Santa Rosa.
Yeah, now's the time when they're really going to have to do everything they can, the big professional teams, if they want to pull this all back into the fold. And it wouldn't be a surprise for somebody to steal the glory away from the sprinters on the opening day. But to get back to Santa Rosa, it's no flat ride, Phil, because they've got to go right back over this range of hills and over this very difficult climb, the final climb of the day of Coleman Valley, which I have to say, I think 1 or 2 of the sprinters will be throwing out the sandbags to try and stay in contact.
Yes, and if they could get down there, we have some extremely good sprinters waiting in the peloton to try and sweep it up. As we continue now with the breakaway, just heading up towards the last climb of the day, which will be the Coleman Valley. and that will take us into the last 23 miles of racing. As the peloton continues to race on, it's being led by Jens Voigt. And tucked in behind Jens Voigt, they're all lining up now to see if they can wind in. Koen de Koort of the new Argus Shimano team in the white there on the left, he is also pushing on. The peloton racing along the lip of the Pacific, but they're all racing for this left-hand corner, Paul, as if it was the end of the race.
It's almost like the charge of the Light Brigade looking down here this afternoon. In fact, I also noticed another team moving up to the front, and that, of course, was the Argus Shimano squad. They've got a sort of a lime green and white jersey. They've got an incredibly fast sprinter in the name of Marcel Kittel.
So we're heading on to the 4th category climb of the Nissan King of the Mountains counter. This is the last one of the day, the Coleman Valley Road. The man who has profited most by the expedition out in the mountains is David Bowie, the Canadian, on Spider Tech. He won the first 2 climbs of the day. Could be pulling on the Nissan King of the Mountains leader's jersey tonight.
Well, there's a great team, Team Spider Tech, powered by C10. It was put together originally under the idea of Steve Bauer, who wore the yellow jersey in the Tour de France for 10 days on one occasion. And he had the same dream, as it seems to be the dream of every different country around the world now, to have a Canadian professional cycling team try and participate in the Tour de France. And that's what he's done over the years. And the first time I saw this Team Spider Tech was, in fact, in the Tour of Missouri, when all of a sudden we had some of the top sprinters in the world, like Thor Hushoff, sprinting to the line, and all of a sudden a guy from Spider Tech popped out of the pack and beat them all to the line.
Yes, it's a team which still has as its long-term view a ride as a team in the Tour de France, and each year they are developing a squad. Now let's go and have a look at the back of the peloton. Life is not so happy back here. A lot of these riders finding the pace a little bit tough just now. They've got to lift it even. I'd be quite worried about the descent of the Coleman Valley, because it is dangerous, and they've got to now apply the pressure, as it's the Orica Green Edge team from Australia who are now driving at the front.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Phil, there's a new little time check just popped in. It is actually all of a sudden down to just 4 minutes advantage. Now, that to me would indicate that these guys are doing a serious job. It's going to be touch and go now whether or not that leading group of riders does survive, because when you see a main field angry like that, stretched out into a very, very long line, that indicates that there's a lot of power being put on at the front end of the pack.
And it stayed overcast as well. It hasn't burned off as the weather forecast suggested it would do, and temperatures would soar to 78 degrees Fahrenheit. This looks like we might have Cameron Meyer here from the Orica team, Green Edge team, on the front, driving it along. They clearly believe now, with a little bit of extra help, the peloton can bring back that breakaway and maybe can deliver Robin McEwen or Lee Howard to the finishing line as well. Here's the left-hand turn, and it's the Green Edge who've got it first.
Well, almost. Tell you what, Phil, they went round that corner and they used every inch of the tarmac to get around that corner. But that's why a lot of the sprinters were fighting with their teams to be at the front end of this main field, because they realised when you're a sprinter, you're not usually a very good climber. So the best way to handle a climb like this is to ride at the start of the climb near the front end of the pack, slip back, and hope by the time you go over the top of the climb, you're still in contact.
And when you turn left off that road, you don't expect to start climbing, do you? But in this region, it is very, very hilly, short, steep climbs indeed. And the crowd have gone out here onto the Coleman Valley, onto the wall itself. It's you can see by the road surface too that it is not the best road surface in the world. There's the Californian flag flying, as the peloton here has got itself a very good rhythm. Now, the leader of the King of the Mountains so far is David Bowie. He wears 113. If you catch a look at him, this is Sebastian Salas of the Optum Kelly Benefit Strategies team. He's had a great first day, considering he only got the nod to come in about 24 hours ago, and got himself straight into the breakaway. In the blue on the right, that is Jeff Lauder, who comes from Salt Lake City up in Utah, on the far eastern side of the seaboard, or western side of the seaboard rather, where the Olympic Games were held not too long ago. They were the Winter Olympics, by the way. Park City is a big training ground up in Salt Lake in Utah, you know, Paul, for a lot of cyclists.
And a lot of speed skaters too.
And a lot of speed skaters, indeed, and skiers.
In fact, it was very nice to see last night one of the most famous of the American speed skaters, and that was Sheila Young, married to Jim Okovitz, who was at the restaurant that we popped into. And she is still as keen about cycling as she was many, many years ago, and one of the very rare people who was an Olympic gold medalist for speed skating and a world champion on the track in cycling.
Yes, indeed. Now 141 as we're going to 1 kilometre now from the top of the Nissan King of the Mountains. Josh Atkins at the back there from the Bontrager. And this is how the hill is hurting here. They go across these slated cattle grids, which keeps the animals on one side or the other. But that one looked a little bit old. And this is a bit of a surprise, this, Paul, because this is one of the Colombians here, Marentes, of the Colombia Calder Sporters team, slipping off the back. Now, I thought he would have been in his own back garden on the climbs.
Another one of the Colombians slipping back there as well, in fact, was Carlos Quintero. Their big man, I would have to say, is Fabio Duarte, a former world champion. And we can see this is the man who was off the front end of the main field, Phil. He was the guy who was caught in no man's land, and that's Andrew Dollum, and he was from the Bissell Pro Cycling Team. And all of a sudden, I think his legs are going to be saying, whoops, I wish I hadn't done that all day.
Well, Andrew's from Dallas in Texas, and it's a little bit flatter down there as we look at the turkey vulture homing in on those who are dropping off the back of the race today. This is a nasty little climb, this one. 141, that's Josh Atkins there on the young Bontrager Livestrong team. That's a team in this race, got tremendous future talent. It's a development squad managed by Eddie Merckx' son, Axel Merckx. And I'll tell you what, the average age of that team, 80 years of age, spread across 8 riders. And in the case of Josh Atkins, he's only 19. He's a New Zealand rider. Here he is, 141, right on the back. He's doing a terrific ride today, rubbing shoulders with some much older senior riders.
Well, Phil, you just mentioned the Colombian riders. Well, there are a couple of Colombian riders moving to the front end of the pack. That rider in third place there is from this incredibly interesting Colombian team, the team Colombia Coldeportes, and slipping backwards, that's Jacob Rath, a young rider from the United States and from Garmin Barracuda, finding this climb just a little bit too difficult. You can see that the pain is really getting dished out now. Sadly to say, he's getting dished out of the back by his own teammate, because Garmin Barracuda are really putting the hammer down at the front end of this main field. They realize, yes, I've got that favorite little recipe of mine, a kilometer for every 10 kilometers, but you can change that into 30 or 40 seconds per kilometer on the slopes of a climb like this.
As we go back to the front, Sebastian Salas of the Octon Kelly Benefit Squad right on the front in the orange jersey there. 125 is Ben Jacques Main. This is the wind-up now for the sprint. Watch out for number 73. He's sat at the back here at the moment, but he's been cleaning up in the mountains, and it looks to me as though he's beginning to rev it up again now as Maxime Boyer as goes on the inside. There's the summit. You can see the red Nissan banner. They can see it as well. The crowd is waiting on the rim, so there's clearly a left-hand turn. But number 73 here, the leader at the moment in the King of the Mountains, caught out and sitting at the back. So it looks to me as though he's getting himself a little bit tired here as the final push for the front, for the top of the climb goes on. And this is David Boyer himself. I beg your pardon, I misread you there. It's not Maxime Bouet, it's David Boyer. And he's got the legs, Paul. Is he going to get caught, or is he going to make it? No, he's going to make it to the line. Little bit of a late effort there by Sebastian Salas. They've gone over 1-2 throughout the day, and that's the way it is again.
That was very, very close. I'll tell you what, he can slow down now, Phil, to get himself a little bit of a breather, but he will have an award at the end of the day as the King of the Mountains.
Yes, indeed, he will. And there's some of the mountain bears up there on top in the mist, is it? And that's terrific there by David Boyer, because he has helped himself to a terrific day out. Now, there's no more climbs of the day, but we do have this rather tortuous descent on the way down. But it's the old 1-2, as they were on the Casadero at the start of the day, also on the Fort Ross Road. David Boyer, Sebastian Salas are fighting out the Nissan King of the Mountains. So we've got our first leader of the day.
Stronger, faster, leading the way. United Healthcare is the nation's largest health and wellness organization, dedicated to more than 70 million members. And the United Healthcare cycling team is in the forefront, inspiring others to reach further and embrace a healthy lifestyle. Just like the cycling team, our team of healthcare professionals is leading the way. United Healthcare uses the power of information and innovation to create solutions designed to help people live healthier lives. United Healthcare. It's time. Reach higher. Inspire others.
Hey, Lucas.
Hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
I can't, man.
Oh, Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Lucas User can't.
Maybe Ben King can.
Hey, Ben.
Oh, hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
I can't right now, Bob.
Oh, we'll ride with you, even when Ben King can't.
Maybe Levi can. Levi. Ben said you wanted to go for a ride. Levi.
We'll ride with you, even when Levi Leipheimer won't.
The Epic Cycle Series continues with the Amgen Tour of California, where last year's winner Chris Horner defends his title in America's greatest race. Continues tomorrow at 5 on the NBC Sports Network.
Coming up next, the Coyotes' D has been impenetrable, but the Kings have also dominated. Now they face off in the Western Conference Finals. Kings-Coyotes, Game 1. Coverage begins next on the NBC Sports Network because it's the Cup. Beginning Friday, the NBC Sports Network continues its coverage with the second jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness. Relive the great races of the past. Watch the world's top fillies in the Black-Eyed Susan. Catch all the excitement surrounding race day. And follow Derby winner I'll Have Another in his quest for the Triple Crown. Coverage begins Friday 3 Eastern on the NBC Sports Network, leading up to the Preakness Saturday 4:30 Eastern on NBC.
Well, welcome back as Garmin really step on the gas now as they're coming up towards the summit, and the watch says the gap at the Nissan King of the Mountains point is 2 minutes and 40 seconds, so they really have sliced into that lead now as they continue here. On the way over the top, the peloton drastically reduced at the moment. And just looking down, they're going to have a lot of work. There's the result of the King of the Mountains here, the Nissan King of the Mountains. It means that David Boilly will be the man in the polka dot jersey tomorrow. Sebastian Salas, the replacement, has come in with a second place there. So don't forget that tomorrow here, the Amgen Tour of California will continue with our live coverage at 5 p.m. Eastern Time as we continue the journey as the race then goes to San Francisco and onwards into Santa Cruz County. Enjoy tomorrow with us, but right now, who is going to win today's stage? That's more importantly. The 3 Garmin Barracuda boys are on the way as they continue. Now there's our Road ID Challenge fan predictions. 12.9% of you are reckoning that Levi Leipheimer might do it. Chris Horner's in the mix. Tom Bonen at 9.3%. The rest of the field at 66% of you. Well, this is going to be now. You always come on board and give us your predictions on each of these daily stages. Up at the leaders now, hanging on at the back is David Boilly. Well, he's done his job for the day. He's got the lead in the Nissan King of the Mountains competition, but he'd like to be with this group if they are to battle out the first place at the finish today. Gap is down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds at the top of the King of the Mountains. He's had a terrific day out. He's really battled there with Sebastian Salas. As we start looking at these now, the riders there, was 1 or 2 of the Colombian riders, I have to say, in a little bit of a problem. So talking about the Colombia Coldest Porters team, they're here and they're looking to try and bring Colombian cyclings back in. So let's have a look then at the Bianchi team profile on the Colombia Coldest Porters team.
My name is Victor Hugo Peña. It's my first time with this team, the Colombia Coldest Porters team. For many years, the Colombians were doing good races at Tour de France, Giro d'Italia, Tour of Spain. So now again, Colombia has a team sponsored by Colombia with the best Colombian riders doing the best races in the world. The people in Europe or in the cycling world, they know the Colombians, the climbers. No? We call in Spanish the escarabajos. So inspired by climbing is our inspiration, no? The mountains. When the road is supposed to be up is where the Colombians start the party. All people in Colombia knows the Bianchi bike, and now we are riding with Bianchi bicycles. I mean, this is for us the performance and everything. We are with the best bikes in the world. This is our dream. In about 2-3 years, try to again bring the Colombian team to the France. It's not easy, but dream is free. You know?
That's our Bianchi team profile there. Well, Victor Hugo Peña, 37 years of age now, but what a great ambassador for Colombia he is. He held the yellow jersey for 3 days. He won it on his birthday when he was on Lance Armstrong's team back in 2003, and the president of Colombia sent a personal message to him. There he is, and saluting the crowd there. A huge moment for Victor Hugo Peña. and now he's the guiding light behind this Clovis Porter's team. They will welcome the back end of this race when we go into the high mountains. But look at this, the race leader picking up bottles on that occasion when he held the lead for those 3 days. Anyway, back now to the action here. This is Gregory Rast, and number 104 here dancing away is Yukihiro Doi, who is the only Japanese rider in the race. He rides here for the Argus Shimano team. As they are now having a little bit of trouble on this climb. We're still on the climb, although we've gone over the top of the Nissan King of the Mountains point. It is undulating before we come off the hills outside of Santa Rosa. Well, that peloton is just about repairing itself, Paul, but it is very, very small right now. There's, 20-odd riders left in the hunt here to try and get on terms.
A lot of damage has been done by that final climb there as they started to drag themselves over the top of Coleman Valley, and now the riders in the second and third group behind the nucleus of the peloton, Phil, are scrambling. And it looks to me as if somebody's just trying to slip off the front of this group here.
That's Jeffrey Lauder, who's made the move there for the United Healthcare team. And if Jeff Lauder goes, he's 34 years of age now, but he's still a very, very strong and accomplished bike rider from Salt Lake City. And he's a good sprinter too, but he doesn't seem to be interested. I mean, he's got himself a lead already in the Visit California sprint competition. He's won them both when we came back through Santa Rosa after 32 miles earlier today. And just now we've seen it ourselves when on Highway 1 he got the sprint again. This is a daring move. It reminds me of Tom Bonan in this year's Paris-Roubaix, making a move this far out.
Well, Ben-Jacques Main coming across there for Team Bissell Pro Cycling. The reason he made that move, Phil, was he was hoping to get across the brow of the hill first and then take advantage of a very tricky and technical descent to possibly open himself up a gap of 20 or 30 seconds and then try and ride alone into the finishing town of Santa Rosa. But you can see if you're in the second group there behind the main peloton, it is very, very difficult to make the contact. There will be a lot of riders, Phil, as we start to line up for the descent, take risks to try and get themselves across that gap. And because of the nature of the little tricky descent that we're lining up for here, beware for a little crash on the downhill part.
They've got to be very, very careful. This is the narrow section now. So just looking here at the back of the peloton, the riders are still peeling off. Hopefully some of them will be getting back onto the group here. That's a good move by Jeffrey Lauder, because this is the section of road that George Hincapie warned his teammates to be very, very careful on. It is narrow, tortuous. In fact, he advised them not to be the leaders of the peloton, but to sit 4th or 5th or 6th down the bunch and ride their own descent. Well, that's why Jeff Lauder may realise that. He may be deciding that's how he can crack the breakaway. We are now flying at high speed towards Santa Rosa. And will Jeff Lauder hang on? We'll find out. See you in a moment.
California is a great destination for cyclists because we have it all. I mean, we have the ocean, the redwoods, the mountains. You can ride your bicycle, you can go climbing, whitewater rafting. Anything you want to do in California, we've got it. The Amgen Tour California is really a moving postcard. From way up north by Mount Shasta, you've got the Sierra Mountains, Gold Country, the Central Valley, down to Southern California.
Brought to you by Visit California. California, find yourself here.
Without the bicycles, it would be a running race. I'm here with Rory Mason from the Liquigas Cannondale squad. He's the team liaison between Cannondale and the Italian team of Vincenzo Nibali and Peter Zagan. Here for the racing in this year's Amgen Tour of California. Rory, take us through the bike that the guys will be using during the race.
The team will be racing the Cannondale Super 6 Evo. It's a bike we're very proud of. In fact, it just won Best Bike Ever by a very prestigious technical German magazine. So what we set out to do is design a really perfect balance between lightweight, rigidity, comfort, and aerodynamics, and those are 4 qualities that really clash with each other. The way we do that is by really optimizing the frame tubing, the wall thicknesses, and the orientation of the carbon fibers to make a very lightweight package. And then to finish it off, we wrap a continuous strand of very high modulus carbon fiber around the perimeter, making a very unibody, strong, super lightweight structure. We're talking about a frame that normalized weight is 695 grams. It's like less than a water bottle, right? To make the UCI's minimum weight requirement, we actually make very special solid steel bottom bracket axles to put another pound into the weight of the frame. So very lightweight, strong, solid package, and the riders love it.
And being bright green, hard to miss. Best of luck in this week's racing.
Thank you.
Well done, Bob and Rory. Well, those bikes are beautiful, aren't they? We've seen them in action today, because if they do bring this breakaway back, then we could expect to see Peter Sagan launching that Cannondale at the finishing line. 26 kilometers to go, just over 15.5 miles left to ride here. Just tagged on the back of the peloton here are the riders from Colombia. They won't like it so much when it's going downhill. This is Michael Rodriguez sitting on the back. The peloton looks to me as though it's getting slightly bigger now, because there was only 21. It's getting swelling a little bit as riders get back. Generally, the trend is downhill, but we do have a couple of little kickers as we run continually downhill towards Santa Rosa. We continue now with the leaders here as they check out Sam Johnson sitting at the back. Oh, Sam Johnson there on the back. He rides for the American team Exergy, Paul, and he comes from Santa Fe, New Mexico. The temperature will be a bit warmer down there, I would think, at the moment.
Yeah, that's him, number 155. Just riding alongside him, wearing 113, is the Canadian rider on Team Spider-Tech, David Boyer. He, I think, Phil, of all of the riders in the breakaway, will probably be the happiest right now, although he's not looking very happy with the speed that they're dishing out. But he will be the leader of the King of the Mountains classification tonight.
And, you know, he might be showing a bit of common sense here. He knows the bunch is underway. Well, the way he's pulling tongues out, I'm not too sure. But I was about to say, I think he's going to have to now defend that Nissan King of the Mountains jersey tomorrow. A wise man would slowly drop back to the peloton now. His day is done with success. No point in using any more excess energy on the run down to the finish.
Well, this is one of those nasty little things when the race organisers have had a categorised climb, then all of a sudden on the run in towards the finish there's a little lump in the road, and that really hurts the legs, but it hurts the mind a lot more than anything else, and that's what's going on right now.
Well, this is turning out to be quite a battle up to the final match. And this is Ben-Jacques Mains here, and just hanging on to him is Maxime Bouet of the Team AG2R, the French team, who respects all of the world's races and makes sure they put a team in them as well. Ben-Jacques Mains here, well, he's 33 years of age now. He comes from Watsonville, California. He's an ever-present in the Tour of California. He's an ever-present in the early breakaways as well. He loves it here, and he's a very popular bike rider. 3 riders to get together. That's Jeff Lauder, who's just joined on the back as well. Another 34-year-old from the United Healthcare team. And he's done well on the sprint. He's won them both so far. Sorry about a little bit about the picture waves there, but that's due to these trees down there. Now, don't forget, the 95th edition of the Giro d'Italia is here, and Universal Sports is your destination for all of the action in that event. It's daily live coverage begins 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That's the 2012 Giro d'Italia, and at the moment being led for the first time by a Canadian. Ryder Hagedal has held the Maglia Rosa now for the past 2 days. So enjoy that on Universal. These are the men from Rabobank. They're switching it around at the front now, but they've made it quite clear as the gap approaches only 1 minute that they want to get this race back together. And then we have a potential sprint in Santa Rosa. Welcome back to the Amgen Tour of California. This is Stage 1, brought to you by Rabobank today as we stay in and around the wineries of Santa Rosa. 116 miles. We can tell you the story so far as the riders now continue their way towards the finish in Santa Rosa. It all began down in the town with the breakaway from Kansas sign-in here with the defending champion Chris Horner quick off the mark to give his autograph before he lined up. Levi Leipheimer, a 3-time winner, looking a little bit pensive, coming back after a severely broken leg. A 2-time winner there. Huge cheers from the crowd as they roll away from Santa Rosa. They'll be back here in about 4 hours. as they also line up there behind the Altima pace car, and that is our Nissan Electric Leaf as they drive to the finish. Peloton of 128 riders. Levi Leipheimer, nearest camera here, talking with TJ Van Garderen on rival teams, but both Americans, very much so, both icons here in the United States. The official start, and as soon as that red flag was pulled in, we had an attack. The riders didn't give anybody the chance to take a deep breath. 8 riders getting clear of the field. The first sprint after 32 miles back in Santa Rosa was won by Jeff Lauder. He got himself a 3-second time bonus. He was at it again at the next sprint, which came on the Californian Highway 1, where he beat Ben-Jacques Main, as he did in Santa Rosa, to pick up 6 seconds so far today. On the Coleman Valley King of the Mountains climb, we had 7 riders still out in front by 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And David Bowie taking the break here, the Canadian winning all of the mountains today, and as a result is the first leader in the Nissan King of the Mountains. Now we can go back to the pictures, and we've still got these 7 men clear. The rider in blue there is Jeff Lauder. He tried to slip away from them, but they quickly lassoed him. We've now got Ben-Jacques Main up here, and also the Frenchman Maxime Bouet. So there are now 3 riders surviving from that original 8-man breakaway, and the finish is closing in. Well, it looks as though the panic is amongst the breakaway now, Paul. The strongest have had to go on. We've got 3 of them. Jacques Mains, Lauder, and Bouet are the boys out front.
Big boys are now starting to lick their chops here, Phil, in the peloton, because it's now down to just 55 seconds. And once we start to get into the open boulevards around Santa Rosa, 55 seconds corresponds to around about 1,000 meters, and that's around about 1,000 yards in old money. So on the long boulevards, all of a sudden, having not seen the breakaway since the early part of the race today, they will now be able to see them in their sights, and they will then be able to judge how they can pull them back together, what amount of energy they need to pull them back.
Well, it's tough now. They know now they are like the hunted hounds, and they're really going to have to just scamper to the finish if they can. Because as they continue, Jeff Lauder is willing to really push this on now at the moment.
Well, he is, and
1:15 the gap.
I can tell you, David Boyer, the Canadian rider from the Spider Tech squad, he's been picked up by the main field, and I think he'd be quite happy to have an easy ride currently. But it's not that easy when you look at how long that main field is, and Team Rabobank are obviously very, very keen to keep the pressure on this peloton. I'm looking down there to see how many Rabobank riders there are in this group, Phil, and I've got a little sneaky feeling that Bling Matthews might have made it here this afternoon. That could be the reason why Team Rabobank are really putting the hammer down. I think you're absolutely right. This is a very, very strong Tour de France class Rabobank team which has come here because they want to have a big result. And today is a good stage to start, because today's stage is presented by Rabobank. As we continue, we're now heading towards the Harrison Grade Road as we look at the back of the peloton. And this peloton now, many of them are really tired and just rather hoping the finish comes sooner rather than later. Let's have a look at that mileometer there, Paul, but I couldn't really see what it was saying. But they are going pretty quick now on these undulations towards the finish, as the gap is holding at 75 seconds. There's still an outside chance for these 3. Look at the work rate here now being put in here by these 3 riders now. There's still a slim chance. The advantage to them is that the road keeps twisting and turning. It's not a long straight highway into town. Jeff Lauder just sitting off the back. Now, on the final day of this race, you can all enjoy the Nissan Ride Before the Pros, because it takes place in downtown Los Angeles on Sunday, May 20th, between 8 and 9:30. It allows for cyclists of all levels to ride on a 5-mile closed circuit course, which will be part of this event and the 8th and final stage. It's free to participants, and you can all experience it whatever level you cycle at. That's the Nissan Ride Before the Pros. Enjoy it, then watch the pros do it later. So this is Jeff Lauder doing his own little unique style of descending. He's slightly off the back of the other 2 at the moment, and he doesn't seem to be able to pedal any faster. The gap 75 seconds, and the chase is on. We'll see you in a moment.
The Epic Cycle Series continues with the Amgen Tour of California, where last year's winner Chris Horner defends his title in America's greatest race. Continues tomorrow at 5 on the NBC Sports Network.
Beginning Friday, catch all the excitement surrounding race day with the Preakness. Follow Derby winner I'll Have Another in his quest for the Triple Crown. Coverage begins Friday 3 Eastern on the NBC Sports Network, leading up to the Preakness Saturday 4:30 Eastern on NBC.
This Saturday, the Izod IndyCar Series will continue on the NBC Sports Network. It's one of the most nerve-wracking weekends in open-wheel racing. It's the Indianapolis 500 time trials. Coverage will begin with pole day, Saturday 11 a.m. on the NBC Network. Looking down from the helicopter at the moment, quickly switching to the front of the peloton. It looks as though we just picked up one of the breakaway there. That was Sam Johnson on the right, who's gone back into the main field. One of the original men. That means they're closing in now. Liquid Gas, only moments ago, have taken over from the orange jerseys of Rabobank. I can see Tommy Danielson in third wheel as they all move up now. These are anxious moments. This is the last sort of rise before we start a general downhill towards the finish on flat roads in Santa Rosa. They are really hurting themselves in the pursuit now, and those three riders up front are still 65 seconds to the good and only 10 miles to go. There's still a chance so they could be in the streets of Santa Rosa before the peloton get them in their sights. There's Sam Johnson, who has just been picked up by the peloton from Santa Fe. So as we look here at the main field, remember that today, and he only took the decision 2 days ago, Levi Leipheimer, who's had this broken fibula, made the decision to ride because he's part of the people here in Santa Rosa. And at the start this morning, Bob Roll had a word with Levi.
Levi, it's been just 6 weeks since you had the training crash that you broke your leg in. What's the condition coming into this year's edition of the Amgen Tour of California?
Well, it's a little unknown. I haven't been able to train like I normally do, but some days are better than others. Yesterday was actually a good one, so it's nice to start the race off of a good note like that. But yeah, I take it day by day and help the team when I can, and I'm confident that I can play a part in the race.
It was a dream of yours to have the race come here and have a grand depart in Santa Rosa, and how does it feel to see the fruition of that?
Well, I just stepped out of the bus, but I'm looking forward to this for a long time, to go to sign on and see everybody. And, the great thing about today is we do a small loop to Windsor. We come back through Santa Rosa, through the start-finish, and then we go out and get on the King Ridge Grand Fondo course before finishing again in Santa Rosa. So everyone gets to see us 3 times come through downtown, and I think that makes for a day-long celebration and a lot of partying. And I hope by the time we come back, everybody is rocking and rolling.
And would there be any other race in the world that we would consider starting, considering you just broke your leg a few weeks ago?
No way. Only this one. Only the Amgen Tour of California.
All right, Levi, best of luck.
Thanks, Bob.
Levi Leipheimer, look at the crowd. That's what Levi is coming back to now, and he'll get one of the biggest cheers of the day when he completes this circuit today. As we go back 10 miles along the road to pick up the 3 leaders, and Jeff Lauder, who dropped his chain moments ago, caught back up. He's now driving them again at the front. And Jeff Lauder there is a man from Salt Lake City. The other 2 riders are Maxime Bouet and Ben Jacques-Main, 2 Americans and a Frenchman against the rest. The peloton continues to drive on, and Liquid Gas are the men driving the 3 leaders up front as they continue now. And at last we're seeing blue skies, Paul, over the race as they come home towards Santa Rosa, and the temperature is leaping up, thank heavens.
Well, this group has swollen quite dramatically, Phil. There had been predictions by some of the professional bike riders I spoke to this morning that there wouldn't be more than 30 or 40 riders left. I would say we're looking at around about 70 riders in this leading group, and we're still looking at a breakaway gap of just 40 seconds. And 40 seconds now, that's down to about 600 meters. So in some of these big, long straightaways, the peloton should now start to be able to see the breakaway group, and then they will start to get that little bit of encouragement that, yes, they've done the job. They've dragged their bodies very rapidly over the Coleman Valley, reduced an 8-minute advantage down to 40 seconds.
These boys, Paul, have got to hang on for 20 minutes, and that is all to stay clear for the stage today. They're on good, wide, smooth pavement here. The gap, his gap's down to 40 seconds. I might have to revise that slightly. Let's make it well, maybe they've got to be in the next 15. That's not possible. There's 20 minutes of racing left to go with 9 miles to cover. So it is going to be touch and go. It's already come down as I've been speaking, another 10 seconds. The peloton is doing what it can do best, and that's chase them down.
Number 1, Chris Horner. You can see the yellow band around his jersey there, defending champion. Just in front of him, number 31. He's the man who wants to be the new champion, TJ Van Garderen. There he is. He's a young man from the United States, and he's been the best young rider in this bike race. And now, Phil, he's thinking about the possibility of a victory. His hometown was Tacoma, Washington, but nowadays, like it seems many of the American professional bike riders, he's decided and opted to move to Boulder, Colorado.
Well, he's recently bought a property there. That's absolutely right. So, as the field continues on. Just looking here now, Liquigas also feel with Peter Sagan that they can also continue to bring this race together, because Peter Sagan could deliver the sprint that would matter. Now, happy Mother's Day, everyone, from the Amgen Tour of California. And don't forget, today you can save 20% on ladies' merchandise at our official online store, which is AmgenTourOfCaliforniaStore.com. To save, enter code MOM20 at the checkout. There you are. Yes, indeed, Mother's Day around the world. Back with the leaders here now. They are desperate now. A couple of segments ago, they were comfortable. Not anymore. They are scurrying to the finish, but can they hang on? We'll know soon. As we gaze down on the peloton here, they've got the quarry in sight. This is our area view presented by Visit California. And look up the picture, everybody, because that is the leading group of 3 riders. The peloton, which is getting bigger all of the time, has got them back in the sights. Peter Sagan nearest the camera here. He has told his team to chase because he believes he can win the stage in the sprint today. The youngster here from Slovakia is in a perfect position. He is the champion of his country as well. The peloton massing, and that's why there's Sagan's teammates driving this race at the front to shut it down. It is now only seconds across the board. There are plenty of riders behind the race today, but the favourites are right here. And one of the men who will look forward to win today is the world #1 ranked rider of the year, Tom Boonen. So let's hear from him at the start this morning.
Tom, congratulations on a spectacular spring results this year. After a couple of tough years, what was the difference in your training over the winter to have such a good race season so far?
Just no injuries. That was everything. I was going very good from December, and everything just turned out okay with the new team and everything.
And the Amgen Tour of California, have you identified some stages that you might like to win this week?
Got today, and the 4th stage is normally would suit me, and the last stage. But it's difficult to say. It all depends on the riders. The parcours is very hard this year. It's not easy, and there's no real flat stages, so it all depends. Maybe I'll try to go in a break one day. And this race is a very important race for us, just to see how the condition is after a 5 week without racing, and we'll see how it goes during this week.
All right, Tom, best of luck.
Who can take Tom on, and there's Peter Sagan. He's had 3 stage wins in this event in 2010 and 2011, 5 wins in 2012 in the World Season of Cycling for Kittel, and 17 wins in 2011. Those 2 can sprint, so they could go head-to-head all 3 today. Robin McEwen not in the chasing group at the moment. A little bit of somebody coming here to the back of the car. Looks like Dries Devenens from the teammate of Tom Boonen, Omega Pharma Quick-Step, as they have a chat, planning their strategy perhaps when we catch up. Well, Paul, look at that. What we would call a perfect echelon now, developing into a perfect storm for the finish in Santa Rosa.
It's going to be a storming finish, that's for sure. The wind is coming from the right-hand side. It's on the rider's shoulders. That's why you've got that diagonal line. What you have to do here is you have to move yourself up quickly, which if you look at the bottom of the screen there, the riders in red and black, BMC Racing, they've seen that danger. They realize if you don't pay attention in a crosswind like this, pop, there all of a sudden you go out of the back.
Just take a look at some of the faces here now. The bearded man in the centre of our picture in orange, that is Lawrence Ten Dam. He's on the Rabobank team. He wants to move his boys in orange forward. They've got likely sprinters who could deliver here today. Nobody's giving this race to the likes of Tom Bonan or anybody else because they are continuing. Michael Matthews, or Bling as we call him, also is in there for his team.
Well, Rabobank, they'll be looking for the big one here this afternoon. All of the Rabobank senior men are in there and the finishing line, and they'll be hoping they can have an orange jersey go across the line in first place. Look at that. That is not much more than 10 seconds left. These guys know it's over. They dreamed for a few kilometers there, Phil, that I thought they were going to get away with a victory this afternoon. But when the big guns of the main field, the big teams on the international circuit, put their heads to it, they can wipe away a gap. That's it. Shake of their hands. It's all over, bar the shouting.
Absolutely right. There'll be plenty of shouting once this peloton catches up amongst themselves, saying, well, we can win now, and there'll be a different change of tactics in the peloton. The breakaway, these are the last 3 of 8, has lasted for 111 miles today of the 116-mile stage, but they have timed it to perfection as we watch these pictures live going to the end now. These are the 3 riders. Jeff Lauder in the blue at the back, Ben-Jacques Maines in the centre, and the Frenchman Maxime Bouet still driving, still grimacing, but knowing that any second now he's going to feel a tornado go by.
Tornado could be Tornado Tom, but it could very well be Bling Matthews, because I tell you what, everybody now wants to get a victory under their belt on the opening day of the Amgen Tour of California. A lot of people think it could be this man, but this is not the time, Phil, to have a mechanical for Peter Sagan. He has stopped at inside of 10 kilometers to go, and look at him, 22 years of age, Phil, no panic at all on this man. He lets the mechanic do his job. He's waiting, and that's about 12, 13, 14. The chains come off there, 15, 16. That's a bad time check. That should have been normally between 12 and 14 seconds. You should change a back wheel like that. I had it on my little stopwatch there, Phil, about 20. He is not out of this bike race, though, because he's got himself back in. He can get himself very quickly up to the front end of the main field.
The man who's finished 4th in Milan-San Remo, 2nd Ghent-Wevelgem, as the field is wiped out, they're all together, and the man we've been talking about as winning the sprint is still chasing in the convoy behind now. And these riders will probably also know that Sagan has had a flat wheel. It's going to be a tough chase, and has it come too late in the race? He's 4.5 miles from the finish, and that might not give him time to recover. That really is bad luck. Here he is in the convoy,
chasing his way back. The man over on the left-hand side with the black and white stripes there, he's the referee, the umpire, if you like, giving a very close eye on how Peter Sagan gets back. He is not panicking. It amazes me, Phil, this guy is 22 years of age, not a show of panic on his face. He's trying to ride himself back into this peloton. He will use the cars one by one to get up there. He's allowed to temporarily use the slipstream of one car onto the next car. Look at the size of his legs, though. He's an incredible sprinter. 3 victories so far this year, slipping alongside the Radio Shack car there. Next car up alongside him is the Upton Kelly Benefits team car. He's using all of his mind. I'm a little bit surprised, though, I have to say, Phil, that none of his teammates have come back to help. Oh, look at the way he's gone around that corner. He's very, very confident and agile.
He's on fire here as he nips around the cars, quickly getting back through. You hear the car klaxons blowing. That's to warn the car in front that a rider is returning to the pack. And now look at this here, because the Rabobank boys are having none of this. If Sagan gets back, he'll have to be very special, because they're riding now for Bling Matthews to try and win for them.
There are 6 riders from Radio. There we go.
There they are.
I waited for him, but I'll tell you what, boys, he's coming up much too quickly. He'll wait for them now, and they will do whatever they can to pace him straight back up to the front end of the main field, because they've worked hard to bring back that early morning breakaway. Now, all of a sudden, they've been put into the back foot. They're against the ropes, if you like, in a boxing match. They've got to get him back up to the peloton and then to the front end of the peloton to try and show us why he's one of the fastest men in the world.
Well, just looking at that now, Alessandro Vanotti and the American Ed King were the 2 who waited there as they now get him safely back into the bunch. Is it time enough some 3.5 miles to go. Here they come, heading up towards the finish. They are going to get in just in time. We'll take a break, then we'll take them to the finish. See you in a moment. Eyes down, everybody. This is the final stage, 2.5 miles of this opening stage presented. And there's been a massive crash down there. A touch of wheels. There's an AG2R rider shot onto the sidewalk. There is a Liquigas rider down there. They just a touch of wheels, as it always happens approaching the finish. That's Carter Jones in there as well.
Matthews went down there, Phil, very, very hard. Over on the left-hand side, somebody was barging up against him, and bang, all of a sudden your hopes of a victory have been blown out of the water.
Well, this actually rider here, this is Ted King here, who went down. He has only just returned to the bunch, having brought Peter Sagan back into it, and now he's on the floor. And that is Bling Matthews, Michael Matthews of Rabobank. That's why they were racing to the finish, for him to sprint. Another look at it again here now. It was a little touch of riders by the Rabobank team riders there, and they wobbled off each other, took out the rider on the floor from Liquigas, and the result is that Michael Matthews himself has lost his chance here. Now, they are just inside 3 kilometres to go.
And Nicholas Roach here, Phil, is also... Are they inside 3 kilometres to go? In that case, we're very lucky. 1.8 miles, so they will get the same time. But I have to say that... Nicholas Roach there has also lost a big amount of time. Now the organisation is still on at the front, and they're still keeping it nice and high. There's a big line there of riders from Orica Green Edge. They're looking for a victory on the opening day. You can see the chaos and the mayhem of a charge to the line. But poor old Bling Matthews, I reckon he was setting himself up for that one.
The only thing is, Paul, they were just inside 3 kilometres. And there we have a rider who will all get the same time at 3 kilometres out. So they're lucky in that respect, but they're unlucky in as much that Matthews will not be able to contest the sprint. And it was no doubt the Rabobank all day were racing to get a result. But having said that, Paul, it is still Rabobank pushing at the front. They may not even know that Matthews crashed.
And Peter Sagan is very comfortably ensconced at the back end of a long line of Liquigas Cannondale riders there, and they will try and bring him up to the right point to get himself a victory here this afternoon. He is sitting there at the tail of his riders. You can just see him. He's got a white jersey with a red and blue band across the middle, champion of Slovakia, waiting for the moment when his team will try and open up the gap in front of him.
There is one other potential rider on the Rabobank team who could win this in the sprint, Wilco Kelderman. Don't forget, we go under the 1 kilometre Kenda sign. This is now inside the last 1,000 yards of the race. Just looking down there, it is the Orica Green Edge team who are beginning to apply the tourniquet.
Well, they're really lifting it up now. This is the last moment when you've got to really keep the pressure nice and high, take the speed up to around about 30, 40 miles an hour. This guy here from Green Edge is giving it everything he can, but everybody is lined up behind him in 4th, 5th position there. You can see Peter Sagan. He is comfortably in the right position now, and he's getting a good lead out from a teammate.
We're underneath the Highway 101. We pop into our vision. Sagan has gone into 2nd place here. The man who punctured only 5 miles out from the finish. And Tom Bonan is up there behind him as we go to the other side of the tunnel. Liquigas boy is running on adrenaline here.
He certainly is. You can see the line now. Looked over his shoulder. He's waiting for that last little bit of a kick for the line, but he's right in the middle.
As they come up towards the line, Peter Sagan is going to get it. Can you believe that? From a puncture to victory on the day. Bonan was there as well. I'm not surprised that Liquigas boys are saluting this one, because they turned a potential disastrous day into a victorious one. And Peter Sagan is the winner today, and he'll pull on the first race leader's Amgen yellow jersey.
Well, he certainly will there. The team did a great job there. Phil, well organised. He got a wheel change, not a very fast wheel change, but he never panicked. He waited for the mechanic to get the job done, got back into the convoy of cars, and once he came to the finish line, the team put him into the right place, opened up the doors in front of him, and I'm not quite sure what he's pointing at there, but he's very, very happy to greet the crowd here in Santa Rosa with a brilliant victory. His 4th of the year.
Yeah, it was his 4th win in the Amgen Tour of California. It is also his 4th win of the season. And look at that. He really did pull away in the end. And no challenge at all. And also no sign of Tom Bonan. Graham van Avermaet was trying to get up there, because that is Heinrich Hausler with the E on his back for Garmin Barracuda. We've also got, I think that's Freddy Rodriguez on the far left for the Exergy team, and Greg van Avermaet was the rider in red there for Team BMC. But Peter Sagan really produced the finish. Maybe the crash disrupted Tom Bonan's finish, but he wasn't there.
Well, it disrupted a lot of riders, and poor old Michael Matthews from Australia, I think he was hoping to try and get the victory for this stage, which has been sponsored by Rabobank here this afternoon. But the men that we're looking at here, Phil, 22 years of age. He has the experience. He rides with the experience of a 27 or 28-year-old. There was no panic at all with that action. If I'd had a flat tyre at inside of 6 miles to go, I'd be thinking I'd completely lost the race. But he never, ever gave up.
No, and he turned professional back in 2009 for a team in Czechoslovakia, or the Czech Republic, Dukla Merida as it was. And quickly, Liggett spotted the talent and took him, and he stayed with them ever since. And he's delivered. I make that his 27th victory since he turned pro back in 2009, and his 4th here in the Amgen Tour of California. Extraordinary. He said it at the team presentation. He hoped he could begin with a win in Santa Rosa. He's delivered despite that shock of a flat tyre, just 4 3/4 miles from the finish.
Yep, he really is an incredible class act, and I think we'll be talking about this young man, Phil, for a long, long time to come, because you can see the jersey he wears on his back. He's the champion of Slovakia. He's had such an incredible career, turning professional at just 19 years of age. And now with 27 victories under his belt, he won the National Road Racing Championship title last year. But I tell you what, I was more impressed, I think, with his 3-stage victories in the Tour of Spain and his 12th place overall in the World Road Racing Champions. It won't be long, Phil, before he is the World Road Racing Champion. The amazing thing is, he was actually World Junior Champion in mountain bikes.
Yes, also the World Junior Champion in cyclocross as well. And so we're looking out across the hills where they've just come from here. As tomorrow we go up to San Francisco for the start, and then we go south as we head down towards Santa Cruz County. The crowd here have enjoyed this day because this has been an idyllic day to start the tour. Great conditions for the cycling, and the sun came out at the end as well, and the winner by the champion of his country, the champion of Slovakia, Peter Sagan. He's only 22, and he doesn't have his 23rd birthday until next January. He is an absolutely remarkable rider, and needless to say, Paul, he will lead in the best young rider classification.
He certainly will, but fantastic weather turned out in the afternoon for Santa Rosa. They had prayed for this kind of weather to show off their valley and show off their city, and they got what they asked for.
Yes, well, we look out along Santa Rosa here. You can see how big this town is around here, and it is a great cycling place as well for the Sunday rides up into those hills, that beautiful lanes. Quite steep, by the way. But as we look out, we'll take another break, and when we come back, as always, we'll bring you the podiums. If we can grab any interviews, that'll be a bonus. There's no doubt about the winner, Peter Sagan. See you in a moment.
Wherever you ride in California, Rabobank is always nearby. With nearly 120 branches, access to ATMs at more than 500 Walgreens stores, over every hill, around every corner, with mobile, online, and telephone banking, you can celebrate the convenience of banking with Rabobank. Wherever you go, Rabobank N.A. Banking you can celebrate. Official bank of the Amgen Tour of California.
The Epic Cycle Series continues with the Amgen Tour of California, where last year's winner Chris Horner defends his title in America's greatest race. Continues tomorrow at 5 on the NBC Sports Network.
Coming up next, the Coyotes' D has been impenetrable, but the Kings have also dominated. Now they face off in the Western Conference Finals. Kings Coyotes, Game 1. Coverage begins next on the NBC Sports Network, because it's the Cup.
This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network. Brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. And by AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. And by Rabobank, banking you can celebrate with Rabobank, NA member FDIC. And by Strava. Track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. Well, we look at the beauty of Santa Rosa here now. We've seen the sprint win by Peter Sagan. We're waiting now for him to receive his accolades of the day. But let's begin with our Road ID Ride of the Day. And of course it can be no other than this man. Not only did he win the stage, he punctured as well in the last 5 miles. It wasn't a quick change at all, but he didn't panic as he wears the colours here, the champion of his country of Slovakia. Knowing the race is speeding away from him, just 4.5 miles away, he got back, he got to the front, and he took out the stage. That is a class act. And Peter Sagan getting historically his 4th victory in the Amgen Tour of California, and he started off this week as best as he possibly could. And so that's our Road ID ride of the day, Peter Sagan. Now as we look down on Santa Rosa here, hosting the Grand Depart for the first time ever. Let's have a look if we can show you the stage results here, brought to you by Coca-Cola. Peter Sagan gets the victory in 4:42. Heinrich Hausler, Freddie Rodriguez, that's a great ride by Freddie. Lee Howard was the man on Orica Green Edge that the Aussies were trying to get home. Greg Van Avermaet on BMC Racing, he was in the 5th place. Everybody given the same time when they finish in that big pack, so there's no time splits there. There's the huge crowd now waiting for the presentation of prizes. What about Freddie Rodriguez though? Riding for Exeter. He's nearly 39 years of age, Fred, and he has done a tremendous ride today to get up in that sprint for a podium finish. But the first yellow jersey of this race will go on the shoulders of Peter Sagan, and he'll also be the best young rider because he qualifies in the young rider competition, which is for riders under 23 on the 1st of January. Now I'm hearing that Bob Roll has managed to find Peter Sagan. Just waiting to see if he's ready for us, but Peter Sagan is down there and he does speak good English. Bob, down to you with Peter.
I'm here with Peter Sagan, a little bit shaky in the English, so I'm going to try to translate from the Italian. It'll be interesting. Peter, with about con 10 chilometri all'arrivo hai bucato, cosa era pensando? What were you thinking with about 5 miles to go when you punctured?
Sì, ultimi 10 chilometri ho bucato e pensato che è sempre meglio bucare adesso come ancora più vicino dall'arrivo. Ho detto che 10 chilometri sono ancora abbastanza e mi hanno aiutato anche compagni di squadra che mi hanno tirato davanti. E poi era bene. Poi ultimi 3 chilometri era una caduta che è caduto il mio compagno. Ero quasi, ho preso anche io lui, che dopo per fortuna non sono caduto. È stata una volata strana perché eravamo pochi e era anche tanto confusione. E poi alla fine anche Tom Bonen ha bucato l'ultimo chilometro dove erano rotelle da treno, no? E poi alla fine Daniel Rosa ha fatto buon lavoro alla fine e sono riuscito a vincere.
It was a flat with 10 Ks to go, then almost crashed with about 3 miles to go. And it was a very confusing finale. There was very few people left in the peloton. And then Tom Bonen on some railroad tracks also flatted in the last kilometer of the bike race. And he says thanks to Daniel Ols's teammate for doing a huge turn of work at the front. And very, very happy to win the stage. Congratulations. Complimenti.
Thank you.
Oh, well, there we have it. He speaks in English when we say thank you. Well done, Bob Roll, for interpreting. As you know, Bob Roll raced in Italy a long time. But there we are. That's the win today. 22 years of age, so he still qualifies for the under-23 Best Young Rider competition, but he's aiming for the big one. That's the overall win in Los Angeles. And we've seen, he's quite right, it was a very confusing finish because rides were preoccupied, first of all with the flat tyre of Sagan, and then that crash where we saw Michael Matthews go towards the centre of the road, and he is okay, and they were very lucky in one sense that crash was just and only just inside the 3 kilometre rule, or 1.8 miles from the finish. That is where a line is drawn where anybody that falls with the leaders, they get the same time. So those riders will not lose any time today, but they did lose the chance of going for the sprint victory. And out of the melee, after that wonderful lead out by his teammate Daniel Oss, who's done it a lot for Peter Sagan in the past, he's seen him deliver to the line in first place. So it's been a great day for the Liquigas Canada. Remember, an American bike underneath Peter Sagan today. Well, let's see if we can find Peter Sagan, and there he is, Paul, going onto the podium. Congratulations to him as he gets onto the podium.
Yeah, you know, this guy's going to have a fantastic future ahead of him with the background that he has, Phil, as you mentioned earlier, being a great cyclocross rider, a world champion in mountain bike. I think this man, he's got the agility and the ability to manage that bike around crazy situations like the one we saw here this afternoon.
this race takes place today.
He's pulled on the Amgen first yellow jersey, race leaders jersey here as the photographers log on this one. They received the yellow jerseys this year from the Michelob Ultra brand ambassadors, and there they are. So as they continue now, Peter Sagan is the first leader.
Presenters to the stage as we'll move.
So that wraps it up for today, but don't forget live coverage of Stage 2 of the Amgen Tour of California. We continue tomorrow at 5 Eastern. We're heading from San Francisco to Santa Cruz County, and the ninth relay comes to 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and that is 8:30 Pacific Time here on the West Coast. And don't forget too that this race will continue for a full schedule. Please log on to NBCSports.com. This has been an extraordinary day of racing, and the breakaway almost succeeded. And as the riders speed their way, remember that up next it will be the NHL Western Conference final action. It's Game 1 with the Los Angeles Kings taking on the Phoenix Coyotes. The crash the boys will remember, the victory Peter Sagan will remember today. This has been a wonderful day out for these riders. They've got it all to do tomorrow when we drive on south to San Francisco for the restart. So as Peter Sagan salutes the crowd, Bob Roll, Paul Sherwen, I'm Phil Liggett. We're saying goodbye for now, but we will be up tomorrow in Santa Cruz County, and don't forget the time. It's 5 p.m. Eastern Time with the Amgen Tour of California. So until tomorrow, we'll see you then. Goodbye. 22 years old, Peter Sagan, the Slovakian national road race champion. He survived a flat tire near the finish yesterday to win the opening stage of the Amgen Tour of California into Santa Rosa. The riders are already underway on day 2 as they ride past the Presidio here now, heading south from San Francisco down to the Santa Cruz County. And of course, they're passing in the shadow of the famous Golden Gate Bridge. We really are in California. It's next. Yesterday, the stunning scenery around Santa Rosa welcomed the start of the 7th Amgen Tour of California. The crowds watched as 8 riders led the way around Sonoma County. Caught with 5 miles to go, stage favourite Peter Sagan flatted with only 4 miles left. Then, as Sagan caught up, a mass pile-up ended the hopes of others. In the end, Sagan, riding on the adrenaline of his day, ended it with a victory. The 22-year-old Slovakian is the first holder of the yellow jersey in the Amgen Tour of California, as today we tackle the slopes of the Empire Grade and Berkeley Grove. It's stage 2 next. Hello and welcome to the second day of the 7th year of the Amgen Tour of California. Today we leave the Bay of San Francisco and we go south to the Santa Cruz County. It's a long way, 117 miles on the stage, sponsored by Visit California. The riders will say goodbye to Pier 39 here in San Francisco. They'll see the vision of the Golden Gate Bridge, and then they will head down to the beaches of Santa Cruz. And I'm happy to say the sun is out. It's a beautiful day. Hello, everybody. I'm Phil Liggett. Alongside me is Paul Sherwen. And yes, well, the first stage yesterday, I think, Paul, it was a very hard day. We said it was going to be a tough race. It destroyed the hopes already of half the field.
Yes, in fact, there's only 60 riders left in this bike race who can win overall. And let's not forget, Phil, when we came down here in 2009, a certain Levi Leipheimer laid the foundations of his final overall victory on these very same roads.
Well, yesterday, the man who turned potential disaster into success was the 22-year-old national champion, Peter Sagan. It was an incredible ride from a flat tyre to first place, and the reward, the Amgen yellow jersey.
Yes, this man, you know, Phil, at 22 years of age, he rides with the experience of a seasoned professional. It's amazing to think how long he's been around, because he really is going to be a star of the future.
Let's have a look then at the Cliff Bar overall standings as we go out today. Peter Sagan, after his win yesterday in small bonuses, 4 seconds over high Heinrich Hausler. The same over the American Jeff Lauder, 6 seconds over Fred Rodriguez, and 6-2 over the local man today, Ben-Jacques Main. So let's have a look, Paul, at the Visit California race route. It's tough at the end, isn't it?
It is very tough at the end. It's a long ride for the riders today, as you've said, Phil. 180 kilometres, 117 miles. They will leave a beautiful bay behind them. They will leave the shadows of the Golden Gate Bridge. But once they get down into Half Moon Bay, look what the final part of the race looks like. They start to climb up to the top of Empire Grade, a very tricky descent, and then it's over Beach Creek Road and right down here into the finish, where I think we'll see a big decision made.
Yes, and that's where we're speaking to you from right now. Here's our Rabobank checking the stats. 16 teams started. So far, all riders still in the race. That means 45 Americans taking part.
Well, they've been to Santa Cruz County before. Previous winners Dave Zabriskie in 2010. Tom Peterson won here in 2009. Levi Leipheimer was second on that occasion, and not a happy man.
Well, these are live pictures now, and what a beautiful day it is here as we course down Pacific Highway #1 here on the west coast of California. You will see all day stunningly beautiful photographs coming to you, especially if you're watching our coverage in HD. This is the peloton. Now, they've given a big lead to these 6 riders. They got away at around 22 miles into the course today. And I'm sorry a little bit about the picture breakup. We shouldn't be getting those on these lovely clear days, but we are. Here we switch back to the peloton now. Team Exergy doing a bit of work. This is Levi Leipheimer now. He had a good day yesterday, considering that 5.5 weeks ago he had a broken leg. He's fought his way back to form. He won the most courageous rider prize yesterday. It looks as though he's being brought up towards the front of the peloton by his team at the moment. Well, this plane has been buzzing this for quite a while, keeping a close eye on the race. Team Exergy stepping on the gas on the front of the race here. They're beginning to work pretty hard now, because they know that once they swing off Highway 1, we're already in Santa Cruz County. We came south through San Mateo County, across the border, and then we're heading towards a left-hand turn. Well, as you can see, we have lovely, warm, sunny skies today. And this is the boys working at the front, Upton Kelly Benefit Strategies. Here are all the current leaders for you now. Jeremy Fennell, the New Zealand rider on the Bissell Racing team. Alexander Geniez is also in this breakaway. Juan Suarez, a Colombian climber, he'll be looking for the next hour of racing. So as the riders continue to move on, everybody now reasonably content, Paul, but there's a visible urgency in the peloton now. I think they might be giving this too much of a lead.
I think the main Phil, and most of the team managers. I spoke to Jonathan Portis this morning and asked him what the situation was going to be, and he felt they could allow the breakaway to get a big advantage because of the difficulty of this final 20 or 30 miles around the county of Santa Cruz, because with those 2 big climbs stacked up, Empire Grade and Bear Creek, the big professional teams on the international circuit reckon they can wipe out the advantage very, very easily.
The rider here looking rather uncomfortably positioned as he makes his way down is Sam Johnson here, the American on Team Exergy. But just to continue your theme there, Paul, yes, the 2 climbs will take us over 2,200 feet on Summits Road and 2,500 feet on the Empire Grade, so around about 750 meters. See if we can have the Suter Homes weather check, and there it is, 63 degrees Fahrenheit. Very light winds, which is as well because it will be a headwind run into the finish. Forecast is sunny, and that is the Sutter Home weather forecast for you. And there's our speed, 26 miles an hour for the peloton, and as you can see, we're not exactly going downhill here, so it's for the breakaway out rather. The gap is coming down. They've pulled back a minute on this breakaway in a very short time, so the chase is on, and maybe when we swing onto the hills today, we will see the gap close quite quickly. The beauty of California as we head for our first break, and the boys are not safe up front. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. And by AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. And by Visit California. Start your tour of the Golden State at visitcalifornia.com. California, find yourself here. And by Proform TDF. the official training bike of the Tour de France. Visit proform.com to see more. The beauty of one of the most beautiful cities in the world, San Francisco in California. Around the bay here, all the iconic landmarks. The riders toured the city before they went south today, earlier this morning. This is David Bowie here, who had a great day, winning all 4 climbs yesterday. Therefore, he's the leader in the Nissan King of the Mountains competition, and will be very happy with the breakaway staying to the end, because they cannot pick enough points up to take that leader's jersey off him if they stay away for the top of the 2 climbs today. He's stoking up for the food here, getting ready for the climb. This is a good result so far for the Canadian. He rides on the Spider Tech powered by C10 team, and there, no, not now, I'm busy talking. And it's managed by Steve Bauer, who was probably the best ever Canadian cyclist. He's looking after those youngsters too. So these are the leaders now. The man who's gained most, you see Jay Fennell there, Jeremy, plus 10. That's his deficit at the start this morning, just 10 seconds behind. So we don't have to be a mathematician to know that he's now a long way in front overall if the race were to end right now. But that isn't the case. That is why it's not ending right now. Very soon we will be making a left turn off the beauty of the Pacific Highway and heading up the mountain, starting with the Empire Grade, which visits Bonnie Doon climb on and off on the way up, and will take us up to a height of 2,523 feet. Just look at the calm waters here of the ocean today. So as they start, it's looking down here as we're looking down onto the pure land here. They've even built the fields right out. All right, let's check in then with Bob Roll for today's Nissan Innovation for All.
I'm Ted Arnold with Team Radio Shack, and the mechanics who are working behind me are the unsung heroes of the team. They're up every morning before I am working, and when I'm back lounging in the room after a hard day of doing what I do, they're usually out here still working. These guys want everything right. The last thing they want to do is know that one of the bikes they worked on, something happened on the road. And each one of these guys that works on a bike, they work on the same bikes throughout the week. So the bikes are only a part of it. You'll see them come back, they'll wash all the bikes, they'll prep them, get them ready for tomorrow, they'll wash the vehicles, and then they go back over, the riders will come back, and if anything wasn't perfect, they'll let them know, hey, I need to do this or that, and they'll make those adjustments. And like I said, if they make an adjustment to one bike, based on something, they'll have to make it to the backup so that it matches perfectly. It's almost as if these guys' work is never done.
Believe me, it never is. That's our Nissan Innovation for All, and Bob Rose behind the camera on this occasion, so I'm sorry about that as we rejoin the action here. And the black jerseys, by the way, apart from the black jersey on the right of our picture, which is Radio Shack, are being ridden by the Colombian Clovis Sports squad, and they're going to enjoy the race now it's getting into the hills, and they've got one man in the break. Rider in the breakaway from the Columbia Clovis Sport team is Juan Suarez, and he is a very good climber, Paul. And it would not surprise me if this man makes a run for it as soon as these mountains start.
Well, we're on the foothills, and I think you can see the urgency in the main peloton, Phil. They also want to make sure that they start this climb with a good head of steam at the front end of the peloton. We're looking at about 76 kilometers to go, or 47 miles of racing. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty, if you like. This is the serious part. This is the part of the course that everybody has been thinking about since they left San Francisco this morning.
The peloton is large, it's compact, and as far as we know, there is nobody behind the big peloton today. At this stage yesterday, we'd lost half the field on the hills. Amazing, 128 riders in the race. They're big teams too, 8-man teams in the event. And yet they lost over 60 riders on the way into the finish yesterday, which meant that they've got no chance now of winning this race by the time we finish at LA Live in Los Angeles on Sunday. But there's still 60 guys who can, and they're all looking very, very determined at the front. That's a real sweep around there. There's a very much a big deal of energy there now as they drive away from the ocean. We'll be starting the lower slopes of the Empire Grade climb shortly.
Well, now we've left Highway 1 behind, and now you can see the urgency of the big teams coming to the front. They're getting themselves organized. They're moving their leaders to the front end of the pack because we're about to see the showdown begin.
Yes, Garmin Barracuda on the front. Well, the urgency now, this is the difference between big-time professional cycling and the rest of the world, because these boys really can ride. As we follow the riders, don't forget you can track your rides with your smartphone or dedicated GPS device, analyze your performance, and you can see how you stack up against friends, locals and professionals. And you get started at Strava.com. And it looks as though the shock of Strava has frozen our field there, but there we are as they continue on now, as Garmin have also taken a hand here. A team that's really got a great deal of confidence in their man, Tom Danielson, in this race. Well, we'll take a break, but now the action is on. We're going up into them there hills. Today, the ISO IndyCar Series continues on the NBC Sports Network. It's one of the most nerve-wracking weekends in open-wheel racing, the Indianapolis 500 time trials. Coverage begins with pole day, Saturday 11 a.m. on the NBC Sports Network. As we look down briefly from the helicopter, it's all action here. This is Michael Rodriguez, who's tried to break clear of the field. He got balked a little bit. We're now on the climb of the Empire Grade. KOM 1, King of the Mountains 1. It takes us up now to a height of 2,523 feet, the high point of the day of racing. The gap, which at one stage was out to over 8 minutes, is down to 4 minutes 20. As we're seeing now, Alexander Genier in the white on the right indicate to the other two riders. One is Jerry Fennell in the red, and the other rider there from the United Healthcare team is Brad White, to try and work together, even though they've got rid of the rest of the breakaway. One or two boys now beginning to put under pressure at the back of the peloton as well. Just trying to see if we can see the whereabouts of Peter Sagan. He's worried about these climbs. He's not sure he can go up these very quickly. So we've got those three riders surviving now, Paul. We've got Alexander Genier. Genier's had a very interesting day. Yesterday, by the way, he broke away as he passed through Santa Rosa after 20 miles, 32 kilometers, to try and catch a breakaway that was already 8 minutes ahead. He gave up after a while. Today he went away right from the gun with Tom Zerbel, got caught, and then went away in this group, and there he is, number 101. So he's having a very, very good day. I'm sorry, we're looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, 101.
106 is in the break. Yeah, the classic switch of cameras.
Yeah, 101 is the sprinter on Team Argos Shimano, Marcel Kittel, a very, very good sprinter. But as you can see, as I've often said, the sprinters have this slight allergy to the climbs, and that's why the pressure has gone on straight away from Colombia Deportes. They really want to try and rumble this race up, but they're not really reacting in the main field. You can see a lot of the same coloured jerseys at the front end of the pack. This is a move now, 106.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
This is Genier at the front, and he's decided to push on here. The man has been in 3 breaks out of 3 so far in this year's event. And the other two aren't resisting here. Brad White is on the right, number 88. He rides for the United Healthcare team, comes from Holland in Michigan. And on the left of the road is Jerry Fennell. Now, he's got the most to gain today. He's currently the race leader, having dropped only 10 seconds on the stage yesterday. He rides for Team Bissell. And he's on form too. He's done very, very well in some races in South America recently.
Well, Alexandre Genier, the Frenchman, turned professional back in 2010 with the Skill Shimano squad, which through the last few months has changed its name from 1T4I to the new Argos Shimano team. He's actually a pretty handy bike rider, Phil, because a couple of years ago he finished 2nd overall in the Route du Sud, which is a very mountainous race in the southern part of France on the mountains of the Pyrenees.
And he can handle himself too, 2nd overall in the Tour of Luxembourg last year, which is a preparation race for the Tour de France. Now this is Rodriguez here. He's not really pulling away from the field and bearing the scars of the crashes yesterday here, because this is Michael Matthews, and it looks as though he may be knocked around a bit from that crash yesterday. You may have seen him hit the centre. He collided with one of his own Rabobank teammates and shot across to the left of the road.
No, you certainly did, and this is a very fine move here. This is Alexandre Genier. It's good to see in a race like this, the youngsters get a chance to show off why they are the future of the sport, and Genier, at just 24 years of age, has been a professional for 3 years, but he's only had one win, and that was the Tour of Austria, a very hilly race. This is Robin McEwen going out of the back now. Now you can see, you get an idea of how difficult this climb is, unless, of course, Phil, is only the hors d'oeuvre. It's only the starter. We've still got the main course to come once we get to the next climb of the day, which I think is a lot more difficult, and that's the climb of Bear Creek Road.
Well, McEwen there, he admits he can't climb hills. McGrath his career, which ends by the end of this week outside LA Live, a career which has won over 200 bike races, but he is not a climber. So he'll conserve himself. There's always a time limit on the time you must get in after the winner crosses the line. So you can't just sit up and pedal home and come in tomorrow night, which means he's got to keep the pressure on. He'll limit his losses as long as he can.
Yeah, to put that into perspective, today's elimination time is only 8% of the winner's time on the stage. And if you work out that we're only looking at a 4-hour race, 8% of 4 hours is really not very much at all. You don't want to get dropped too early, especially so far from the finish.
It's about 21 minutes. And I'll tell you what, that to be dropped as the climb is starting with another climb still to come, that doesn't augur too well, so he's got to watch himself here. Continuing to make slight progress, but not really going anywhere just now. Michael Rodriguez, the Colombian rider, who made his move, but the peloton, he's got about 150 meters, and he's just hanging there. The peloton are just holding on here, but the way they're fanned across the road, there's a lot of guys willing to make the running.
Yeah, they are, Phil. I think the Colombian attack there really was just to try and see if there was going to be any response from the main field. But the main field are going so fast that nobody's actually able to respond to that attack. But if you look over to the right-hand side, those black jerseys, that's the Bontrager Livestrong team. That's a development squad of under 23-year-old riders. The team leader there, we reckon, is Josh Atkins, the Kiwi rider on that squad. And this is what it's like at the back end of the main field. This is where you don't really want to be, because you can see, if you look at their body language of one or two of these riders, they're bowing down. At the front, though, nice to see Levi Leipheimer in the middle there, briefly in that pale blue jersey. Jens Voigt in the black-shouldered jersey of Radio Shack Nissan Trek. Always an aggressive bike rider. There's Levi Leipheimer just on the left-hand side of that pale blue jersey. He knows his climb, Phil, and in the past he's used the slopes of this climb to lay down his foundations for victory. Today, it's a different kind of test for him. It's not a test to see if he can win this bike race. It's a test to see if his leg is recovering and getting better from that break.
Well, I must say, if Chris Horner has anything to do with it, he says quite openly that Levi Leipheimer is playing possum, and his broken leg, which is now 5.5 weeks ago, since he was knocked off by a car in training in Spain, it was a severe break. And I must say, he seems to, I don't know how, Paul, to come back after a complete break of the leg and ride at this level. Even just to finish yesterday, I thought, was a great achievement. But he looks to me as though he really does have good condition.
Yeah, but don't forget, Phil, there's no telling lies at all. We saw the X-ray. The X-ray was an absolute certain break. I don't know how it was put back together. I do know that he would have been looked after by some of the best physiotherapists and doctors in the world to make sure that he didn't lose too much form. As we stay here with number 106, the rider who's launched a very interesting attack, Alexandre Junier of France.
Just looking here, Jimmy, this is a good move. There is Levi Leipheimer. It's a big test personally for him now. He's riding with the best riders up at the front. This is a crucial test on the climb of the Empire Grade. If he's with him at the top, he'll be with him in Los Angeles.
So your seat good? Get the mirrors all adjusted? You can see everything okay? Just stay off the freeways, all right? I don't want you going out on those yet. Just leave your phone in your purse. I don't want you texting.
Daddy, okay?
Okay. There you go. Be careful.
Thanks, Dad.
Call me, but not while you're driving. We knew this day was coming. That's why we bought a Subaru.
Welcome back. It's day 2 of the Amgen Tour of California, presented by Visit California, as this man has the best spot in the house, coursing down the Pacific Highway. The riders have gone through there now. They've turned their backs on the beautiful ocean, and we're getting into the mountains and climbing up Empire Grade. And this man is Alexander Genier, who's just broken away from the other 5 riders he's been in the lead with, and a very confident mood indeed, I have to say. The gap still 4 minutes and 25 seconds. If that sounds a lot, well, I can tell you it's coming down from around about 8.5 minutes. So they are attempting now to bring him back before we get down to the finish in Santa Cruz County. This is the main peloton. This is the route for you, and just take a look at this, because they're halfway up the climb now of the Empire Grade. It tops out at 2,523 feet. Well, it looks to me, Paul, the grade is getting a little bit harder, and we'll swing on to a portion of the Donnybrook Road shortly. Mac Boucher is just there on the right, on the Radio Shack colours. You see the red bands around, the USA flag. He is the national road racing champion. And I must say that the men that matter feel as though they've got this under control. Just putting his hand in the back pocket there in the black is the defending champion, Paul, Chris Horner. And, you know, I think he's feeling very confident to repeat his victory.
Well, he's trying to make sure he keeps his energy levels topped up as much as possible. Anyway, Phil, time for a little bit of a history lesson, because did you know that Bonnie Doon was named after a Scotsman living here by the name of Bonnie Doon? And he was actually named after the famous line in the Robert Burns song, The Banks of Doon. And he set up the place at the top here as a logging cabin originally. And that's where this climb and this area got its name from originally, way back in 1850.
I thought he might have built it as a place of rest after the long climb up the slopes of Bonnie Doon. Yes, we're not climbing the whole of Bonnie Doon. We come onto that climb and go off it again as we continue up the Empire Grade this year. As we see number 94, Victor Hugo Peña there, Colombian, who was the first Colombian to wear the maillot jaune, or won the maillot jaune for 3 days in the Tour de France in 2003. He took it on his birthday. Now back to the leader, and this, I think, he must be very confident, Paul, because he attacked yesterday. It was a silly move. He waited, stayed away, went back to the field. Attacked at the start today, didn't work, and back to the field. Then he got into the move, which has been away for quite some time. Genet really has good condition.
Well, he does, but I was just thinking the fact that he was getting out of the saddle rather repetitive there, Phil, was an indication that he's starting to pay for the price of that long breakaway that he's been in. And if you look at the faces of these riders here, there's a lot of concentration now as we get to the steeper part of the climb. This climb is a long climb. It's only 14% the average grade, but it gets steeper as we get up towards the top. And as you can see, Ben Jacksmain just sitting in the middle there. This is part of his training route. He knows this road very, very well. In fact, he was born not too far away from here before he moved a little bit further upstate. The leader is getting down to the job in hand, but he realizes now, Phil, that his advantage is starting to crumble. He started the climb with a big advantage of around about 6 minutes, but very quickly it's dropped down to 4.
Well, he's got to keep a high tempo here. Now, it's not a major slope at the moment. You can tell that by the way his chain is on the biggest chain wheel down there. He's just trying to keep a good rhythm going. And the brilliant way the Highway Patrol closed down the highways here for the passage of the race. He can use the whole road as he climbs up the Empire Grade. The peloton have got themselves, shall we say, better organized now. More sensible tempo. And Tom Danielson there is on the left, second left, in fact, in the blue jersey. He's come to the front personally now to check out the tempo of the climb.
Well, these guys, they all want to be near the front. Andrew Talansky's not very far away from the front end of the peloton either. You can look at these riders' faces, Phil. They are very nervous. They're all waiting to see if somebody is going to make a move. I have a feeling today, though, that the attack will come actually on the next climb of the day. This is the warm-up. This is getting the legs moving, a change of the pedaling action before we start to get there.
Where's Peter Sagan in the yellow jersey, just watching everything that they're throwing at him at the moment. He's not in any worries at all. They're bringing back the leaders, and he's just hoping it'll be a quiet ride. But I somehow doubt it will be. The tempo will continue to lift. So looking there, I caught a glimpse too also of Cameron Meyer, the Australian there, who was the national time trial champion last year of the Australians. And he was riding on the front for the new Orica Green Edge team. But Peter Sagan, that's the jersey they want. And they've still got time to take it off his shoulders. Peter Sagan far from safe today. Welcome back. We're still on the climb of the Empire Grade here on the second stage of and there's a massive pile up on the right of the road as they go around that corner. What on earth happened on what is a very wide road? But there are riders there. Sagan is on the floor, the leader there, and he looks a little bit hurt there. And he's hurt on the elbow at the moment. He's looking at that. And Peter Sagan, and also down here a couple of the Colombian riders in Quintero and Peña are riders down there as well. I've also caught a glimpse of Bontrager Livestrong's Josh Atkins. He's 6th overall in the race. Well, these accidents really should not happen on roads like this. You can hear the chaos. The yellow jersey off his bike on a stage of the race for the second time in as many days. Last time he was approaching the finish. Let's have a look. So, top of your picture, let's see if we can see what happened. Well, everybody, the actual fall was almost in slow motion, although it did appear that Peter Sagan might have hurt himself a little bit. He's looked for his bike, though, as they now search to find their way back. Here we are, and the race doctor there just taking us his teammate, so his team car, so that's good. He's scurrying back up to the race now. He's taken his bottle, and just at the back here now, this is George Hincapie there, also number 35. He must have been involved, having to rejoin the race very, very quickly. These riders know that speed is of the essence here. Now, this might be the classic professional foul. There's probably nothing wrong with the back brake. A little help, perhaps, to keep him on his memento. Sitting up no-handed is Michael Matthews, I think involved in a crash for the second day. I'm not so sure he was down this time. But they've obviously heard the crash because the tempo's quick now. 5 kilometers as they run on now up towards the summit of the climb. A good fast tempo still. And I think the sound of bending metal or bending carbon fiber these days in the center of the peloton has lifted the pace here. This is Nathan Haas, the Australian member of the Garmin Barracuda team, a first-year pro with this team, and he had a great season last year, which caused Jonathan Portes to sign him up. This is further down the list. Now, Peter Sagan yesterday was warned for getting in amongst the cars, and he was fined $75 on the way back after he stopped near the finish. Now, he's now back in the cars again. You have to be very careful. You do not take the slipstream of these vehicles for more than a matter of yards. It's down to the referees to judge when he is creating an infringement of the regulations. But basically, you've got to keep moving forward.
I think, you know, Philly's going to breathe a big sigh of relief there because he's just about to get onto the back end of the main field. But that's been a very long, hard chase for this young man. I don't think the referees are going to give him any fines here this afternoon. Most of the stuff he did was reasonably legal there. He didn't hang on to any cars. And as you can see, the highway patrol car in front, this is the main field. He's just got himself back, but what another sigh of relief. It happened to him yesterday. He had bad luck, and he's had it once again today.
I also saw the American youngster there, 19-year-old Josh Atkins, was also involved in that crash, and he's sitting 6th overall in the race. He hasn't come back just yet as they start to move up. Paul Martins is 42, 47 is Lawrence Tendam. They've just rejoined with Sagan. Now Sagan has just recovered. He's letting everybody see he's back. Get a good look at my yellow jersey. You haven't left me behind. And he'll slowly cruise the peloton.
You might just have noticed that little wink across to his teammate there on the far side, where that was just to let his teammate know, yeah, I've been down, but I'm fine. I'm back, and I'm back on the defensive. I am the overall leader of this race, and I'm back, and I'm not going to give this yellow jersey away that easily at the end of the day. I love this guy, though, Phil. This is Jens Voigt. He's an amazing professional bike rider, 40 years of age. He looks every time he gets on the bike as if he's trying to fight.
I'll tell you what, he's the only German cyclist to podium in this race ever, and he did it when he finished second back in 2007. The last kilometre to the summit, so the King of the Mountains points in the Nissan competition. At the top here will give him 10 points. Even if he won the next climb of Summit Road, he couldn't overtake the gains of 22 points yesterday by David Bowie, who won all 4 climbs, but he would get a little bit closer, wouldn't he? So he's anxious to get up to the top first.
Certainly would, but for him this is the hardest part of the climb, and it's not over the climbing today, as again we have a quick look at the back end of the main field. Just looking at that move there by Sagan, I think he might well have hurt himself when he went down there. He's trying to stretch his back. It's never a lot of fun anytime you fall off, and it always makes me laugh, Phil, when you hear the race referees crackling over the airwaves. Un chute sans gravité, which has been French means that there's been a crash without too much of a problem. It's always a problem for the bike rider when he goes down.
I told the story once on the Tour de France in the 70s when the referee said exactly that. It was a not serious crash. And then I saw the rider come home 20 minutes behind the field, and I thought he'd auditioned for a part in The Invisible Man because he was totally covered in bandages. Anyway, Sagan is back in the bunch, hurt or not. Nathan Haas is stepping on the front. A lot of work being done by Nathan Haas of Garmin Barracuda. As a result, that team has done 37% of the work in the last 10 minutes, and 26% has been done by Liggett Cannondale.
It's not a surprise because Liggett Cannondale thought I've got two jobs to do here in this bike race here this afternoon. We're not too far away from the summit, though, for the leader of this race here on the road, and that's Alexandre Genier. Once he goes over the top, he will plunge down, and it is actually a very tricky and precarious descent away from the top of Empire Grade Hill down into the valley before he then lines up for a really difficult climb, the climb of Bear Creek. It's an average gradient of between 7 and 9%, and then there will be 3 miles of climbing. The next climb, the final climb of the day, is Bear Creek.
We're going up then towards Bear Creek, and we are told that the descent of Bear Creek is very, very narrow and tortuous. So, and a number of riders, although we didn't see them, did fall off coming down the mountain yesterday as well. Now, as they continue, they're bringing back one or two of the riders, I think, in the break day, the Clovis Porters riders and the Optum riders, as they're beginning to line up for a sprint for the King of the Mountains.
Yep, that was Mike Creed coming back there for Optum, and also Juan Pablo Suarez, the Colombian Deportes rider. But you can see no prisoners being taken here at all, and Garmin Barracuda are really putting the hammer down here this afternoon. Look at the way Jens Voigt in the black shirt there is rocking and rolling his body all over the place. They are starting to be under a little bit of pressure here. This man is going to get himself some glory on the day. He will get himself maximum points. There's the line. No challenge at all.
10 points in the Nissan King of the Mountains then for Alexandre Genier. He's not going to wait though and see how far he's got at the moment. The clock is telling us he's got 4 3/4 minutes advantage still, so he has climbed that very well. I know all of Australia will be cheering the rider on the front just now, riding in his first Pro Tour squad of Garmin Barracuda. That's Nathan Haas, and he's a pretty popular guy back in his home state of Victoria. And he's certainly lifting the pace here up now as the gap of 4:45, which is only now timed on the leader, Genier, who's now beginning his short descent before he starts climbing up the Bear Creek climb as well. Taking us back up, he's at 2,500 feet at the moment. Only a short descent, and he'll climb back up to 2,200 feet. Going inside 40 miles from the finish now, and this is Heinrich Hausler here as he sits at the back, number 13. And there is what is always round the corner, a pile-up, and the yellow jersey. How fortunes change in a matter of 4 or 5 minutes. This man hopes he can be away till the end. We'll take a break. Don't forget, tomorrow our live coverage will continue. The Epic Cycle Series with Stage 3 of the Amgen Tour of California. 3 climbs on the menu tomorrow on a stage of 115 miles. This is a tough route this year. Tomorrow at 5 Eastern on the NBC Sports Network. And we're back with the leader now, Genier. He's actually nosed out a little bit. This is the sprint now for the King of the Mountains here. Remember, the 10 points has gone to Genier. And this is the Nissan King of the Mountains leader, David Boye here from the Spider Tech team. He's got second best points. That man is beginning to look safe in that King of the Mountains jersey. The gap 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
Hold up.
Well, David Boye, Paul, he gets 9 points there, so he's only lost a point at the end of the day, so he's consolidating his situation in the Nissan King of the Mountains. The time cap at the top, 4 minutes and 3 seconds. It's closed down.
It has closed down. Funny to see that, in fact, his big challenger from yesterday, Sebastian Salas, there was also up there looking to get himself a few points. These boys, I think, feel they're going to battle their way all the way down the state of California for this competition.
Well, Salas, and here he is coming onto our picture now. At the moment, he rides on the Optum team. Boye Salas was the order over every climb yesterday, and with the absence of Genier, who's just gone over first, that's the way it's been again today. As we continue to speed down the side of the mountain, Josh Atkins at the back now has got himself back into the action. He's wearing the Best Young Riders jersey, which is really also owned by the yellow jersey at the moment of Peter Sagan. But good to see Josh here because he was in that crash and he's back. So as we continue now, Josh is going to move himself forward on the way down. So let's have a look then at the Monster Cable jersey breakdown. Here we are. Peter Sagan has the Amgen yellow jersey today. He also owns the Visit California points jersey and the Best Young Riders jersey there by Rabobank. Nissan King of the Mountains polka dot jersey we've just seen on the shoulders of David Bowie. Yesterday, the most aggressive rider was won by Ben Jacquemain, and Levi Leipheimer's Give the Breakaway from Cancer jersey for Courageous, and Exergy sponsor the most aggressive rider. So there's the full jersey contingent for you. Back to the workhorses from Garmin Barracuda, who quite clearly want this race to close down. They know now that they're running out of road. There's one more climb to come, and then it's going to be an undulating and eventually flat ride to the finish. A little bit of a problem here from Nathan Haas. We've just seen Nathan on the front setting the pace. He's dropping back to the car. Maybe his job done for the day. So Nathan Haas, Paul, dropping to the back. He's made a big effort and he's now become the water carrier now. It's time to get all the bottles for the team. And doing it also with him here on the Orica Green Edge squad is Luke Durbridge.
All the Aussies at the back for the drinks, mate. I think they're going to take the drinks bar right to the front of the main field. These guys are learning their trade here, Phil, in a race like this.
Yep.
Don't forget, Durbridge had a great individual time trialist, but here they've got to learn what it's like about being in a team. We talk so much about the individual glory that some guys get in a bike race, but you know, you can't be a successful bike rider unless you've got a great team around you. And this is all part of the daily chores that go on in any bike race around the world.
Riding with his hand up here is Yannick Eisen, the Belgian rider on the American BMC racing team. That's how he signals to the race referees that I think he wants a drink as well.
Yeah, but this man has to get himself organised and down to the job in hand, because currently Alexander Genier, he's got a couple of minutes advantage still, because, you know, Jeremy Venel and Brad White have not yet been picked up, and they're around about a minute in front of the main field. This is Lloyd de Monderie. He's about to get picked up, but it really is a big charge getting organised by the men in blue. Garmin Barracuda are taking control of this bike race.
Oh, listen, quite right. We haven't seen Jeremy Fennell picked up here, which means the Boy didn't take second on the mount. It's probably fourth or fifth was the sprint there for Boy and Salas. And this is the wipeout now of Lloyd Mondry from Team AG2R. So I think we only have up the road now Alexander Genier and Jeremy Fennell, and Brad White as well.
Yep. Well, we're just having a quick look here at Lloyd Bondery.
Let's have a look at the King of the Mountain, Paul. I can tell you that it was Genier gets 10 points, Brad White gets 9, Fennell gets 7, Lloyd Mondry was 6, and David Boye, actually sweeping up from the peloton, gets 5 today, and Salas 4. Tom Peterson, another stage winner in the Santa Cruz County, over the top in 7th place. He likes this region.
He certainly does. He won into this Santa Cruz County back in 2009 ahead of Levi Leipheimer.
Now this man in full cry now as we look at Alexander Genier, second overall in the Tour of Luxembourg last year, which is basically a flat race, believe it or not, in the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. All right, well, let's take a look at who you, the fans, thought would win today's stage. Chris Horner, 12.8% do you think he might. Peter Sagan, 10.6%. TJ Van Garderen, 10.4%. And the rest of the field stands at 66.3%. Don't forget to enter your pick for tomorrow's stage and a chance to win $1,000. Head on over to roadid.com/ride. There's George Hincapie, who is looking to ride and gain selection for his team to ride his 17th Tour de France this year. And if he does that, he'll achieve something nobody else has ever done. You might also remember in our coverage in previous years of George flashing home in Pasadena on one of his 3-stage wins in the Amgen Tour of California. What a tribute to being a great athlete is George Hincapie, guiding the youngsters all of the time. At the moment, he's training them how to hold a water bottle and then get rid of it, as George just holds the team all around him. So the field are consolidating now over the top of the Empire Grade. We've still got the next one, which is Bear Creek, taking us back up to 2,200. There's plenty of action still to come, and this rider still has a chance.
Phil, this has really been a phenomenal race today.
It really has, and here they come now. I think it's down to just 2 riders now as they come up towards the finishing line. The winner is going to be...
Hey, fellas, you want to go for a ride?
Bob Roll, you have got to be kidding me.
Oh.
Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Phil and Paul won't.
I can't believe it, Paul. I've never messed up a call in 40 years.
How about now?
Well, today the riders having set off from the iconic landmark San Francisco. This is the view from the Golden Gate Bridge here across the bay to a most beautiful city. As these pictures coming to you from Visit California, all around here, the beauty of the hillsides, the wine region, as well as the redwood forest and the beaches as well, as we're bound now to race down to Santa Cruz County. Fun and games on the beaches when we get there, although the riders themselves will be more concerned about how they get there as they battle through the mountains today to head down to Santa Cruz County. Those are pictures by Visit California. Now take a look at that as we come back, just balancing on one leg as he went round. This is the leader on the descent. He is absolutely flying. That was moments ago as Alexander Genier is trying desperately now to keep away from the field. Now the peloton have still to come down this stretch of road. It is going to be a very, very hazardous descent for them. He's taking big risks because he wants to hold on to his advantage before he starts the climb of Bear Creek, which will take him back up the mountain. This is a very determined man today. He wants success. It's the 3rd time he has attacked in 2 days of racing, and now he's on his own. But I have to say that really was almost overcooking it. Just ripped his foot off those cleats to get round that bend. So now as we continue cruising down, the lion's share of the work in the peloton still being done by Tommy Danielson's Garmin Barracuda team. They're on that section of the descent where moments ago Genier overshot the corner. You might be able to hear the brakes slamming on here as they start to go down. A lot of the car brakes just behind, of course. They've got to be just as vigilant going down behind these riders. Very, very cautious now, Paul. Look at the attitude of the Garmin boys at the front. This is different. Adverse camera and everything.
Well, you know, these guys are in the best position. They can take their own line around the corner. That's why it's so much better to attack these descents when you are at the front end of the pack. And you can hear the squeals every now and again. The squeals are a lot louder than they used to be in my day when we used to use metal rims. A lot of these guys are using carbon fiber rims, and it tends to make a lot more noise when you start to apply the brakes. What you don't want to hear is the scratching of metal against the ground, and that could very easily happen with the risks some of these guys are prepared to take.
Well, it's on the descent, of course, where you can gain time as well as make it. And this is a real sheer drop off the mountain from 2,500 feet to down to about 700 feet above sea level before we climb back up again. So this is a good time for somebody like Genier to take risks. He's on his own. The peloton coming down, if I have to say, with a lot more common sense right now.
Well, for Genier, Phil, he's in a different situation. He's trying to keep onto as much of his advantage as possible. I tell you what, it's looking a little bit precarious there as well, as even Garmin Barracuda now are taking a few risks. I don't think there will be a change in the time gap from the top of the climb to the bottom here between the leader Genier and the main field there, because he went downhill exceptionally well. But we will start to see his lead tumble again, Phil, once we start the next climb of the day, because it's going to be hard. 3 miles long, 5 kilometers. Bear Creek Road is an average of between 7 and 9% grade.
Well, a little bit of daredevil descending actually is distance this rider from the peloton for the moment. Just to give you a complete across-the-board situation, Genier is 2 minutes 47 ahead of Jeremy Fennell, who was with him originally, and Brad White of the United Healthcare, and in turn 3:34, although it's gone back up to 3:55 to the peloton, which is where we'll find the yellow jersey of Peter Sagan.
Well, I think this guy from Garmin Barracuda, Phil, all of a sudden he saw that he was putting his teammates under a bit of stress, so he's decided to back off a fraction. There's no need for them to attack on this descent, but I think what we're seeing, the development of a tactic here, because Garmin Barracuda, I think, are starting to set themselves up for a big attack, a big launch on the next climb of the day, Bear Creek Road.
And that may have a much more important bearing on the situation, because the descent off Bear Creek is also hazardous and with a great deal more importance, of course, because we're heading towards the last sprint of the day and then down to the finishing line down in Santa Cruz County. Well, this rider here now can breathe. He's opened a little bit of breath of fresh air between him as he continues to come down. I can't quite see it myself who it is, but it's the Garmin Barracuda rider, and I suspect it might be Tom Peterson who's trying to come down here.
Well, you can just hear the brakes screeching along there, and in fact he's getting himself nice and organised. He's looked back to make sure the gap is not too much, but it's really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit there with Team Garmin Barracuda. They will get themselves organised.
Well, the fact that Tom Peterson is on the front here, he can claim 93% of the workload for his team at the moment as they continue the chase down, and that compares with only 7% from the Radio Nissan Trek team. So well, you might like to know that as they're coming themselves back together again. As they continue on the descent, it looks as though Andrew Talansky is hooked up here with Peterson on the back, and the Liquigas Lime Green jerseys there. Liquigas Cannondale also making sure they marshal these moves. This is Josh at the back here, Josh Atkins, who's got his leg bandaged there. He was a faller in that crash, but he's done terrifically well to fight his way back into the action. He's on the tail of the descending peloton. He's only 19 years of age. 2 riders on his squad are 19 years of age, by the way. And the average age of that squad, Bontrager, is 20. So don't forget now to sign up now for the Radio Shack at Tour Tracker. You can follow the race from start to finish, including the text updates, rider location, speed, distance, breaks, and 2 hours of live video each day. So sign up now. Here's the website for you, and we'll take another break. Rejoin us on the way down to Bear Creek.
California is a great destination for cyclists because we have it all. I mean, we have the ocean, the redwoods, the mountains. You can ride your bicycle, you can go climbing, whitewater rafting. Anything you want to do in California, we've got it. The Amgen Tour California is really a moving postcard. From way up north by Mount Shasta, you've got the Sierra Mountains, Gold Country, the Central Valley, down to Southern California.
Brought to you by Visit California. California, find yourself here.
Well, I think Bear Mountain is going to be one of the best.
Let's have a look then at the USA Cycling American standings. Jeff Loud had a great day yesterday, and he sits 3rd overall in this race. Freddie Rodriguez also there in 4th. Ben-Jacques Maines in 5th. George Hincapie 9th. These are the best. Well, we've got 45 Americans in this race. These are the top names at the moment in the top 12 places. Dawson Craddock there in 12th. We go back to the action. Our live pictures are feeling rather dead just now, but we go through these trees. It does affect the signal to the helicopters above the riders, but very much now the peloton has split on this descent. Look at that as they try now to bring back that leader. Well, if there is any doubt, Paul, that peloton hadn't split, there you are from the helicopter. There's about 25 riders speeding away from the field here and heading towards the next climb of Bear Creek. We need to get down and see who's in it, but we certainly spotted Robert Gessing is in there, and Luis Leon Sanchez is another one, and so is Tommy Danielson.
There's one thing in a professional bike race, Phil, you can choose the most strategic points that you like anywhere out on the course, and here we are in between the 2 big mountains of the day. But the race can be won either up the hill or sometimes down the hill, and that's this is a massive big gap that these guys have opened up, and these are not the youngsters anymore. These are the big named riders of the Amgen Tour of California this afternoon, and if you've been left too far behind in the main field this afternoon, you're going to get caught out. But I did see one experienced 22-year-old hasn't been caught out, but Peter Sagan, the overall leader, is in this group.
Well, let's just think about this, Paul, because excuse my voice, by the way, everybody. It'll come back before the end of the race. Levi Leipheimer won this race by 49 seconds back in 2008. That's the biggest ever margin. It's always been won by a few seconds. Yesterday, over 60 riders lost many, many minutes. And now we've got another split going on here right now. That looks like Michael Matthews on the front, who's driving at the moment. He wants this split to stay away, which means he's got the men that matters, Luis Leon Sanchez and Robert Gessing, in that group.
This is the group that's missed out here this afternoon, because that's why you see the urgency of AG2R Le Mondial trying to whip it up at the front end of the chase group. There's Robbie McEwen going through in the Green Edge squad there in the green and black jersey. And this group now all of a sudden are under a serious amount of pressure. The team cars are behind, and if they don't pull it together very, very quickly, they could see that, again, this race changing on a day when most people probably didn't think it would change quite that dramatically.
Well, Robin McEwen's done well to get a lot of friends around him here now, because he must have come back onto the group as it split on the way down that hill. Robbie's a small stature rider, and he can descend very, very quickly indeed. That's how he's got back into this. But you're right, Paul. This race has really got to work hard now to bring back that fleeing group. I want to see if Peter Sagan is in that lead group. He's got a number of teammates in there, which to me says that Sagan has made the front split. Again, still the riders struggling here at the rear. The Optum team here. We've got Sebastian Salas hanging off the back now, who's scoring well. He's still in second place in the Nissan King of the Mountains competition. Now, just looking down, that is Peter Sagan from the helicopter, so he has made that split. So he'll be very happy. It looks to me as though he may have 3 riders in there with him. But is the peloton going to come together? As we look down, well, as the peloton looks as though it might be merging, it looks as though they're going to get back into the action just before we start the next time. So don't forget, our Cliff Bar moment at the Amgen Tour of California is brought to you by the technology of GoPro cameras inside the peloton. I think we can show you the marvellous situation yesterday that Peter Sagan rolled away from Santa Rosa before a really enthusiastic crowd out into the countryside. We went overcast conditions. GoPro cameras, of course, are on the bicycles, and as we stalk the peloton here, you get some idea of the pace. But when they got down to the finishing line, they're passing through there after 32 kilometres. Sagan was the winner of the day. The Cliff Bar moment was brought to you by GoPro cameras. And that was a brief glimpse there too of our GoPro star of yesterday, which is Peter Sagan. At the back of that peloton, we've still got a couple of teammates around him there as well. This is an incredible performance. All the boys in blue are Garmin Barracuda. They had this plan at the start of that climb, and they've executed it, and they've split the front of the field up. Although I have the feeling before the next climb starts, there may be a coming togetherness, and there's the proof of that. As you can see, the bunch in front, those cars in between will be ordered to pull off the road now and let this race rejoin. But of course, they're rejoining at a difficult time of the race. And they've caught out one of the race referee cars there now as they get over the top of him and race this group back together. Well, that's been a tough chase, but they've come back together, and they've come back to fight another day as they get onto the last climb very shortly of Bear Creek, which is a second category climb, which means it's not quite as hard as the first category climb we have just done. As we look down from the helicopter, let me remind you, of course, that the 95th edition of the Giro d'Italia is taking place, and Universal Sports is your destination for all of the action. Daily live coverage on Universal. It begins at 9:30 Eastern Time every day, and the 2012 Giro d'Italia, by the way, is still being led by the Canadian rider Hejidal after today's stage. So enjoy that. All together, Garmin Barracuda will feel that life at the back seats seems to have got rather crowded all of a sudden as the rider continues on. So as we look here, there's a new look at the new 2013 Nissan Altima pace car, which led out the peloton from today's start. So the field continues on, and that, by the way, is the most innovative Altima ever. Yes, well, the Amgen Tour of California has been on from the gun yesterday, I have to say, and is continued today, and these are supposedly the easier stages of the race. Don't believe it, the riders are here and full of enthusiasm for the hilly terrain of California. Garmin Barracuda have a plan. It's not unfolded yet, though, because this man is still free to fly. See you in a moment. Welcome back as day 2, stage 2 of the Amgen Tour of California. Today's stage presented by Visit California. The riders now deep in Santa Cruz County, and they're deep high in the mountains at the moment, especially this man who leads the race, Alexander Genier. There's nobody else behind except the peloton, because they've now swept up all of the rest of the breakaway. And he really is riding superbly today, Genier. He's a Frenchman on a Dutch team. There's a little bit of a time check coming from his team car, and cheering him on and trying to urge him on here. But it looks like he's beginning to suffer a little bit. Well, I think we can give you a quick recap on how the day has gone now. As we go early down the start, Peter Sagan signing in at the breakaway from Kansas sign-in board in the first leader's yellow jersey. And a crowded leaderboard, all 128 riders still in the race as they roll away from San Francisco in Marina Green here in the shadow of the beautiful Golden Gate Bridge. That was the rollout, and this leading out there in our Nissan Drive Electric to the finish. Nice look of the Nissan Altima electric pace car there. Big cheers from the crowd in San Francisco. They're turning south, so we didn't go over the Golden Gate Bridge. As the rolling clouds, fluffy as they are in the bay, blowing away to make way for a lovely sunny day today. Look at the shadows of the riders as 6 riders got clear of the field after 22 miles of racing. Peter Sagan quite confident as the climb started of the Empire Grade, just riding in the peloton. And then up front on the climb of the Empire Grade, Alexander Ginier decided he wanted to go alone to see if he could make it to the finish. Meanwhile, preoccupation in the peloton, a massive pile. I think it was more like a tumble, really. Nobody injured in this crash. 1 or 2 caught. Josh Atkins on the right in the orange there checking his bike. He's 6th overall. The yellow jersey was sat on the road, and he was stopped for the 2nd time in as many days. Yesterday it was a flat tyre. Today it was a fall-off. A little bit slow to get up, but basically okay. Quickly back in to tell his teammates he was all right and rejoined the field there. We continued up the climb 1, and at the top of the hill in the Nissan King of the Mountains, it was 10 points for Alexander Ginier as he continued to score for the first time in the King of the Mountains. But coming up not too far down for the lower points was the overall leader of the Nissan King of the Mountains, David Boyer. So he retains that lead and probably will do so tomorrow. 1 more climb still to come. Take a look at this on the way down though. This is Genier wanting to hold his time gaps, took a lot of risks. He literally ripped his foot off the cleats on that pedal to use his leg to counterbalance the action of the bike. And he's still clear by taking risks like that. The peloton were a little bit more sensible and a little more cautious on the way down. So this is the face now of Genier. It's looking like a man a little bit troubled just now on this climb. 2:35, Paul. He's looking at rather sore, I feel, now at Genier. He's just started the lower slopes of the climb of Bear Creek. As we climb now to a height of 2,200 feet, or at 660 meters, by the way. And then we have an undulation on the way down, a few little unclassified roads, which are nasty kickers on the way down. But for the Bear Creek climb, as you said, you think this is harder than the Empire Grade, and I think you're right.
Yes, it is. It's a long climb. It varies between 7% and 9%, and you'll start to see the difference in the pedaling style of the riders. There is Laurens ten Dam with a little bit of 8 o'clock shadow that he goes through there. He's a great teammate.
24 hours shot, that one.
Certainly. And then a bit further back, we can start to see the faces of these guys who are very, very concentrated. This is the damage that's being done at the back of the peloton. One of the first guys to get dropped here. Yes. Jeremy Vernel, not a surprise, Phil. He was in the breakaway for a long time, but at least we know he was in the race. 61 dropping backwards as well. Robbie McEwen. He's actually, I think, doing this on purpose. Robbie knows his body. He knows what he can push himself through. He knows how long this race is. Look at the breathing. He's controlling his breathing there, McEwen. Just on the far side, and that's a new Arica green edge strip. He will be nursing his way through this stage.
Brad White is with him as well here, number 88, and Brad was also in the breakaway, so the effort is told on them. And still trying to destroy this field in one day of racing is Garmin Barracuda. They are trying to hatch a plan here, and I can only believe it's the break of the field, Paul, or to get Heinrich Haus to the stage with.
Well, just check on the amount of work that's been done. 88% of the work in the last few moments has been done by Team Garmin Barracuda. They've got a plan. They came out and decided. Martin Jangeli here going backwards from Team Rabobank. He's done his job of work for the race this afternoon. But Phil, if you go back to 2009 when we came down here to Santa Cruz County, the winner, Tom Peterson, yep. Team Garmin Barracuda. It was a different name in those, but the same team structure. And then in 2010, when the race came to Santa Cruz County, it was Dave Zabriskie, same team structure. They know this stage, they want this stage, and they obviously feel that they can dish out some pain. And watch out for the attack coming from Tommy D. or Talansky later on.
Well, I know what you're saying. They feel it's their stage for sure, and Jonathan Waters, the team owner, has said that they're not worried about breakaways today because they can wipe them all out on these 2 climbs to the finish. Well, he's done it all bar 1 rider at the moment. As situation in the back here continues to look at, this is the Spider Tech rider Ryan Anderson from Canada, who's now finding the going a little bit tough. Now, clever riders like McEwen will just try to limit their losses and try and get back on, as he's just done, on the descent. But remember that this time, once we get to the top of this climb, we are only 30 miles from the finishing line. So that's the back of the peloton. This is at the front. Only one Garmin Barracuda rider at the front at the moment. Now, the new official Amgen Tour of California race jerseys and other merchandise are available at the race and online at AmgenTourOfCaliforniaStore.com. Get yours today while supplies last. Visit AmgenTourOfCaliforniaStore.com. Well, no longer flying through the trees as we're now going uphill again at the moment. We see the name of Lee Howard at the moment just flash through. Well, Lee Howard had a good start to the day because when the group were together at the Visit California Sprint at Pacifica on the highway there, he won a 3-second time bonus. And so Lee Howard, if he finishes with these leaders, will be a little bit closer to the overall lead. So it's good tactics there by Lee Howard. The question now is, though, can Alexander Genier make it to the top of the climb? And if he can make it to the top of the climb, can he make it to Santa Cruz County? All will be revealed. On Saturday, the IZOD IndyCar Series continues. It's one of the most nerve-wracking weekends in open-wheel racing because it's the Indianapolis 500 time trials. Coverage will begin with pole day Saturday 11 a.m. on the NBC Sports Network. That's where we're heading to. That's the finishing line. As we now have a nice crowd enjoying warm sunshine. These boys are still out in the country and heading up the climb up Bear Creek, which will top out at 2,200 feet today. Rory Sutherland coming to the front in the blue there, second wheel, as he now is a danger man. Rory Sutherland, he can climb, he can time trial. This is a course possibly for him this year. And his United Healthcare team are always animators of this event. But this man so far is leading the charge. So as we see Genier on the front pole, we see at the back of the race now the Nissan King of the Mountains leader, David Bowie, who had a great day yesterday and has had a good climb on the first one, is unhitching at the back.
Well, he's got himself a few points in the bag here this afternoon, but Phil, you know, when you're going a long breakaway like this guy did in a stage race, it's a question of one day or another. You've got to pay for that effort. There's no secret in the sport of professional cycling. He had a hard day yesterday, and yes, he is going backwards, but he will still be the leader of the King of the Mountains classification tonight. Also more damage. Ben King gets slipping backwards there for Radio Nissan Trek. Also, the man who wears the best young rider going backwards, 141, Josh Askins.
Well, Josh is only 19 years of age, and he also was involved in that fall. He is going to be a real class act as the years unfold. Goodness me, he's not old enough to shave yet. Boy, he's enjoying himself. He's crossing swords with some of the greatest bike riders in the world, and he's got a leader's jersey on his shoulders at the moment.
Yeah, Phil, don't forget, these guys, the average age of Bontrager and Livestrong is just 20 years of age. They're racing again. You could almost call them boys because they're racing against men. They're racing against Tom Bonan. They're racing against Levi Leipheimer. They're racing against the big names of the sport. Chris Horner. For them, it's a chance to get a little bit of a chance to measure themselves against the future.
Well, all the cheers at the upper part of the climb here now is for Alexander Genier. Hearts always go out for a rider who tries like this. He's taken the bull by the horns. He's leading the race towards the finish. He's only 22.5 miles or so from the finish. That's about 37 kilometers. And he knows now that the top of this hill has got to come quick. And then the concentrated effort. And if this field does not crack in the next couple of kilometers to the summit of this climb, we are going to get, I think, a big bunch sprint down at the finishing line. United Healthcare driving at the front. We knew there'd be a part because they are looking to keep Rory Sutherland in the action. Defending champion in the black there in the centre of our picture was Chris Horner. He also looks good.
No, he certainly does. Everybody is looking after their leaders. United Healthcare always ride well in this race. Rory Sutherland's finished in the top 10 on a number of occasions. But it's also, for me, it's interesting, Phil, to keep a very close eye on Robert Hessing, turned professional back in 2005. He is riding consistently near the front end of the pack in second or third position in his orange jersey of Rabobank, always trying to make sure that if anything moves, he's going to go with it.
Well, now we're seeing as the steepness of the slope start to bite at the legs here to Genier. He is really struggling here, and I think the gap will come down fairly quickly at the moment, with Roy Sutherland, I'm guessing, getting near the front of the peloton. So there's still a little way to go up to the summit, about 1.5 miles are still to climb to the summit. Genier is just hanging on. He wants those Nissan King of the Mountains points, but will he get them? He'll be back in time for him to cross the top of the mountain. Welcome back. Our Visit California aerial view today. Where else could it be, as we're so close to the riders leaving the Golden Gate Bridge today at San Francisco, now going south to Southern California as the riders make their way down to Santa Cruz County. 117 miles the stage today, aptly presented by Visit California. Well, this very diverse state here, and as you rejoin us, I can't believe this, these are live pictures, and there is the catch. He's not going to make the top. Alexander Genier has rapidly been brought back by the pacemaking, not of Garmin Barracuda, but of United Healthcare. We are all together in a group going to the summit of the second and last mountain of the day. This is going to give us a whole different bike race right now. Just tagged on to the back of the race there for the I think it was for the BMC racing team, and that was Tim Rowe of Australia, just hanging on to the back of the peloton. 1K to the summit. Just looking at the fourth rider in the line in the orange jersey there, that is Robert Hessing. He loves this race. He's won stages here. He's won the Best Young Rider competition. He's finally too old to win that competition now in this event. He's now looking to win the race overall, and he wants success. He's in a crucial place as we get inside last 800 yards now. We're looking at Peter Sagan, obviously not contesting the top of the climbs, but still in the peloton, but a bit far down, Paul.
Well, I think he's not too concerned here. You know, he has fallen off. He did catch himself back up to the front end of the main field. He's on a defensive role in races like this over the big mountains. Over to the right-hand side, good to see Levi Leipheimer is there. He's in the pale blue jersey just behind his own teammate, Peter Velitz. And obviously he's hiding a little bit of good form, and we'll find out as this race unfolds just how good Levi Leipheimer is going to be. But I do have a feeling that we're going to see a mad dash down at the descent, because I don't think anybody expected the peloton to be quite so large.
No, I think you're right. And look at this now, Paul. This is life swinging to the back of the race here, because this is the man who was in the lead moments ago. He's now just hanging on to the tail of the peloton. If he can hang on for 200 yards, 300 yards, he will go down the hill with this group, and that's his next aim, I suspect.
I thought you were going to do a bull riding call there, Phil. Hang on if you can, for just 8 seconds. It's about 200 meters.
Absolutely. This is the move to the top, and United Healthcare have taken over the work rate of Garmin Barracuda, because they're now lining up for the King of the Mountains here, and this could be an interesting sprint finish, because Boye is off the back, Genier isn't going to score, and can you believe the pictures froze on us there? They'll give you the result as soon as we can. It's not going to alter the destiny of the King of the Mountains jersey today, so the Nissan winner for the second day will be David Boye. But as he's off the back, we may have to wait a little while for him to come in to receive the jersey at the finish.
I'll give you a bit of a quick guess there, Phil. I think Rory Sullivan was third as he went over the top there. A change in the orange jersey, though, because moving to the front end of this pack is Luis Leon Sanchez. You might just see him with those fluorescent yellow glasses, and he's a very good descender. United Healthcare have done 55% of the work over the last 10 minutes, with 45% of the work being done by...
The other riders, they are racing on American soil here in California. The man with his hand up there was none other than Luis Leon Sanchez, two-time stage winner of the recent Tour of Romandy, where he tried to win that race and in the end just got beat in the time trial. I think he's going back for a drink. I don't think he had a problem, as we gaze out now across the top of Bear Creek Summit. And as our cameraman now looks around for the riders, there they are. And don't forget, you can have the opportunity on the final day of this race to ride the same circuit as the pros. It is the Nissan Ride Before the Pros. It takes place in downtown Los Angeles at LA Live on Sunday, May 20th. The time you can all do it between 8 and 9:30. And anybody can go and have a go. It's free to all. So don't forget to log on to Amgen Toro California /Nissan and get your registration in and enjoy that ride before the pros show you how you really should do it. Now, this is interesting because this now is Luis Leon Sanchez suddenly appearing back at the front of the group here and bringing them down the mountain. Now, we were told this was quite a tortuous descent. At the moment, Rabobank using their skills. That's where we are, right on the top. End of the high point, we go down in lumps and bumps as we descend basically to the finish. It's not quite as our graphic shows you. We do have little kickers going up, but basically it's all downhill from here on in. The rider just taking a drink out of his back pocket, some food. Is Brian van der Borg of Denmark, the only Danish rider on team, put Spider second. So Sanchez on the front as he comes down now. I must say that Sanchez is probably playing safe here, bringing them down off the road. A sharp right-hand turn continues this descent. Now the green jersey and the yellow jersey, as indicated on our graphics, are in this group. There's the results of the climb. It was Phil Dylan who went up for Ireland. As second was Chris Jones, third was Rory Sutherland, and then came Sanchez and Hessing, the two Rabobank riders. So good ride by Phil Dylan. And it's Dylan, the Irish rider, who has been doing all of the work for United Healthcare so far. So the Nissan King of the Mountains over for today. The new leader there is David Boyer. Now it's up to Sagan here to keep that yellow jersey. Fans Phase 2 of the Nissan Ultimate Access Sweepstakes is underway. The second of 3 grand prizes includes a trip to this year's Cascade Grand Fondo to ride with Radio Shack Nissan Trek's Chris Horner. All you need to do is go to nbcsports.com/ultimate access to register and enter the code word Fondo. Well, we've gone back to the rear of the peloton here as we continue live coverage of this second stage of the Amgen Tour of California, presented by Liv California. Now, the leader, Peter Sagan, moments ago, has dropped back from the peloton to speak to his team car. He's got the answer, it appears, and he's now racing back up the field there. The rider from the Australian Orica Green Edge team is Lee Howard, who is pretty high up overall as well, former world champion on the track. And again, Sagan using his car to close the gap. If the referees see this, it's going to catch quite a time penalty, because this is the second time today we've seen this from Peter. So at the front, it is the team riders of Peter Sagan who are continuing to keep the pressure on here, while at the back, Sagan is trying to catch up with the field. But it is a big group at the front now, Paul, and Sagan himself, as I said earlier, I think he might be the diversion for a couple of days, because they're really thinking of Vincenzo Nibali.
I'm sure he's the diversion, and I'm sure that Vincenzo Nibali wants to try and get himself a victory here in the overall. He'll try and nurse his way around the first few days, but then everybody has to come out and play when we get to the individual time trial around Bakersfield. It's a tough time trial, 18 miles long, 25 kilometres. You'll see some big gaps start to open when we get down to that time trial. And then after that, you've got big, massive... Oh, there's a problem. I have wondered what he had.
This was the problem.
Well, there you see, quick change. He was trying to get himself organised. And again, that was a pretty good change there. We're putting that down at 10 to 12 seconds. Mechanic picks up the wheel, pushes him off, and he will still be right up in the convoy of cars.
Well, I tell you, that was a front wheel change, and that was why it was a quick one. No gears to mess around with, a few seconds, and he got him away. That was what he was worried about, and he was making the decision as to when to make the change. I'm a little bit surprised nobody's told his teammates.
Well, you know, the fact is that they may well not, but in this part of the world, they may well not be able to get the information from the front to the back. But he will be very quickly back in the main fold. The reason he waited so long, Phil, was because he probably had a softening front tyre. He waited for the right moment to change it. He waited till he got the team car right up alongside him. He went alongside and he even had the intelligence to tell the team manager, get yourself ready, because my problem was with the front wheel, and that's what they've just got the information now, which is why they've sat up.
Well, I think the message may just have come through to those riders on the front, because they've stopped working and they've been told that the yellow jersey is trying to catch up here. and they're leaving it now to others. And again, you see, it's the team car of Sagan trying to find its correct place in the convoy, which is number one when you have the race leader on the team. And so the car was going back to its correct position, but he also happens to have the race leader not too far off his slipstream now.
And as dangerous as that might look, you know, the bike riders are in complete control. They know what they're doing. They ride their bikes like this every day of the year, and they feel very comfortable, especially when they're as close as that to a car, because although it might look dangerous to you sitting at home in your sofa, this guy knows, and it looks as if he's still not very happy, and he's looking back and he wants his team car again. He's not completely satisfied, I think, with what's going on here.
Well, what 2 days has this man had? Puncturing near the finish yesterday, winning the stage, doing it again and falling off today. Now it looks as though Team BMC have got themselves in control of the front. Now he wants a drink, that's why he's gone back, he's rejoined the race. Bit of a tight bend there. Oh, my goodness me, that was nearly a knock-off job by Peter Sagan and the team car, but it's all safe and sound now. These guys at times really are acrobats as they dice on these descents, which are often very, very steep and very dangerous. Sagan is back in the action, and a lot earlier, I might add, than he was yesterday when he finished up winning the stage. If these riders come together again today to the finishing line, Sagan could be your man to win 2 stages in a row. I did notice, by the way, on Twitter that Taylor Phinney, the rider from the United States who's currently riding the Giro d'Italia, said that Sagan will win the first 4 days of racing. I thought, what would you know, Taylor? Well, he's been right so far, we'll see. His teammates, Taylor Phinney's teammates, that is, because Taylor's riding the Giro, on the front of the race here at the moment, keeping the pace nice and high. And well, we've gone over the top of the King of the Mountains, but I did say there are little undulations before we start our plunge down to the finishing line. And we still have Visit California Sprint, which will come with about 14 miles to race to the finish. The top of the Bear Creek, which we've gone over, was pinpointed at 30 miles from the finish. So as we continue the lead here from BMC, they're now taking over to the front there, the teammates, of course, of the riders they hope will do. Let's have a look then at the SRAM Tour Insider.
The Tour Insider, powered by SRAM. I'm Dave Toll with Michael Zellman. We're here at Stage 2 of the Amgen Tour of California on our way to Santa Cruz today.
120 miles, a lot of ups, a lot of downs. We had the chance to talk to United Healthcare's Rory Sullivan.
Rory will have a lot of insight for us. He always rides in the top 5 here at the Amgen Tour of California.
The first stage of the Amgen Tour of California. You know, we're in Santa Rosa, and there's these tiny little roads, ups and downs, climbs left, right. You know, it's a pretty hectic little course today. The other really great things about the SRAM Red 2012 group set, I love the shifters. You know, I've always, also with that is the braking, which I tried out today. And one of the big things I noticed was coming into a corner at the last minute, and you don't know there's a hairpin coming up on a descent or someone moves at the last minute, is that I could grab the brakes later and I could still come to a pretty comfortable, not a stop, but still make it through the corner pretty safely. And it really gave me a lot more confidence in getting around corners than I guess I've had before.
Powered by SRAM.
Well, we've seen plenty of Roy Southern already today. That was our SRAM Tour Insider, and he's been using those brakes a lot, I would imagine, coming down these mountains. As most of the rides, we've got an attack. Now, this is a moment. Team AG2R Le Mondial from France have decided to go for the sprint here, because this is at the 14 mile to go point.
Oh, 5Ks.
So 25 kilometers to go, Paul. Just up the road is Summit Road, and that is where we go to the Visit California Sprint Point. There is a 3-second time bonus here for the riders over the top, and it looks to me as though we now have one rider going clear, and it's Maxime Bouet. Good move by him. He was in the break yesterday.
He certainly was in the breakaway yesterday, and it might give him a little bit of liberty here, because we've had such a hard chase over these final 2 mountains, Empire Grade and Bear Creek, that they might think that there'll be a little bit of respite. But no, in fact, they've decided not to have any respite at all, and there's a big move coming off the front. These are the counter moves starting to go. If you start to relax, then all of a sudden people see the relaxation coming into the main field, and they see the chance of an opportunity, and they're grabbing it.
Good solid attack though by Maxime Bouet. Now can he hang on, because we've got a little group coming, and as they close in on the gap here, that I think it's not No, it's not. I thought for a moment it was the leader of the race, Peter Sagan, coming across. But in fact, this is an incredible effort by the group as they come back together. Small group, the open mouths there of Campmire, I think it is, just there.
This is a serious little move coming off the front here.
This is Jeff Lauder on the left of our picture, who's made the gap of 1 kilometre to go. And Jeff Lauder pushing here to try and win the Visit California Green Points jersey for the day, because he got a lot of points yesterday. He won the first 2 sprints out on the road.
I just figured out, Phil, I've just remembered who that rider is with the strange jersey. In fact, it's the Dutch rider on United Healthcare, Mark de Maar. We saw him ride extremely well in the Amgen Tour last year. And in fact, that strange jersey he's wearing, he's the champion of the Dutch Antilles. You didn't know that, did you?
Yes, yeah, I think it was 2 years ago, but I had him down as Jeff Lauder, so I'll settle with that then. Yes, I did, Andy, and I think there's only one cyclist in that Dutch Championship, to be honest, but anyway, he's won it. And the rider from Green Edge there, who has just picked him up also, I thought it was, and that is Luke Dorbridge. So it's we call him Luke Turbo Dorbridge. 38 miles an hour they've gone past. Oh, cool. The back's going faster than the front. How do they do that?
Well, I'm not sure, but I hope the California Highway Patrol are not watching this afternoon, because I think we might be going over the speed limit this afternoon. As you can see, they're now getting very, very nervous indeed, and that's because they've seen a small move going off the front end of the main field. Everybody's looking back to see if they've broken the stranglehold of the peloton, but no, they haven't. They're slowly coming back together. Again, this is Mark de Maar. He's a strong bike rider, this guy, and he's come out of the pack, and he's decided this is the day for United Healthcare. They were really trying to set something up. We thought they were trying to set something up. It got the sprint we went through there without even noticing it. So Mark de Maar here from Holland and United Healthcare taking maximum points home here this afternoon.
And a 3-second time bonus as well, which is all going to keep him moving up the overall classification if they come down together, as they might well do.
So now the calm comes back, but watch it, these guys are getting so close to the finish now that as soon as it starts to slow down like that, you'll see attack starting to come again once over the top and looking to try and prize an advantage on the run in towards the finish.
Well, we have Tim Duggan on the front, I think, at the moment, but the group is regrouping at the front just now, because that split, there's a nice little shot of Tim Duggan. He's only a small guy, but boy, he's got some power in that body as they continue there to drive on at the moment. And Peter Sagan has got himself up to third wheel, 2 teammates setting the pace. Chris Horner taking a drink there, 4th wheel down, putting it safely in the cage. These are tense moments now, because the mountains are now behind the riders as we race towards the finish, and the yellow jersey of Peter Sagan has got his team on the front, and he's using Tim Duggan of the USA to drive it on towards the finish. So as the field continues home, we'll take a break and come back soon.
Hey, Lucas.
Hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
I can't, man.
Oh, Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Lucas User can't.
Maybe Ben King can.
Hey, Ben.
Oh, hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
I can't right now, Bob.
Oh, we'll ride with you, even when Ben King can't.
Maybe Levi can.
Levi. Ben said you wanted to go for a ride. Levi.
We'll ride with you, even when Levi Leipheimer won't. Oh.
Welcome back to the Amgen Tour of California. We're inside 12 to go, and there is the defending champion Chris Horner right up in the thick of the action. He is the subject of our Nissan Athlete Profile today. And let's not forget who has won the 2011 Amgen Tour of California. 2 arms aloft.
Yeah, last year in the Tour of California before it started, of course, I was told from Johan Renil to show up with the best form I possibly could and with form that could win the Tour de France. I knew I had the fitness out in training to know that the legs were very, very good. Where it would stand in terms of politics with the team and stuff like that, of course, with Levi being a 3-time past winner of the Tour of California, that part lets some doubt in my mind in terms of what my role would be on the team. But
Certainly I knew after the Sierra stage, I knew that stage would define what the rest of the race would become.
Chris Horner has accelerated here and Levi can't follow. Now that is a story.
My legs were fantastic early in the stage. It took 5 miles into the stage to know that I had winning legs. But of course, as we started the Sierra climb, the role is still, of course, to look after Levi, keep Levi out of trouble. And it wasn't until we caught Ryder that I knew that it was time to go.
Chris Horner is the next leader of this tour with a great win.
I had no doubts on Sierra. I knew I was going to win the Tour of California at that moment.
Sure, Horner said then, this is for you, Levi. You're taking the win, and I'm taking the win too, because tomorrow I'm going to win the Tour of California.
It was a fabulous moment at that particular point in time to win the Tour of California. It really felt very just floating on the clouds. For sure, what all the Americans are going to wonder now is, with Levi and I splitting up, we've added some drama. So it'll give the fans at home, it'll give the announcers, it'll give the press some drama. Now Levi and I are going at each other instead of with each other. And then, of course, have I recovered 100% from last year's tour?
There was this massive pileup of riders, and I think indeed Chris Horner is also down in there.
Are you sure? Yeah, for sure. But I finished? Yes. I don't understand that. I only know from what I watched on the video because, of course, that the whole day and part of the night before and part of the night after got knocked out of my head. I just think I was on autopilot. There's no doubt about it. I mean, there was nobody at home and the lights were off. So it really shows the determination, I think, of how all athletes are, not just cyclists, but all athletes in general. We really do it for the love of the sport. And when the light bulb finally turned on in my head the next morning and I look up at the clock and it says 8:15 a.m., I look back at the team doctor and I'm like, let's go. We can make the race.
Well, that's on this on athlete profile. What a great rider he is, Chris Horner. There's a little bit more on me. 40 years of age, can you believe this? He's just short of 6 feet tall. He was the winner in grand style of last year's Amgen Tour of California. And I think, in fairness, he is the big favourite this year around because he seems to be so confident in his ability. And he doesn't count his 40 years as being a disadvantage. And he's right at the front of this peloton right now. And we are looking at the moment of around about 10 miles to go down to the finish. Not absolutely sure that, but yes, 10 miles to go.
Well, with the liquid gas riders on the front end of the peloton, Phil, it's pretty obvious what they're trying to do. They're trying to set with one man, and that, of course, is Tim Duggan. You can see him, the American rider here. He's setting what is known as a hard false tempo. It makes it uncomfortable for everybody else in the main, Phil, and it discourages any guys from trying to launch and organize a big attack of 5 or 6 riders. And the reason for that is because they want to keep the peloton together on the running towards the finish. Because the man you can see sitting in 4th position there in that yellow jersey with the blue bands across the shoulders, Peter Sagan, everybody reckons that he is the fastest man in this race. But to do that, he's going to have to use his team sensibly. He's using Tim Duggan. Once they get closer to the finish, they'll start to wind up and organize a lead out. But there's a lot of other guys want to beat him.
Well, our man from Boulder, Colorado is really flying the flag in California today, that's for sure. As he continues to make the descent. And so as we continue on, well, now I know hockey fans, you're waiting for the New Jersey Devils versus the New York Rangers. Well, the race here is a little bit behind schedule. We will be joining that straight after this race finishes. So stay with us and enjoy a new sport because, boy, these riders are really flying at the moment as they head towards the finish in Santa Cruz County. But you will get the coverage of the Eastern Conference Final very shortly. So we're inside now, just 10 miles from the finish of the race. 16 kilometres before we've just gone through 15 kilometres around about with these sort of speeds, about 18 minutes to ride now to the finishing line, and it looks as though liquid gas, and in particular the American rider, well done Tim Duggan, doing his job as a helper on the squad to keep his 2 top men, Peter Sagan and Nibali, in the right place.
Yeah, normally, Phil, on a running towards a finish like this at these kind of speeds, if you're talking about 6 miles or 10 kilometres, they will normally knock off those 10 kilometres at 12 or 13 minutes. So it gives you an idea just how fast these guys are actually going. And when they come into town, when they get into the final kilometre, which is 1,000 yards long, they will normally knock off the final kilometre in less than a minute.
I have to say I'm a little concerned at the finishing line because we obviously commentate from the finish. We have had a little look at the approach into the finish, and I'm not so sure it's a safe finish for such a big bunch. And riders, when they smell the chance of victory, will take risks.
Especially sprinters, they are the craziest men in the world, and they just get into that zone. They don't even think about it. All they think about is waiting for the door to open, the gap to open, and once they see that, they'll jump into it and try and get themselves that victory. They'll snatch it, they'll take risks. I sometimes wonder, Phil, if sprinters don't check out their brain at 500 meters to go and pick it up on the way back to the hotel.
Sometimes they don't take the brain with them, Paul. They pick it up when they get, as you say, back at the hotel. Well, good riding here by Tim Duggan. It really is. He's doing as long as he can at the front for his team. But if you keep the pace high, then you see other riders can't get off the front of the peloton and attack. That's all his plan is at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. He dishes out that little pain and he rides. He's hurting himself, that's for sure. But the kind of pace that he's dictating to the peloton here hurts everybody else. It puts him into that little bit of a zone of uncomfort. And at that point, they're thinking, well, I don't feel that great this afternoon, so I'm not going to launch the attack. And it discourages anybody from moving off the front end of the main field. They will, though, Phil, try as we get closer to the finish. This is the new colours at the back here of the Orica Green Edge squad. Great to see at the top end of the sport now an Australian team will be looking to ride the Tour de France this year for the first time as an Australian professional team.
Absolutely it is, and they better get the house in order for the last 3 days of the race, because the owner of the team, Jerry Ryan from Australia, will be paying a visit to California, and he wants to see his jersey hitting the front at some stage. Sagan talking with his teammates, the yellow jersey talking to his mates who wear those lime green colours. They're all his men, and he's brought them all to the front now. It's time for the pawns to lead the board towards the finishing line.
And then we'll leave the knights, the kings and the bishops at the back to take over the final part of the glory. There, Sagan, he's very calm. There's Levi Leipheimer, just looking very, very comfortable. Where's number 21? Unbelievable, Phil, to think that he's got himself at the into this bike race.
Absolutely. Levi Leipheimer, he'll know today whether he's going to finish down in LA Live next Sunday. But I think he really is okay. His leg heavily bandaged from his broken leg only 5.5 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a pretty busy weekend of sport, Phil, because by the time we get down to the LA Live finish just in the heart of Los Angeles, if you go straight away from the end of the bike race, you can go straight in to see a hockey game as well.
Absolutely right, yes. So as we see the riders making regrouping, but all under the escort here. Now, as we head towards the finish, we will take one more break, and I'll remind all the hockey fans patiently watching the finish of this stage of the race, we will be joining the Eastern Conference final immediately these riders finish, and I reckon we're about 15 minutes at the outside now from hitting that finishing line, and if Tim Duggan has his way, we'll get there even quicker. Because he really is driving this race on now. We're hitting speeds in excess of 40 miles an hour on the way down to the finish. This is where we're heading to. The finishing line is ready, but you see that sweeping corner there. It's going to be a very difficult finish today. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll take it to the finish. We'll see you in a moment. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. And by AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. And by Visit California. Start your tour of the Golden State at visitcalifornia.com. California, find yourself here. And by Villiers Triestina, 106 years of bicycle making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lamprey ISD. And today it's stage 2, sponsored by Visit California. As we look at the beaches here in Santa Cruz County, this is where we're bound for now. Well, you may not see the beaches where these riders are going, a tricky approach into the finishing line. A little bit of chatting going at the back with Peter Wiening, a former teammate of the man on the right, Robert Hessing. He's now joined the Orica Green Edge team. Now we are running into the last 6 kilometers or 3.5 miles of the day of racing, Paul. We have topped the highest points of the race so far. Somehow this group has raced back together, and a massive bunch is going to fight out the finish with a 10-second bonus to the man who wins. Sagan may have to win the day to keep his yellow jersey.
And look where he's riding, Phil, right up there in 4th position. He's very comfortable. He's got his teammates around him. His teammates are setting all of the pacemaking. He's sitting there and waiting, seeing if anybody else is going to be brave enough to come back and to try and challenge him. But he will have challenges today, Phil, because there's a lot of hungry sprinters in this race. Also, let's not forget Henrik Hausler got very, very close to the victory yesterday, and I think today he will be looking to maybe put one over on the overall leader, Peter Sagan.
Well, Hausler certainly sprinted well yesterday, and he only has to convert one place to get the 10-second win bonus there. As you're looking still at the incredible work rate of the American rider, Tim Duggan. Nobody wants to help him out. He's been hitting those pedals now for about 10 miles, if not more. Creeping up on the left, the yellow, red and black jerseys of Team BMC, trying to get themselves in the picture. That is, they're trying now to rig up their sprinter and help TJ Van Garderen keep his place as well. But their sprinter is Greg van Avermaet, who's a Belgian rider on that team.
Struggled on the climbs. A lot of riders struggled on the climbs, but they fought their way back into this event. The dark black jerseys you can see on the right hand side, that again, Phil, that's amazing to me. That's the young Bontrager Livestrong team. They're not scared at all about the fact that they're racing against some of the biggest teams in the world. Radio Shack Nissan Trek, Garmin Barracuda, Omega Pharma Quickstep, BMC Racing, and they're right up there getting themselves organised as well.
Well, it's a team which is coached by Axel Merckx, the son of the legendary Belgian cyclist Eddy Merckx. And Axel is very open. He says, my guys aren't going to win the Amgen Tour of California, but you'll know they've been in the race. And there are some in the long term have great talent, and they'll show it at times in this race. And I think that's exactly what is happening.
There's another green jersey moving to the front there, but it's not a Liquigas Cannondale jersey at all. In fact, it's a jersey. Oh, there's a little bit of a problem.
There's a crash right there in the middle of the road. And again, at the same, that's Matt Boucher, who's on the far side. BMC colours is down. And just looking down on the floor, the champion, there he is, that's Matt Boucher, the champion of the USA. Again, a touch of his ball, again on the straight road. I'm just wondering what's happening in cycle racing this year. We're having some silly crashes.
Well, you know what's happening, Phil, is guys are taking a lot of risks. They're riding us sometimes very much on the end, on the edge of their risk-taking ability. You see Sagan looking back there to see what sort of has happened in that accident. But certainly,
at least he wasn't in it.
The American, he was riding at the front. You don't very often fall off from position 3 or 4 in a peloton like that. But now the discussion will be going around that group now to see who's gone down. Have we got any teammates left behind there? And but there is 4 kilometres to go. A serious amount of urgency. I just noticed Josh Atkins there, the Kiwi rider on the Bontrager Livestrong team. He wasn't involved in that crash, and he's close up to the front.
Yes, and I think he's a little bit of a sprinter as well, because he's sitting in 6th place overall in this race after yesterday's high performance. He's only 19 years of age. He's far right of our picture there in that sort of off-yellowish jersey as the Rabobank's top young rider.
Check out this crowd. This is unbelievable.
They have waited patiently to see the arrival in Santa Cruz County here of the Amgen Tour of California. They are witnessing now being driven on by the Liquigas Cannondale team of the race leader.
On the right-hand side, you can just see a guy with a green jersey and a blue helmet on. That is Heinrich Hausler. He's an Australian rider on Garmin Barracuda. And funnily enough, I noticed, Phil, that Josh Atkins has said, right, I know what wheel I want to follow around here this afternoon. He's locked into the wheel of his own compatriot there. Although they're on different teams, they come from the same country.
Just 2 miles to go to the finish, or if you like it in kilometres, just over 3 kilometres to go to the finishing line now. Still Liquigas have control. The other boys are trying not to go in front of them. That's little Josh Atkins on the far right here, the 19-year-old who is from New Zealand, but he rides on the American Bontrager Livestrong team. He's keeping his nose clean and he's watching every move. He's learning fast.
He certainly is, and I tell you what, 2 miles, Phil, 3 kilometres. It's going to take these guys around about 4 minutes to get to the finish line, but these are nervous moments. Whenever you come into town, any town in the world, not just the United States, if it's France, if it's Belgium, if it's Spain, these traffic furniture out on the road, it makes it very, very dangerous for bike riders. But that crash has had a serious effect on this bunch, because a lot of guys have actually been left behind because of that crash, and they won't see the peloton again today.
And they will lose time because they were outside the 3 kilometre rule, which would have given them the same time that when they fell down. There's an attack on now, and it looks as though it's Healthcare. United Healthcare has made a move here as it starts. This is Rory himself. Now that is a cheeky move. Rory Sutherland going for a time bonus here and that is a big danger. And let us not forget that Rory Sutherland is a very, very good time trial rider. To steal a 10-second win bonus of time here would be a real coup.
Well, it would, but watch out, because the team that's trying to get across the gap is the team of the youngsters. Bontrager Livestrong in that black jersey there. You've got to be a top man here, Phil, if you think you can hold off a charging main field as they run into town in the final 2 or 3 kilometres. And again, it's all being left up to Team Liquigas Cannondale to do the control of the pressure at the front. They've got halfway across that Bontrager Livestrong, but Rory Sutherland has opened up a pretty serious gap there, and I think all of a sudden you're going to hear the alarm bells ringing in the main field.
2 kilometres to go. He's in a group of about 40 riders, 10 seconds off the race lead. There's a 10-second bonus for the man that wins, and that would wipe that out. Any time gain will give him the race leader's yellow jersey. And as I say, he is one of the world's top time trial riders. He's on form. He's just won recently the Tour of Gila in New Mexico. And you can see now he's taking the whole road here. He's clipping the corners. He's causing a little bit of panic in the back. That peloton is also getting smaller in size. I think it's split up. There's the others.
Well, they're all back together now, Phil, don't worry. Rory Sutherland taking the advantage here of a slight rise in the road to try and prise open a couple more bike lengths. He knows how important this is. He's got the bit between his teeth at the moment as he doesn't look back. He gets himself concentrated. He's got a lot of power in those legs, but the gap's slowly coming back. They're edging their way back up to his slipstream. They're not going to give any presents out this afternoon here. It was a good move, Rory Sutherland, but I don't think it's going to work this afternoon.
Well, the peloton is still trying to bring him back, but he'll give them runs to go under the Kendall. 1 kilometre to go, Banner now. That's 1,000 metres from the line. If they catch him, he'll be about 500 metres out.
Well, they've got the organisation. They're clawing their way back into his slipstream. You've got a lot of riders lining themselves up. There's Green Edge, and that's Luke Durbridge right in the middle. But again, it's going to be the Garmin Barracuda boys. They will be looking after Heinrich Hausler this afternoon. He'll be wearing a green jersey. He's second in the points classification. And now is the moment when you've got to keep calm. You've got to wait. There's a big organisation, BMC Racing, there also. They'll be looking after their sprinter. That's Greg Van Avermaet.
The fourth wheel, as we look from the helicopter, is the yellow jersey of Peter Sagan. The win bonus will certainly keep him in the race lead tomorrow. A very dangerous sprinter's 2 wheels behind him in Greg Van Avermaet. The field is closing in and the field is launched, and the rider second of those 2 riders in green is in fact Lee Howard. If he wins this, he could be the next leader of the race, and Sagan knows that. This is the tricky bend, Paul. They lock very sharply into the home straight. Sagan is over the shoulder of Lee Howard, and he's launched a searing sprint. So Taylor Phinney predicted he'd been 1 and 2. It looks like Taylor Phinney was right, because he has won his second stage, and he gets the 10-second time bonus.
And he got it, Phil, all in that final corner. He didn't back it off. He never touched his brakes at all. He had the right line go around that corner. Didn't lose any momentum at all. Yes, congratulations. This man is going to definitely be the chef of the orchestra.
The 10-second time bonus will nudge him a little bit further ahead. Now, I emphasise, I don't think 10 seconds will mean too much when we get down to Big Bear Lake and to the finish on Mount Baldy, but right now it's consolidated.
Look at that kick. The man who's going to get second, in fact, there you can see is Heinrich Hausler, but what a kick. He's won that all because of the acceleration, and it looks as if it was Lee Howard got himself up there in third place, but this man in the Sprintsville at the moment is untouchable.
And the same 1-2 as it was indeed yesterday. Heinrich Hausler didn't have the answer at all to the finishing kick of Peter Sagan. This rider who also leads the competition on points and also the best young rider. He's got 3 jerseys. You can't wear them all. They pass them down the line, but he's in the lead in 3 competitions.
And I tell you what, let's not forget that he was the winner of the points classification of this bike race last year. But look at this. You can see Lee Howard there looking down, shouting to the engine room, can I have a little bit more power, please? But as Sagan looks back, he knows he's got the gap. He knows he's got the victory. And it's such a dominating victory here that he can enjoy his final few moments as he raises the applause from the crowd.
Yes, well, he can't believe the way it's going. He's not winning these stages easily because he's very active all day, either punching or falling off. But when he gets down to the finish, he does it remarkably well. That's 2 wins now for Peter Sagan out of 2 possible chances. So there we are. And we'll have a very quick look at the overall standings before we get over to the hockey. As Peter Sagan is taken around to receive another yellow jersey here in the Amgen Tour of California. He's only 22 years of age. And as we watch Sagan go away, don't forget you can log on for the full schedule and race highlights onto NBCSports.com. We have a full recap coming to you tonight. But the race now has come to a very hot point on the course. Big day tomorrow. Our coverage will continue at 5 Eastern. And don't forget, New Jersey Devils versus New York Rangers. Game 1 is up next. Enjoy that. But I bet they don't go as fast as these guys went to the finishing line today. For Paul Sherwen, Phil Liggett saying, until tomorrow, goodbye. It's day 3 of the 8-day Amgen Tour of California, and the big question is, can Peter Sagan, who has dominated this race as a 22-year-old, maintain that domination here in California today? Defending champion, the American Chris Horner, he seems to be biding his time, but he's only a few seconds behind, and he knows the route. It's stage 3, next. For 2 days, the Amgen Tour of California has been a tale about one man who refuses to give in. Peter Sagan, 22 years of age, was standing with a flat tyre on day 1, but remounted to win in Santa Rosa. Yesterday, he was left sitting in the road, and he remounted again, only to narrowly avoid colliding with his own team car. And in Santa Cruz County, he won again. Now, can Sagan make it 3 stage wins in a row? The Amgen Tour of California is next on NBC Sports Network. It's stage 3 of the Amgen Tour of California, presented by Nissan, and a traditional start from a town that's never missed any of the 7 years of this race, San Jose, as we head now for the first time finish in the city of Livermore. And that is the city of roses. And on the finishing line here in Livermore, the crowd are ready. Hello everybody and welcome. It's a beautiful day here in California and the riders already heading towards us. I'm Phil Liggett, alongside me is Paul Sherwen, and the question that everybody is beginning to ask on this race, Paul, we're only on day 3 but there's only been one stage winner every day, Peter Sagan. Can he win this tour on Sunday in LA Live?
I think the problem for the contenders, Phil, is if we keep giving him 10-second time bonuses every day, he's going to build himself off a very big buffer. The big question mark I would put over the shoulders of Peter Sagan, though, is his time trialling ability. The big guys at the top of the leaderboard, like Nibali, like Chris Horner, they can ride a good individual time trial. But if they go into the mountains, and don't forget, Peter Sagan, actually, the last time we went up to Big Bear Mountain, he was the stage winner there.
Yes, so there must be reason for concern. 2 days, 2 wins for Peter Sagan, and he's not yet 23 years of age. Here he is. It's becoming a bit of a tradition every night, the traditional wearing of the leader's yellow jersey.
Yes, I know, Phil. He's looking very solid at the top end of the overall standards. He keeps chipping away at those time bonuses, and it should be, again, a day for the sprinters.
Let's have a look then. The Cliff Bar overall standings as they made their way out this morning. Peter Sagan has only got 8 seconds lead over another sprinter, Heinrich Hausler. Lee Howard of Australia, 13 back. Jeff Lauder of the United States, 14. Fred Rodriguez at 16. Now take a look at the notable contenders, Paul. This is where they stand.
But they're already 20 seconds behind. 17th for Chris Horner, TJ Van Garderen in 24th, Tommy Danielson in 26th, and Vincenzo Nibali, the dangerous Italian, in 39th. But all of those riders still looking for 20 seconds.
Let's move on then to what they face today on our Visit California map. And there's one big hill in the middle and there's another one near the end.
Well, I think the climb of Mount Diablo halfway through, a first-time inclusion in the Amgen Tour of California, we could see them trying to hot it up there. But for me, Phil, the most important climb is that climb you can see at the end of the profile, because it's situated, Patterson Pass, at the position to try and get rid of the sprinters. We'll hit that hard and fast.
Well, it's going to be a very good day and a very hot one too. Let's have a look at the Rabobank checking the starts. Well, 123 riders still left. 5 have gone now in this race. A couple have retired today as well. And 43 of the 45 Americans still remain.
Well, it's a first time in Livermore, but in fact in 2011, last year, the race started from here. And the winner on that occasion, Chris Horner.
And now, as we pick up the action here in the beautiful area here, we are still racing through the Contra Costa County, heading down towards Livermore in Alameda County. There is the man in the hot seat, Peter Sagan, as always surrounded by those lime green jerseys. There is faithful teammates. It's all for one and one for all in the Liquigas Cannondale team. Now let's go up front, because there is a breakaway on at the moment. It's showing 8 minutes over the peloton. Not long ago we came over the top of Mount Diablo and descended, and these are the leaders: the Colombian Wilson Melentes, Pat McCarty of the USA and Spider Tech, Jeremy Fennell of Bristol, he's a New Zealand rider, and Sebastian Salas from Canada, and the Optum team, Kelly Benefit Strategies team. And with his ride over the top of the mountain, Sebastian Salas was first on the top of Mount Diablo. The 10 points he's won there has given him the lead on the road now in the Nissan King of the Mountains. Well, it looks at last, Paul, the pressure is going on at the back, that long line. They've actually seen the finishing line. They know what it looks like. They know the approach to it for the sprint today, if there is going to be a sprint. But I think the interesting thing about today's stage, Paul, we go over the top of Patterson Pass with only about 9 miles or 10 kilometres to race to the finish. So there is a chance a breakaway getting away could hold it down to the finish. But unlike yesterday, this is a sprinter's finish, dead straight.
It is a magnificent finish for a sprinter, and unfortunately the race organisers decided to put Patterson Pass in there, and you can be sure, I think we'll see one or two of the big sprinters like Tom Bonan trying to hang on today. It's not that steep a grade either, the final climb of the day. It climbs up for around about 4 miles and climbs up only about 600 feet. So it's what I would call a strongman's climb. The big sprinters like Bonan, they will try and get over it if they can, but there will be a lot of other guys trying to split the race up.
And the breakaway of 4 has been slowly building up a lead, and it's just about being held now. We've been up to 9 minutes, while the peloton themselves are beginning to push men to the front. We've had a lot of silly accidents on this race, just riders falling off, and we only found out after the finish yesterday that Rory Sutherland, who fell yesterday, he dislocated his finger, and yet we saw him attack and try to win the stage near the end. He had to go off for an X-ray. Matthew Bouchier, the champion of the United States, near the back here, he also fell yesterday.
No, he certainly did. Good to see him back up. He lost a fair bit of time because of that. But we are starting to see the organiser. The crowds have turned out today in style around Livermore to see this race finish, and it's getting very, very hot. I think the riders are enjoying the change of this race from the month of February, where it was very, very cold and wet, to the magnificent backdrops we're seeing now of the state of California.
Well, it is hot today, and it's going to be hotter tomorrow. This is Matthew Bouchier, who is the champion of the United States. He was left sat in the road and lost time, crashing about 2.5 miles from the finish yesterday, just over 4 kilometres. So he couldn't avail himself of the last 3 kilometre rule, which means he would have got the same time as everybody else. That was unlucky. Breakaway coming together. Sebastian Salas, the rider on the Optum team, comes from Vancouver, the new leader now in the Nissan King of the Mountains. Salas was dropped on the descent of Mount Diablo, but he came back up to the leaders, and it looks as though he's yo-yoing a little bit here. This is actually Jeremy Fennell, who's putting on a bit of pressure now. They're trying to get themselves back together. But it doesn't look as though they're very friendly with each other just now.
It's a very strange tactic, this, Phil, because we're on the flat part between the two big mountains of the stage, and if you want to succeed in a breakaway, you need to keep as many men together as possible, and that little acceleration by Jeremy Fennell will, in fact, make the other guys in the breakaway wonder whether or not they should continue to collaborate with him. They've got a good advantage. They're hovering on around about an 8-minute advantage, which is a little bit scary, I think, which is why now all of a sudden we're starting to see the big teams on the international circuit put the hammer down to try and pull it back.
Yes, well, Jeremy Fennell, he's on the American Bristol Pro Cycling Team, and actually, although he is a New Zealander, he lives in Santa Rosa, which is where this race began, and he was very active on day one as well. But he's already lost 3 teammates overnight. 2 didn't get the time cut yesterday. Eric Young and Patrick Bevan were eliminated, coming in too far behind the winner. And Andrew Dalheim, who was in the breakaway on day one, he abandoned early on at the start of today's stage. So Bristol Pro Cycling boys have only got 5 down. Just look at this now. This is a terrific atmosphere. This is a cycling state, California. It really is, and the towns and the cities really do take it to heart. Now, what is happening here is Dries Devlins at the back. as we go back up front, because there was a little bit of a move there. Jeremy Fennell is really stretching this breakaway. He's saying, if you want to race, come and join me. He will not give up here. He's put the hammer down for some reason, as we're racing on fairly flat roads for the moment across the county, heading towards Alameda County and the last climb of the day. This is the Liquigas Cannondale squad, all nursing their man in yellow, Peter Sagan. Riders are saying, I think we better take note of Peter Sagan now. He's done 2 stage wins, so there is a chance he could. So there we're looking at the Nissan, that most innovative Ultima ever, the Ultima pace car there at the head of the rider, in this case at the rear of the riders, the 4 leaders. So they're having a little chat now. I think they're inquiring, what are you doing? What's the idea lifting the pace? And that is Wilson Marentes talking there with Sebastian Salas on the right. Well, they've still got, according to the computer, 7 minutes and 40 second advantage. But you know, the one man that they've got to beat, and he's proving very hard at the moment, is the Maillot Jaune Peter Sagan. He's been off and on his bike in the stages, but at the finish, he's always crossing the line first. And so far, he is the man to beat. We'll see in a moment.
It is a perfect day here. Clear blue skies. Paul, a crucial stage today.
As far as I'm concerned, this is the most critical stage of the race.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
Bob, we're kind of in the middle of something here.
Oh.
Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Phil and Paul won't.
How about now?
This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. By AEG, giving the world a reason to cheer. By Nissan, with 5 new models over the next 15 months, it's their most innovative year ever. Nissan, innovation for all. And by Proform TDF, the official training bike of the Tour de France. Visit proform.com to see more. And this is a scene at the finishing line in Livermore. And as we go south, the Sutter home weather forecast is getting better and better. 73 degrees today and hardly any wind at all. Let's go back out on course here. These are the leaders, the 4 of them getting back together after the descent of Mount Diablo, still commanding quite a lead. And 47 miles still to go to the finish. It's gone back up a little bit, but it's hovering now, isn't it? 7:20. Wilson Marentes is the Colombian Calder Sport rider. Meanwhile, 7 minutes back down the road, the yellow jersey of Peter Sagan. His team all around him. And the Liquigas Cannondale team seem to be massing forces in favour of Sagan, rather than perhaps Vincenzo Nibali. This is the course they've been on today. We topped out on Mount Diablo. It's a climb we've never used before. We weren't on air, of course. We didn't see them climb that climb as they come down. And, of course, we will have images for you later on in the recap show. But down at the bottom there, we then got the undulations before we finally have to go up the last climb of the day, Patterson Pass at the far right of our picture. And that's very strategically placed today, because you could descend like a stone and run in to the finish. So as we're looking here at the breakaway, and just sat at the back there, 111. And that is Pat McCarthy, last year's king of the mountains in this event. All right, well, let's check in today and have a look now at today's Nissan Innovation for All.
Hi, I'm Jordan from Trek Bicycle. I'm here to introduce the 2 different types of tires that are available to consumers and racers alike. Here we have a clincher tire, which is a separate tire and tube. This is generally used more for training for both professional and amateur athletes. The professional racers tend to use the tubular more often. The tubular is actually relatively similar to a clincher in that there is actually a tube inside of the tire, but it's all encased into one piece, and then that assembly is then glued onto the final wheel. This leads to a much lighter weight overall wheel and lower rolling resistance, so in the end a much faster product for the riders. The racer then has different tire widths and tread patterns to use in various conditions, whether it's weather or terrain. A tubular tire tends to allow for a lighter weight rim design and lower rolling resistance, so it ends up being a much faster assembly in the end compared to a clincher tire.
Yes, racing tyres, the subject of today's Nissan Innovation for All. And now looking here at the face of our leader here at the moment, which is Jeremy Fennell from Santa Rosa, although he comes from New Zealand. Well, just looking down, you can see the transponders and the gear shifts down there on the fork stays of the bike. The bike's a very complicated pieces of machinery this year. The weather forecast tomorrow, Paul, is hot today. It's around about 25 today, but tomorrow we're talking in Celsius around 33, which is heading up into the high 90s.
Well, it's going to be heading up to around 95 degrees Fahrenheit tomorrow as we see what it looks like at the back end of the main field. Obviously, Phil, Team Liquigas Cannondale taking this very, very seriously. They're starting to eat into the advantage of that four-man lead group, but it's going to be a long, hard chase. Now, these long, hard chases are going to make this race extremely tough. We have not yet had one easy stage in the Amgen Tour of California this year, which makes me wonder what it's going to be like when we get to the real nitty-gritty in the big mountain stages.
So these four leaders under blue skies, keeping to the right of the road, and just sitting on the back there is Pat McCarthy. He won the King of the Mountains a year ago. Haven't seen too much of him this year, but we have. Now we'll take a break. These four will still be away when we come back. On Saturday, the Eyes on IndyCar Series will continue on the NBC Sports Network. It's one of the most nerve-wracking weekends in open-wheel racing because it's the Indianapolis 500 time trials. Coverage begins with pole day, Saturday, 11 a.m. here on the NBC Sports Network. Well, the crowd basking in lovely warm sunshine. It's getting hotter every day now. It's a good idea it was, moving this race from its February date, which it can be wet in California, down to the May date, which is enjoyed now for a couple of years. These four boys getting themselves together soon after the start today. It wasn't the first move, but they did form on the climb, leaving the San Jose on the Calvados Road, and they got themselves together. And Sebastian Salas, he got over the top first. He rides 132, and he's on the front at the moment. And he was at the top of Mount Diablo first as well. And that gave him the lead on the road in the King of the Mountains. And this is the man who's twice finished second. Put the right number on, hasn't he? He's obviously not superstitious because he has finished twice the second. And note there too, he also won the 13th stage of the Tour de France in Colmar a couple of years ago in pouring rain. So we just got a glimpse there just behind him too of the now erstwhile leader of the Nissan King of the Mountains, David Boyd. That's unsaid undulations. There's no prize on the top of that peak. It's just undulations here in this beautiful countryside. As we pass between two counties here, we start to move away from the county of Contra Costa and into Alameda. So while we look at the riders still with a nice healthy lead here, let's take a look at our Tour Insider powered by SRAM.
Welcome to the Tour Insider, powered by SRAM. We're here at the start of Stage 3 in San Jose of the Amgen Tour of California. I'm Dave Toll with Michael Zellman. And Michael, we had a great opportunity to talk to the Bontrager Livestrong team, some rising stars in this sport, and they're all very competitive in our U23 category. It's Ian Boswell, Joe Dombrowski, and Lawson Craddock who grabbed the word with.
And Dave, we had the chance to talk to them about gearing, cadence, and keeping the legs fresh over the grueling 8 stages of the Amgen Tour of California.
I tend to use a bigger gear, but in long stage races like this, I've been really conscious about trying to use a lighter gear, so I save my legs for the long climbs. And you know, if you're pushing a big gear all the time, you're going to get fatigued. So try to use more cardiovascular strength and keep a high cadence.
My gearing choice for a stage race like this changes day to day. I'll typically always run a 53.39 up front, and then I'll run anything from 12.28 for the really mountainous days, like when we're climbing up Baldy, to an 11.23 on the flatter, faster days.
Yeah, gearing choices I tend to make myself. I consult with our mechanic Eric and kind of talk about what's up for the stage. A gear like a 12.28 would be better. Then we'll slap that bad boy on.
Thanks for watching the Tour Insider,
powered by SRAM.
Yes, that's our Tour Insider, powered by SRAM. A complicated game, this cycling at times, isn't it? You've got to know all the gears and what your pedaling rate will be on the climbs. The peloton at the moment have slowed right down, and yet the gap is closing to 6:25. Well, all of the leaders' jerseys today are sat in this peloton pool. Nobody getting away from them at all. 3 of them are actually owned by Peter Sagan. He's in the race lead, which is the yellow jersey. He leads this race in the points, which is the green jersey. He also is the best young rider, which is a white jersey. Fortunately, other riders have to wear them, of course. And it's Heinrich Hausler who wears the green jersey, while Josh Atkins of best young rider, he's in second though. I think we just caught a sight of Ted King on the front there, New Hampshire rider, as he's pedaling along. They're looking pretty routine at the moment.
I think, Phil,
obviously not too worried about this breakaway.
Well, I think they noticed that once they started to put the hammer down, they axed 2 minutes off the advantage of that 4-man breakaway very, very quickly. That gives them an indication of the kind of power that remains. Luis Leon Sanchez is the man on the far side there, having a quick chat with Victor Hugo Peña. He's the rider in the fluorescent glasses, Luis Leon Sanchez, and the black jersey on the shoulders of Colombia Col Deportes rider Victor Hugo Peña, former teammate of Lance Armstrong and former wearer of the yellow jersey in the Tour de France on his birthday, no less.
Yes, he was, and he is. Yes, he may be 38 years of age, Paul, but the fact is that Peña is the guiding light behind this Colombian team, the boys who ride in black. And I'm quite sure he told Wilson Morantes to get in a move today, and he's done just that. We'll sit back and see how the youngster progresses. These lovely roads here in California. As we continue on now, the breakaway, I think they might see their time and go back up a little bit, and that could cause problems. We'll take a break. See you in a moment. Welcome back. Well, moments ago, Jeremy Fennell at the front here on the Bissell cycling team decided he didn't like the speed of the breakaway. He sprinted ahead. He was quickly caught up with by Wilson Morantes of Colombia. And they're now just in front of the other two. Sebastian Salis and Pat McCarthy are just behind them at the moment. Well, these guys are quite a long way behind overall. There's the attack for you. Now, earlier, as you saw, he was trying to lift the pace and they chased him down. But this time, he's chosen to sprint away and see what the reaction is like. Now, this isn't a points climb in the Nissan King of the Mountains, but it was slightly uphill there where he chose to attack. And they've got a little bit of a gap now, so these two boys won't be hunted so much by the peloton. Well, these are the peloton, and the time gap is 6 minutes, Paul, as we start on these undulations, which don't count in the King of the Mountains, but that doesn't mean they don't hurt the legs.
Well, these are leg breakers as far as I'm concerned. These rolling hills, and especially with this tempo that we're starting to see the main fielder sticking out here, it's going to make it very, very difficult for guys to hang on. And I think this is what we've been seeing since the very first day of this Amgen Tour of California this year. The big teams have let the breakaway go early on, then all of a sudden they really want to show the power that they've got. I think we're in for a fantastic final weekend of racing once we get down to the bottom end of this stage. Mind you, I think it's going to be a bit of a cracker today also when we start to hit Patterson Pass.
Well, you know, there's still 49 riders in this race, 20 seconds apart, and that's all. So with a 10-second win bonus every day, you never know what happens. And Peter Sagan has got to be feeling he's doing everything right, but he's actually not safe yet. Chris Horner, number one, slipped to the rear of the peloton. He is the defending champion. Every day we talk to him, he's very, very confident. Little bit concerned about Sagan, but not overly so. He feels he can handle him in the time trial. The bobbing heads here. There's Chris Horner on the left, and Peter Sagan there to help you out with our rather distant view from the helicopter. We're about 2,000 feet here above the peloton as they course through the valleys. All right, well, let me explain all of our leaders' jerseys to you now, brought to you by Monster Cable. Peter Sagan, he has the Amgen yellow as a race leader on time. Peter Sagan also has the right to wear the green, which is Visit California points competition. David Bowie started the day in the Nissan King of the Mountains jersey. He's lost that at the moment. And Peter Sagan also has a hand on the Best Young Rider, which is sponsored by Rabobank. And he won that last year as well, along with the points jersey. The boys yesterday, the most aggressive rider, sponsored by Exergy, Alexander Genier, got that yesterday. And Jeremy Fennell was voted the breakaway from Cancer, also Amgen, yesterday as the most courageous rider. And he might be in line for the most aggressive today, the way he's riding. This is Wilson Marentes up with the leaders. And Fennell looking over his shoulder, well, clearly had a plan. Now, you know, there is a chance here. Fennell overall is 14 minutes and 19 seconds lost so far behind Sagan. Sagan's not going to chase him down. He's unlucky that Marentes has come up, because Marentes is only 23 seconds behind overall, because he got a sprint in Livermore, which carried a bonus. So I think they'll have to hunt them down. So as we continue to look at the line here as they go down, let's have a look now at our Cannondale team profile.
My name is Ted King. I ride for Liquid Gas Cannondale. I mean, I was the first American, along with Timmy Duggan, to ride with this team. It's definitely an adventure to be part of it. You know, super strong team, a lot of respect. Been around the peloton for nearly a decade now. One thing that's really noteworthy is we have 2 Grand Tour contenders. Both Basso and Nibali were really gunning for both this year on the tour. To be an American on an Italian team requires that you speak Italian. It's a huge family, familial atmosphere. You know, the guys just hang out together. You know, if you're going to go to the coffee shop, you're going to go to the coffee shop as a team. The team's goals are large. You know, coming to a Tour of California with Vincenzo Nibali and Daniel Oss and Peter Sagan, you know, we're not here to be racing for a podium spot or a particular jersey. We are here for stage wins and to win the overall. So, you know, high aspirations, high goals. So I understand my role is to help these guys out. Let's rock and roll.
Yes, well, the North American bicycle outfit Cannondale, of course, part of the Liquid Gas team here. They came here to win stages. Well, they've won 2 so far, and as you can see, they've had 17 wins in 2011, so they're enjoying themselves. That's only overall for Peter Sagan in last season. Nibali, he's keeping his powder dry at the moment. We're not sure what he's going to do, but he could be the man to win this race for Liquid Gas Cannondale. And we saw Tim Duggan in action yesterday. He was a brilliant pacemaker all the way to the finish, along with his fellow American on the team, Ted King. So it is a very good all-round and very complete team, Liquid Gas Cannondale. 6 minutes we're holding now, and Liquid Gas Cannondale back in the driving seat of the locomotive as they pull the length of the train. Absolutely massive. Look at the length of that peloton. I think we can say they're now beginning to chase in earnest, and the only object left in front of them is the climb of Patterson Pass. The pressure once again swings towards the yellow jersey.
Your neighborhood Radio Shack helps you do smartphones right with AT&T, Sprint, and Verizon. Get their same great plans with all the best phones activated right in our store, all with our mobile low price guarantee. Plus, get free expert support for the life of your phone.
Hey, George.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Dude, it's way too early.
Oh. Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when George Hincapie won't.
How about now?
So, your seat good? Get the mirrors all adjusted so you can see everything okay? Just stay off the freeways, all right? I don't want you going out on those yet. Just leave your phone in your purse. I don't want you texting, okay?
Daddy, okay.
Okay. There you go. Be careful.
Thanks, Dad.
Call me, but not while you're driving. We knew this day was coming. That's why we bought a Subaru.
Tomorrow, the Epic Cycle Series will continue with Stage 4 of the Amgen Tour of California, and we will see more hills on the route as well as we head down to Clovis. That's tomorrow at 5 Eastern on the NBC Sports Network. Well, this is the breakaway from Cancer March, right down here on the finishing line from where we are commentating to you. Fun and games in town, while out there, the peloton are speeding through the valleys of stunning scenery here in the Amgen Tour of California. They're trying to now reduce that breakaway. 2 riders are ahead of the field as we continue our coverage of Stage 3 brought to you by Nissan. We're heading to Livermore. We've never finished at Livermore before. And the gap has gone up a little bit. 6:25 now that Jeremy Fennell has got himself driving at the front. Not the same amount of work being done, I have to say, in the front by Wilson Morentes, the Colombian, and he's got the most to gain.
7th or 8th place.
So a lot of concentration now. They've added about half a minute on their advantage up front, but the peloton know now 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes. And we're looking at only about 57, 58 kilometers to go, 36 miles or so. But there is that one hill. Now, the Patterson Pass, Paul, we've never seen it, but it's only given a 3rd category ranking, which is not a huge ranking, but it's strategically, it's brilliantly placed for a late attack.
It's an ideal place to have the attack, Phil. It's at 105 miles once they go over the top, or 170 kilometers covered, and that puts them at just 10 miles or 16 kilometers to go to the finish. It is perfect. It's a long climb. It's about 4.5 miles long, or 6 kilometers. But I don't think the grade is something that will be a bit of a problem for guys like Tom Boonen, because for me, it's a strongman's climb. It's a climb that they'll go over using a big rolling gear.
I think, though, for certain, people will have to try here and open up gaps. They can't present Peter Sagan at the finishing line anymore. He's shown them too much. He's very, very quick. And the only way they can get rid of him is on that climb. Otherwise, they'll have their hands full again. It's not the same type of finish that we've had in Santa Rosa on Sunday or yesterday either, because it's a direct sprinter's line to the finish. And for that reason, if somebody like Heinrich Hausler or Tom Boonen could get themselves over the top of the Patterson Pass, then it wouldn't surprise me in the least if Boonen isn't the man to win today. There was the bird's eye view of the rear of the peloton now. These are the two leaders here, Morentes and Fennell. As we continue on, two leaders clear as they follow on there, and they're working extremely well. But most of the work was being done by Fennell, but now Morentes has started to share a little bit of the road. Well, let's have a look then at our clip bar moments at the Amgen Tour of California, brought to you by the technology of GoPro cameras inside the peloton. These are the stunning views from our little camera, and a bird's eye view of the action on yesterday's stage here. Might make you a little bit dizzy. Peter Sagan, boys not like being spotted by our cameras on bikes lined in the road, but at the end of the day, the same winner. Our clip bar moment was brought to you by GoPro cameras, GoPro in HD. For your Amgen Tour of California moment, go to meetthemoment.com. Little chat here, no doubt in Spanish for the Colombian Morentes. So let's have a look at this. This is our fan predictions here. 21.6% expecting Peter Sagan again. They're getting brave, aren't they? 11.7 for Horner, 7.4 for TJ Van Garderen, and the rest of the field just on 60%. And don't forget to enter your pick for tomorrow's stage. You have a chance to win $1,000. Head on over to roadid.com/ride. There we are. Well, Peter Sagan may well get his chance again here. As we continue on, and this is at the back just now of the peloton. Looking, I think, for a drink here is Thomas Damuso from the Argus. And meanwhile, at the front, they're getting on with the work. We've now got the two teams here. Levi Leipheimer's team, Omega Pharma Quickstop, right on the front, and of the sprinter Tom Boonen, the current world #1 ranked rider of the season. Because I believe if they can get Tom Boonen over the Patterson Pass, this is a much more better approach for a pure sprinter to the finish. But they've got to get these two riders back at the moment. And Morentes here, happy to continue to mix it, as he's now working quite solidly here with Jeremy Fennell, and they've still got a good lead over the field. This will cause consternation, those two riders. Fennell doing slightly more work rate of 55% than Morentes. He's got 45%. But nonetheless, they're holding the gap. And we're running into the last 55 kilometers of the day, and the gap has come down. It's now inside 6 minutes, but it really is going to be touch and go today whether they will catch these two leaders before the finish.
The Epic Cycle Series continues with the Amgen Tour of California, where last year's winner Chris Horner defends his title in America's greatest race. Continues tomorrow at 5 on the NBC Sports Network. It's a rematch of last year's MLS Cup final as Houston hosts LA. Then, two conference powerhouses collide when Kansas City takes on San Jose. Coverage begins May 26th on the NBC Sports Network.
We're back on stage 3, brought to you by Nissan, of the stage from San Jose to Livermore today now. And the riders are really tracking themselves now. One or two teams with big sprinters have started to put one rider up and help Liquigas Cannondale take up the pace. And that's what you do if you've got a big sprinter who might win the day. You share the weight of pulling the peloton along. They know that the 3 days in the mountains to come is going to make it difficult for their sprinters, so why not try and get a win today? These are the two leaders still out in front. They're a little bit behind overall, as you can see. Merentes 26 minutes, Fennell 14. So they're not really wanted men, but of course everybody wants to win a stage, so the sprinters will try to come down if they can. But they're holding them. They are the two survivors. The other two riders are still in between the breakaway and the peloton. As far as we know, we haven't picked them up, but they certainly aren't coming back to these two riders now. Fennell is the man who's made the breakaway, and he was quickly joined by Wilson Merentes of Colombia. So it's still, as I say, the gap to the peloton is it's come down quite rapidly now. They've lost over a minute now in the last 5 miles of that advantage, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. This is a nice low-angle view of the peloton. Nobody talking just now as they concentrate on these long stretches of road steadily uphill in what is a beautiful area indeed. And you can explore the spirit of Silicon Valley in the southern part of the San Francisco Bay Area. The region is home to many of the world's largest technology corporations. The term Silicon Valley originally referred to the region's large number of silicon chip innovators and manufacturers, but eventually came to refer to all the high-tech businesses in the region. It is now generally used as a metonym for the American high-tech sector. Visit California and enjoy a spectacular area indeed. And that's where we're headed right now. Time for a little shower here at the back from the Optum presented by Kelly Benefit Strategies team. That was Ken Hansen. As we look at stunning heat coming down from the sky, blue skies. We're in the mid-70s today as prophesied, and tomorrow we could be in the mid-90s because that's what the forecast is telling us. There'll be a lot of litres or pints of water drunk today. Still, Jeremy Fennell, he's been one of the most biggest animators of the 3 days of racing so far. He was in the thick of the action on day one as well. As we continue with the peloton, Peter Sagan up near the front of that peloton with his team all around him. 1 or 2 different coloured jerseys up there now as the gap is beginning to tumble down quite quickly. Another 10 seconds has gone off in the last few minutes. It's approaching only a 5-minute margin. I think 5 minutes is manageable.
It's very manageable, especially when you look at the anger in that peloton this afternoon. When you see a main field feel stretched out in a long line as long as that one, there is a lot of power and a lot of pressure on the front end of it. And there are big teams now decided to make, oh, look at that, it's getting even longer now as we speak and look down at it. They really are putting the hammer down this afternoon.
Well, we're sure to be saying goodbye to the beauty of the Contra Costa County and heading into Alameda County. Scenery might not change, though. It looks as a good horse area, good cattle area. As you can see, it's already looking a little bit dry here as we move into high summer. Very hot temperatures in this part of California. But the field continues to close that gap. The long, thin line. The pressure is on the peloton under the escort of Peter Sagan's Liquigas Cannondale team, dragging along with a little bit of help from just 1 or 2 riders from other teams with sprinters on. We're continuing to go into the depths of the valley before we gradually climb out on the right there, which will take us up at Patterson's Pass. It is quite a long climb. The gradient is not steep, but if they climb it fast, then they will close down very rapidly on the two leaders. Well, those are two spectators who really doesn't care what's happening outside of their corral as they have a little chat over the garden fence. There's the peloton, slightly downhill at the moment. So don't forget, by the way, sign up now for the Radio Shack Tour Tracker. Follow the race from start to finish, including text updates, rider location, speed, distance, breaks, and 2 hours of live video each day. That's the Radio Shack Tour Tracker. Well, the way the riders are going around that corner, there's a slight drift of wind from the left of our picture, which is pushing them over that side. There's the two leaders working very well together. They've shed Pat McCarthy and Sebastian Salas. So they're going to give all of their strength now to see if they can conquer Patterson Pass and race on to victory. All right, let's have a look at the USA Cycling American standings here. There are 43 Americans still in this race. These are the best ones. Jeff Lauder sits in 4th place. Fred Rodriguez is 5th. Freddie's really sprinting well. Ben Jacquemains is in 6th. Lawson Craddock 11th. And George Hincapie, the evergreen George Hincapie, is in 12th place. And they're only looking for 20 seconds to claim the yellow jersey. And they're all in this pack at the moment. A couple of Americans lost out yesterday, Patrick Bevan and Eric Young coming in after the time limit because they've got to get in within 8% of the winner's time of the day, and they trailed in some 33 minutes back. And that could have been an osprey flying up over there as it disappears behind the trees, as we're looking now at Jeremy Fennell from New Zealand, but very much seen as an American in this race. He rides for an American team and he lives in Santa Rosa, where this race started. And the Colombian Wilson Marentes, they are working pretty well together, but the gap is showing us they are coming back. 4:25 the gap. There's only one climb left, Paul. It is the climb of the Patterson's Pass. It is a perfect climb to springboard to victory if you want to take a few risks on the way down. And those two boys are now looking a little bit shaky because the field has started to really chase.
No, they are. They're taking it very seriously this afternoon, and I have to keep thinking in the back of my mind, Phil, that Tom Bonan believes he could get a stage victory this afternoon. I know it's a long climb at 6 kilometres, 4 miles in length, the Patterson Pass, but it's not a steep gradient. It's a gradient of around about 12%. A big strong man like Bonan, if he's got his mind to it, he should be able to drag his body over that. And if he does, and a couple of the other sprinters do, we're in for a fine finish.
Yes, he had a chance of victory robbed on the opening day in Santa Rosa last Sunday because he flatted right in sight of the finishing flag about 500 metres out, and he was left freewheeling on a flat tyre to the finishing line. So that's really a shame. Now, just looking there at the pollen flying around the sky, Paul, perhaps that's why my voice is sounding terrible today. I'm sorry, folks.
Well, I don't know what it is, Phil, but every time when you come to California, it does seem to get that throat of yours. But anyway, we'll hope that it burns off a little bit in the next couple of days, because the temperature is going to go sky high. Interesting to look at these two riders in the breakaway, because both of them have actually been former champions of their own country in the individual time trial. Jeremy Fennell, time trial champion of New Zealand, and Marentes, time trial champion of Colombia.
Both a little time ago, but nonetheless, you're absolutely right. And Jeremy Fennell has proved in these last 2 days why he has been his country's top time trial rider, alone against the watch, because he seems to spend a lot of time out front riding alone. Although today he's got Wilson Marentes with him. This is the concentration in the peloton. The riders are criticising one another after these crashes we've seen over the last 2 days. Fred Rodriguez right in there for Team Exergy. Sprinting very well, fast Freddy, nearly 39 years of age as we call him, and right up there in the overall.
Well, he did say at the start of this race, Phil, at the team presentation, he said that by the end of this race you'll be able to start calling me Fast Freddy again, and I think he's been right up there knocking on the door. He's an experienced professional bike rider. He retired from the sport, and then he realised he was still going well. He started to come and train a few of the youngsters from around the area of California, around the Bay Area, and then all of a sudden he finally was finding the form in his legs that he had when he was at the top end of his game. So he said, well, the best way to teach these guys, the best way to bring the team Exergy a little bit higher up is I might as well race alongside them. And he's doing very well.
He's doing extremely well. Former stage winner back in 2004 of a stage in the Giro d'Italia, which is on currently at the moment on NBC Universal. And third time he's won the National Road Race title in that same year of 2004. Well, this is the first time since we started we've seen the riders really dousing themselves with fluid, cold water, because the temperatures are beginning to rip now. Jeremy Fennell, though, he comes from New Zealand, which is a warm country at this time of the year. He also lives in Santa Rosa, which is also a warm town here in California at this time of the year.
Well, they're hammering these two boys. I have to say, number 97, this is a great team, the Colombia Col Deportes, and in fact it's a team that was brought together, and it's sponsored by the sports department of one of the regions of Colombia, because they want to put the Colombians back on the map. Colombians came to the fore in the international racing in the 1980s when they brought the Café de Colombia team over to Europe. At that time, initially, it was an amateur squad with guys like Lucho Herrera, who all of a sudden started to show the Europeans just exactly how they could climb. And they are magnificent climbers when you get a chance to see them. Not scared at all of a climb of 25 or 30 miles in length.
And I think that we're going to expect to see those riders when we climb up to Bib Bear Lake in a couple of days' time. Stunning scenery there, and a long climb up to the finish line as well. So the peloton all trying to get a peek around the riders on the front now. They spread across the highway here. None of them willing to come to the front, I note. Now, don't forget, you can ride on the same circuit as the pros if you take part in Nissan Ride Before the Pros in downtown Los Angeles at LA Live on Sunday, May 20th. That's between 8 and 9:30 a.m. It allows cyclists of all levels to ride on the same circuit. And that's the same circuit the pros will ride later in the day. It's free to all participants on the Nissan Ride Before the Pros, and it'll begin and end at the official finishing line at LA Live. You can register online today at www.amgentourofcalifornia.com/Nissan. And I'm hearing that Luke Robitaille is also scheduled, Robitaille, I beg your pardon, is scheduled to ride. And if you didn't know who he was, he's an all-time NHL hockey player star. Well, let's hope he can turn a nifty pedal as well, and then he can go next door and watch the big match, which is taking place immediately after this race finishes in LA Live. The long, lonely, straight road of the breakaways now, and it really is a long, straight road. This is not what they want to see as they race towards Alameda County. Who's got to keep on thinking of the finish and hoping that they survive, but the gap is coming down and there's still quite a way to go. This Saturday, the Eyes on IndyCar Series continues with one of the most nerve-wracking weekends in open-wheel racing, the Indianapolis 500 time trials. Coverage will begin with pole day Saturday at 11 a.m. on the NBC Sports Network. There's a very contented crowd watching this picture on a big screen there on the finishing line in Livermore. And just moving up the outside, number 13, Heinrich Hausler. 2 second places in 2 days to Peter Sagan. He'd love to convert now into a victory today, downtown Livermore. And he is a very good sprinter, so he's got a chance. Meanwhile, up the road, we've still got the 2 riders who broke away from their 2 teammates in the 4-man breakaway. Jeremy Fennell of Bissell and Wilson Marentes of the Calder Sports Columbia team. Just trying to get on with the action here, and preoccupied a little bit, pouring that cold water over their head, taking an early shower today as temperatures begin to soar. This is what I think all the visitors expect in California in the month of May. And the forecast is so good right down to the finish on Sunday in LA Live. We're not expecting any rain at all. And so I don't think the riders will be too upset about that forecast. Shimmering through the heat of the helicopter now as we see the peloton come towards them. Just on 39 kilometers, 24.5 miles from the finish. And the gap is coming down quite dramatically now. 3.25 minutes the gap. They really have done it. There's the defending champion, Chris Horn, on the Radio Shack Trek Nissan team. because Chris Horner is a man who still fancies his chances for winning this race. He's just keeping a watching brief on everybody. And we can find out a little bit more about that because we can go to the start this morning when Chris Horner was chatting with Bob Rowe.
Chris, has the Amgen Tour of California unfolded the way you expected it to so far?
Yeah, pretty much. I thought it'd be a little more aggressive on the 2 climbs yesterday, but I'd say it unfolded exactly the way I thought, with Sagan taking the first 2 wins and maybe today in the next stage too, so we'll see.
Mentioning Peter Sagan, how many seconds and time bonuses do you think he'll have before the time trial?
TJ and I were discussing that last night. Pretty soon we might have to worry about him on GC. So the guy might pull 50 seconds in time bonuses and pulls out a good time trial. All of a sudden, you got to be careful.
And today's stage, Patterson Pass, is fairly near to the finish. Do you expect any fireworks on the last climb on today's stage?
I expected some yesterday, so I don't know what to expect today. I'll be ready for him and looking out for him. For me personally, I can just wait it out, and as each day goes by, I'll get better and better, and everybody will get weaker and weaker. So for me, I don't need to do anything, but I thought maybe the guys yesterday would try to isolate me a little bit. At one point in time, they did have me isolated, so but still didn't seem like anyone wanted to take advantage of that. So today, I don't know. It seems like everybody's just going to wait and see what happens in the time trial. Lately in the professional peloton, it seems like there's so many time trial specialists, everybody's just like, oh, I'll just wait for the time trial and win the race there. So maybe we're getting more of the same here at Amgen like we have been getting in Europe too, and then it'll just come down to, of course, Baldy.
And Matthew Boucher, your teammate, had a pretty hard tumble yesterday, and presumably you'd be counting on him in the mountains. What's his status overnight?
Yeah, he seems good at the moment. I was rooming with him last night, so certainly a little down on his luck and stuff, but other than that, he seems like he's walked out of it pretty good, and like other than losing time, but theoretically, okay, tactically it wouldn't have been good for him to be on the same time, but if he can just get the legs back to normal, he'd be fantastic, and it looks like they should be all right. He's got a couple more days too, so.
All right, Chris, well, best of luck.
Thanks, Bob.
Very confident Chris Horner there. The TJ he mentioned was TJ Van Garderen, who's now his rival on the BMC racing team, but also an American from Boulder. And they're both locked 20 seconds off yellow at the moment. He mentioned Patterson Pass, but we're getting there. Slowly but very surely, and the speed of this peloton could be they'll all be together when they start the slopes up towards the top of the last challenge of the day before we race down to the finish. And it's only 9 miles from the top to the finishing line in Livermore, so it could be quite a dramatic race towards the finish today. There's the famous wind generators on the hills here, which they talk about a lot in this region. They look in a westerly direction, which should give the wind coming across the riders at the moment
as renewable as possible.
And there's been a change of command now, as we see at the front. Pretty much all of the Omega Pharma Quick-Step boys are getting to the front. That tells me one thing. They believe that Tom Bonan will get over Patterson Pass and will be in the mix to win the stage today.
Yep, and so will maybe one or two of the other sprinters. We could be looking this afternoon at what I like to call a sprint royale, because we've got some big, fast men in the Amgen Tour of California this year. Heinrich Hauslerfeld is also a man who will be looking for the victory. 2 times he's been second to Peter Sagan. He won't be very happy about that. Sprinters are proud competitors. But Tom Boonen has said he wants to get himself a victory too. I think he'll be in good form after 3 days of racing. He did have a little bit of a break after that incredible dominating performance in the early season classics, and I would say now he's got his competitive legs back on, and this is, as we've said on a number of occasions, this is an ideal course for him. It's nice and straight, big power sprint, and he's got plenty of power in those legs of his.
Absolutely. Well, these 2 riders here who are taking drinks on this, these are the leaders, the Fennell and Morentis. The gap now has gone inside 3 minutes, so it looks as though they're going to be caught pretty soon.
When we start talking about sprinters, we've also got Michael Matthews as well from Rabobank. Michael Matthews involved in a very nasty fall on the opening day. I think after having a tough day yesterday when he nursed his injuries through the stage, he'll be also looking to try and prove why he's one of the fastest men. But you've also got Robbie McEwen, Lee Howard and Peter Sagan. Can they beat him?
That's a very good question indeed, Paul, as we look out across the reservoirs here. Now, I did mention earlier the Giro d'Italia currently on Universal Sports. I think we can give you a little glimpse as to what happened today as we see Joaquim Rodriguez get his first victory in the Giro d'Italia, and his reward with his few seconds time bonus because Ryder Hejjedal, the previous leader, was finishing in 6th place. He got the pink jersey off the shoulders of Ryder Hejjedal. Now we're giving you daily live coverage of the Giro on Universal Sports, and it begins at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time every day. So enjoy that, and it really is proving to be quite an interesting race this year. Sorry for Ryder Hejjedal, but he's certainly not out of it. It may only be a temporary loss of that pink jersey. Meanwhile, as we look down here and into the heart of the peloton, the chase continues now. We are inside 3 minutes to the leaders. These boys are trying to get on with the action, but they seem a little bit preoccupied in the heat of California today as they douse themselves in cold water. One thing's for sure, the pace is getting rather hot. We'll take a break. Welcome back to the Amgen Tour of California. Stage 3 today as we're bound for Livermore, presented by Nissan. The peloton are absolutely turning the screw tighter than ever now as they speed off in pursuit of 2 riders up front. As we pan out across the agricultural fields here, we'll have a chance now to show you a little bit of a recap of what happened early today and some of the scenes on Mount Diablo. First of all, the breakaway from Kansas sign in here once more for the Amgen leader, Peter Sagan. You'd think he'd know what his name was now, but he's found it as he signs on for another day in the saddle. Will it be another victory for him? To his right there, and just looking in that best young rider's jersey is Josh Atkins of Bontrager Livestrong. And so, as we move off with our Nissan electric drive to the finish, proudly displaying the red flag. Neutralized start, as always, before we clear the town of San Jose. And as always, as soon as we start the race proper, there's always a brakes going clear. And that was the first launch of the day, an immediate attack by Sebastian Salas, who was out looking for King of the Mountain points today, establishing a 4-man breakaway of Jeremy Fennell, Salas, Pat McCarty and Wilson Marentes. The peloton under the escort of Liquigas Cannondale, teammates all of the race leader Peter Sagan. At the top of the climb, it was Calderas Road just after 5 miles covered, and it was Sebastian Salas getting the points there. He was in search of taking the lead in the Nissan King of the Mountains competition. A flat tyre for defending champion Chris Horner, saying, bring me a bike, guys. It might be a seat problem he had there. Anyway, he was quickly underway again, and he did rejoin the race. Those 4 riders were still clear. They then came into the finishing line at Livermore, where we're shortly heading to right now. After 28 miles, it was Wilson Marentes going through first. Nobody really contesting there the Visit California sprint. And then we moved out onto the climb of Mount Diablo. Look at the crowd here that welcomed the riders. There were 4 of them together at the start of the climb of 6 miles. We don't go actually right to the top. We only climb at a mere height of 2,100 feet. And at this point, the lead was building on the peloton. Massive crowd of enthusiasts there. The cyclists who live here in California. Then came an attack on the climb. It was Jeremy Fennell. We'd gone over the climb, by the way. Sebastian Salas was the winner there. And that was the attack by Jeremy Fennell, who was quickly joined by Wilson Marentes. And that's the current situation at the moment, as these 2 boys now are ahead of the field, but they're closing in all of the time. These are now live pictures of the leaders, and we'll see what the latest time gap is. 18.9 miles to go, and the gap is down dramatically to inside 2 minutes. A minute 45. I've got a feeling that they're going to be caught well before the top of the Patterson Pass, which will create some great excitement on the way down. There's the 2 leaders. There's the time gaps on the right overall. So the peloton, Paul, a minute 3/4. It'll be curtained somewhere on the road up towards the top of the Patterson Pass for Fennell and Marentes.
Well, I wonder whether they'll survive to the top of Patterson Pass, Phil, because they will start to, once they get onto the slopes. I always talk about that favourite recipe of mine of a minute for 10 kilometres. Well, it's not that when you start to get onto a climb. In fact, you can wipe out a minute in 3 or 4 kilometres on the slopes of a climb, especially if the breakaway guys are starting to get heavy legs.
Well, at the moment, if we talk about the King of the Mountains, the man who's had the great day out was Sebastian Salas. He got the first 2 climbs. He now has taken the leader's jersey in the Nissan competition away from David Boye, who got it on Sunday. There is that one climb to come. If Boy could get the 6 points over the top of the Patterson's Pass, he might well take the jersey back, but that's his only hope now.
Well, they've got to catch these two as well, because for the moment these two are looking as if they might not even get to the top of the pass, because so fast is the main field charging through this valley here. Look at that. That is a magnificent backdrop. I don't think they'll take off, though.
I don't think they're working, because there's obviously no wind. They're just lying dormant there. They're looking in a westerly direction, so at the moment the wind would be behind the riders. Looks like these two decide to wind it up a little bit. It's a pity that they don't really give us a great sight of this beautiful countryside sitting up there on top of a hillside. But there we are, as we watch the two leaders continue now beneath the wind generators, and the gap is coming down very quickly, and it is actually the Omega Farmer Quickstep squad who are doing the damage. But you know, as with cycle racing, Paul, they're not only pulling Tom Bonan towards the finishing line, but also pulling their arch rival Peter Sagan.
Yep. You know, there's a lot of very quick sprinters in this bike race. Now there is the man we just missed him, 44, number 61 on the far side in the lime green jersey of Orica Green Edge, Robbie McEwen, retiring on Sunday. That's going to be hard. I bet it'll be a big party.
Well, why not? He deserves it. He's won 206 bike races in his career, slipping up on the outside. In looking at the sort of ratio of the workload here, you know, Cannondale have done most of it today, 53%. And Omega Farmer Quickstep are catching them up rapidly now. They've been on the front for the last few miles. They're in at 43%. There's the peloton, sneaking past some sleepy windmills.
You know, just to think about it, Phil, one of the other reasons that Tom Bonan is probably feeling confident is because riding on his Belgian team is an American from California who lives in Santa Rosa now, Levi Leipheimer, and he's probably explained to Tom Bonan, don't worry about this climb because you can get over it in the main field.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, you know, they've spent over 4 hours in the saddle right now, so they're going to know how that body is feeling as they come towards the finish. They'll be confident. The sun on the right shoulder of the riders at the moment, and they're still helping each other here. Rival teams, yes they are, but they've got to combine together to stay away. Now, race fans, it's your time to gear up with the new Amgen Tour of California gear, available online at AmgenTourOfCaliforniaStore.com. Shop now while supplies last at AmgenTourOfCaliforniaStore.com. Well, as the windmills line up to receive the westerly winds, which don't seem to be blowing too strongly today, the peloton on these long straight roads are shortly going to see, there they are, top left of your picture, the little entourage behind the two leaders as the peloton close in. They're living on borrowed time for sure now, and very soon it's going to be the Battle of the Patterson Pass. Welcome back. This is our visit to California, aerial view here, high up in the hills above Livermore now, as we're starting to swing in to the climb of the Patterson Pass and the run down into the finishing line in Livermore. The riders are closing in, and now again Jeremy Fennell is trying to lift the pace, rid himself of everybody concerned, but for the moment Wilson Morentes is looking as though he's up for the action here. They're heading up to the slopes now of Patterson Pass.
About 35 to 40 seconds.
Well, they've just gone under that tunnel there, Paul, and the peloton are about to come round that bend, so they're very, very close. You can see right at the top of the picture the two leaders as we're heading up now towards the start of the Patterson Pass climb.
They ain't going to survive, Phil. I'm sorry to tell you that. They tried a little bit of an acceleration there coming from Jeremy Fennell to see whether or not he could distance himself between Wilson Morentes, but that wasn't happening. The Colombian was very attentive, straight onto the back wheel. But if they look over their shoulders now, Phil, I don't have that down at 50 seconds at all now. It's down around about the 30-second mark. Very shortly, it'll all be back together.
A little bit of a descent now before we actually hit the actual climb itself, which is about 6 miles long, or just over 9 kilometers long. As the peloton fanning out, that little diagonal line at the front, we call that an echelon, and it indicates the wind coming from the top of the picture. Straight down the angle of the riders.
Different team now, Phil, because this is Garmin Barracuda starting to put the hammer down. I'm not surprised that they've come out to try and do this, because they know that their man, Heinrich Hausler has been very good in the sprints. 2 times he's finished second, and they reckon if he gets it sorted out on one occasion, he is going to try and do it. And the reason they're doing this as well, Phil, is because we're now finally starting to pick up a little bit of a crosswind, so we could see a split in the peloton.
Well, this was the wind which drives those windmills. As I told you, we're going in a right-handed circle back into Livermore. The wind will come round against them as they race towards the finish. The peloton has their enemy in sight now. They haven't seen them for the best part of 3 3/4 hours today, but now they've got them in sight. And yes, it is the Garmin Barracuda team who have sent all hands on deck to the front, and you're right, they're looking to take Heinrich Hausler, an Australian on the squad, to victory today. It's 2 second places at the moment. He wants a win.
But I tell you what, this kind of condition, these windy conditions with this echelon riding that you're seeing on the front end of the pack, Phil, I'm sorry to say to Garmin Barracuda, that really suits the style of Tom Boonen. Shake of the hands, thanks very much. We tried, we failed on this occasion, but we'll come out and fight again.
It hasn't been lost. They've won prizes along the way today, and one of them will certainly be awarded the most aggressive riders prize. 25 kilometres, just over 15 miles left to race, and that is exactly where they've been caught by the race led on now by the Garmin Barracuda team.
This is an attempt to split up the field. Tom Danielson is sitting in second position there. He's dictating to his teammate, come on, lift it up. Let's see what we can do here this afternoon. That will be a sight for sore eyes at 25 kilometres to go, but it's not a sight for sore eyes for number 111 sitting at the back there, Pat McCarty. He was in the early morning breakaway. He's paying for his day out.
Now, you know, things could happen here, Paul, because the way the Garmin Barracuda team are out of the saddle, they're catching unfavourable winds, which could be turned to the advantage of the strong. Don't be surprised if this peloton suddenly starts to fragment at this point.
It is going to start to fragment, especially once we start to get to the gradient on the slopes of Patterson Pass. Again, this team, Garmin Barracuda, they are racing the Amgen Tour of California this afternoon. Ooh. Bang goes another man off the back, and this, in fact, is Mauro D'Adolto, the Italian rider. He's done a lot of work in the early part of this race. But, you know, so far, Garmin Barracuda haven't caught out Tom Boonen. I actually think by adopting this tactic, Phil, they're playing into the hands of Boonen because he loves this crosswind riding.
We are tickling the base of the climb of the Patterson Pass. It is not a mountain in real terms. It is a long, horrible drag. And if these winds are unfavourable, the strong will out here. And look at the way the field is beginning to crack.
They've got rid of one sprinter, though, Phil, because of these tactics. I just spotted there, number 101, Marcel Kittel. He would have been a guy who would be right up there. He's in the white jersey, halfway down that group of riders. But this, sitting in the middle there, you can see a white helmet with a pale blue jersey on it. That's Tom Boonen.
And this was the plan of the day by Garmin Barracuda. Put the men at the front and ride. The peloton is fragmented, and only crosswinds causes these problems. The wind is ripping through the centre of that bunch and breaking it up. And because of the length of this ride up to the summit, there is time to open up the gap. There's no chase back going down the other side.
I'll tell you one thing, you know, Phil, we're going right through the heart of real cowboy country, and I would say if the old famous cowboy Roy Rogers was here this afternoon, he'd be giving a right high-o silver away.
Well, somebody's pulled the trigger. Sorry about that, Paul. That was the name of his horse, in case your memory doesn't go back that far. As we watch Garmin Barracuda drive, and this has been a premeditated plan by this team. They really are a superb team, Garmin Barracuda. This is the team that won the team prize in the Tour de France, and they know the area, and they know now they can hurt the pace. And that's why Marcel Kittel, for example, a sprinter, should not have been at the back of the race. And the sensible boys who know the region, they will have been at the front before this attack came.
And again, I add to the fact that Levi Leipheimer rides alongside Tom Boonen in that same Omega Pharma Quick Step squad. He will have told him, he will have talked to him, and he will have communicated just what the wind direction was. Again, we get a different change in the wind direction because we're taking a 90-degree turn here. Garmin Barracuda looking over their shoulders to see what sort of damage. This is the damage that acceleration has done. They put a lot of riders under pressure.
This is the Australian Travis Meyer tagged onto the back for Orica Greenedge as he tries just to hold on to the tail of the race. 1 or 2 riders from Greenedge in the spotter brother there as the gaps begin to open. The constant changing also of direction. We just made a right-hand turn. These boys are being picked off all the time. They're hoping they can get back. There's Robbie McEwen. He's also been split off, and so he needs to also rejoin this group.
Well, that was a definite plan by Garmin Barracuda. They knew exactly what the wind was going to be like when they came out of that valley and into the open roads, and that's why they put the hammer down
down. There are a few guys starting to recover now. They split off for 30 or 40 riders, but because of the change of direction, some guys have been able to recover and get themselves back into this main field.
If we'd have kept that crosswind for another 2 miles, that peloton would have split all over the mountain. But what has happened is they're picking up now a tailwind and occasionally a headwind, and so they're having to look now on the way in as they now start to regroup at the top. And that bunch is getting bigger. It may be a bit more difficult for that group in the distance. They may not get back.
Well, they've let a couple of cars pass, and that would indicate that the guys who have been dropped have been seriously dropped, and they're just sitting at the back there wearing number 46, looking over his shoulder, Bram tanking, trying to ascertain what damage was done by that acceleration. It just goes to show you think these guys are riding along comfortably, but all of a sudden when somebody opens up the gas just a little bit, it shows who the weaker riders are.
Yes, it does, and you've got to pay attention. If you ride with common sense and you can hold position in the peloton, then you save yourself an awful lot of wasted effort. Bram tanking just gone back into the group there, the boy in orange. He just checked over his shoulder. He will have seen this group coming back on here, and they were probably thought, as we watched George Bennett rejoin there for Radio Shack, I think they may have got away with it for the moment. They may well get back into the pack.
Well, that group there, the little group behind of about 15 to 17 riders, they will just about make the junction at the back end of the main field before the gradient kicks in, and that's going to hurt.
Well, how lucky was that? A change of wind direction meant they've had the chance to recover. Here come the troops back into the race. They live to fight another day. Well, they better take a few deep breaths. There's Robbie McEwen, number 61. He's also back up there. I'll tell you, if Robbie gets to the finish in this front group today, he'll go for the finish as best he can.
Oh, there's a problem on the left, on the side there. One of the riders just pulling off. He just had a bad... It's a Rabobank rider.
I think it's probably Bram tanking. I think he was looking for his car.
I think he was, and he was very, very lucky that the team cars had been allowed to come through there, because otherwise he could have been at the side of the road for some time. Now it's the Colombian Col Deportes team out on the attack. They've had a man in the breakaway all day, Wilson Marentes, and they've said, right, this is a very good chance to get away.
Well, the leader is no doubt at the front in the group as another attack has been launched again, and it is the Colombia Col Deportes who's launched off the front of the race here. Now, when the hills go up, the Colombians enter their own backyard.
They certainly do. They like a little bit of an incline and a gradient, and now all of a sudden we've seen the Omega Pharma Quickstep disappear from the front. They've done what they needed to do. They've pulled back the early morning breakaway of 4 riders, which was reduced to 2 riders, and now they're waiting to try and nurse Tom Bonin over the top of Patterson Pass and hopefully set him up for a victory. This man here is trying to get a little bit of an advantage, but you see, when you make an attack like that, Phil, it's very easy to open up the gap to begin with, but then to consolidate, that's a different matter.
Absolutely. Your heart suddenly asks what on earth is going on. This is Michael Rodriguez who's gone clear, and he is 19 minutes behind overall, so there's no actual rush to bring him back at the moment. Little bit of a view there. You can see now how the Patterson Pass cuts right through the mountains here, brings us down the top into the Alameda County, and set fair to run down in a westerly direction into Livermore. And it looks as though they paid quick attention here. They have actually brought him up. Dead center of the picture there, the tall, gangly figure of Rory Sutherland from United Healthcare. He's the man who had a dislocated finger in a crash yesterday, and he's back in the race again today. So it looks as though they've caught and brought him back. His own teammate, no it isn't, it's Jens Voigt on the far left just passing through our picture. Levi Leipheimer in the center as well. There's the pass, that's where we're going. We'll take our break, and then when we come back, we'll take you to the top of the pass.
Hey, Ollie.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Sure.
Really?
No, Bob. I'm headed to the time trial.
Oh. Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Allie Starnes won't.
How about now?
Yes, the Tour of California, sponsored by Amgen, today presented by Nissan, is now heading for Livermore, and everybody wants to try and crack the field. There is always a chance of a victory. It looks like Victor Hugo Peña, who may have tried a move here for the Clovis Porters team. He's got one rider from the AG2R French squad, La Mondiale, trying to go with him here, and look at the gap they've suddenly opened up. Well, if that is Peña, that is a very good move. He doesn't look like him, actually, as we get a front view of him. So again, it's the Clovis Porters team, and this I think is Fabio Duarte, who's made a move. There's the attack as he makes that move, quickly marked by La Mondiale, AG2R La Mondiale. Might be a good move, this one, as he puts his move. So Fabio Duarte is the Colombian rider, and a French rider has tagged on. No reaction yet.
Well, they need to react, Phil, because this guy back in 2008 was the world under-23 road racing champion. He's a big star of the future for Colombian cycling. Nicolas Roche has seen that. He jumps straight across onto the gap, and he's on his wheel. They are now opening up a slight advantage. But you can see the peloton is also now beginning to react. They're stretching themselves out into a long line. They are actually riding into a slight headwind, so it's difficult to open the gap, even for a great climber in a situation like this. The climb is 4 miles long, or 6 kilometers in length, but the gradient is not the biggest gradient to worry about this afternoon. What we do have to worry about is the ideal position this is on its run down towards the finish, and I'm certain that there's going to be a massive crowd over the top of this climb.
Well, Nicolas Roche there in second place in this leading group. The last time he won a race was in the new Tour of Beijing in China. And that was a big victory for him. He delivered it for his team. And he's now trying to find form. Surprisingly enough, AG2R La Mondiale has not won a bike race this year. And they're still searching for the first victory. Well, they've got a man up here now in Nicolas Roche, sitting on the back wheel of Fabio Duarte. And they're going to keep this pressure on. They've got about 3.5 miles of high tempo before they plunge all the way down to Livermore. And guess what? It's Peter Sagan's Liquigas Cannondale team who are taking up the chase. I think it was Tim Duggan on the front.
It was Tim Duggan, dugging in on the front of the race here.
That's right.
And this guy, I tell you what, he has been an unbelievable power for Team Liquigas over the last 48 hours. Whenever he's been required, he comes to the front and dishes out the pain to everybody else. He is a strong bike rider. He will ride his heart out. He doesn't even care about getting to the finish inside of the main field. What he wants is for the pack to be together and give Peter Sagan one more chance at another victory.
Well, there's a view at ground level of the rear of the peloton here. 1 or 2 riders only slipping off the back into the cars behind. Basically, the peloton all riding this pretty smoothly as they pursue these 2 riders at the front. At the moment, well, it looks to me as though Duarte it just is going too quickly for Nicolas Roche. He can't work with him.
No, he can't. Well, this kid is a great star of the future. I'm telling you, Phil, remember that name, Duarte, and that's one of the reasons why this Colombia Deportes team has been put together to allow the Colombian cyclists, who were great international cyclists many years ago, to come back up to the top end of the sport. First time we saw this squad together was last year in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, and they were not at all concerned about altitude.
Not at all. Just looking down there, you saw the Irish stripes on the cuffs of Nicolas Roche, a former Irish road race champion. And, of course, he is the son of the famous Stephen Roche, who I'm sure somewhere around the world is watching these very pictures right now and cheering Nicolas along. Stephen Roche won the Tour de France, Tour of Italy and the world title in the same year in 1987.
Yeah, what an amazing feat. Only one other man in the sport of professional cycling has ever done that. His name just happens to be Eddie Merckx, and he won everything there was. It always amazes me when people ask the question, who do you think the best cyclist was of all time? Well, Eddie Merckx participated in 1,500 bike races, and he won 500 of them.
That's absolutely right. And Eddie's son Axel, by the way, is also on the race here this week because he's managing the young up-and-coming American squad, Bontrager Livestrong. Now, Nicolas Roche has gone to the front, taken a deep breath, beginning to say, why on earth did I do this? Because it's hurting him, but they are moving away.
Well, they're going to open up a gap. Tim Duggan is riding a very hard tempo here, and what it's doing is, in fact, it's keeping the main field together. 1 or 2 riders have been shelled off, but guys like Tom Boonen, Marcel Kittel, they've really got to hang on. They've got a grimace here to try and stay in contact. Nicolas Roche in those blue glasses there, looking over his shoulder to see what he's got to do. He's got to survive 2 more kilometers to get to the top. That's 1.2 miles.
A little bit longer, about 1.8 actually, but that's all right. No, you're quite right, 1.2 kilometers to go. But Tim Duggan trying to hold this race together and keep them inside. They know if they can limit their escape to the top of the climb, they've got a long downhill and a sweeper bringing them back into Livermore for the finish. So it'll be a very, very dramatic chase back, and I think the sprinters can cope with that. They've just got to suffer for less than 2 kilometres now.
Well, 2 kilometres on the slopes of a climb like this is going to take them about 4 minutes. Tom Danielson is the rider in blue in second position there. He's one of the leaders of the Garmin Barracuda squad. Behind him is Lawrence Tendam. Peter Velits is the rider in the pale blue jersey there. They're all starting to ride up to the front. The orange jersey there was on the shoulder of Robert Hessink.
Well, Peter Velits is a rider we haven't mentioned too much, but I know that he wants to win this race, and if he stays in touch on these tricky stages, he can climb very, very well indeed. And so he hasn't lost any time yet. But we're looking now here directly into the eyes of Nicholas Roach. I almost called him Stephen, his dad, and also Fabio Duarte. But they're closing in, Paul. It isn't going to happen.
Tim Duggan from Liquigas, Canada, lives in Boulder, Colorado in the United States, in the high altitude, and the man behind him lives in the same place. It seems to be the mecca of American cyclists, Boulder, Colorado. And in fact, the USA Pro Cycling Challenge in Colorado in the month of August will be going to Boulder, Colorado, so they'll all be racing on home surface.
Oh dear, look at the climb up here now. It looks a bit of a nasty end to the climb. As we look up here to the top of the Patterson Pass, there's a few people waiting to see the riders begin their plunge back down to Livermore. The gap is still there, but it's like dangling a carrot in front of a donkey, because those boys aren't going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere at all. Duarte and Nicholas Roach, they're both riders well up in the overall standings. They're only 20 seconds back, but Tim Duggan is pegging them. But once we get over the top of the climb, Phil, you will start to see an organised chase. And I won't be surprised at all to see the chase coming from a team with pale blue jerseys, Omega Pharma Quickstep.
For Tom Bonan, as the file at the front again indicating slight winds are coming from the right-hand corner as we look at the television, ripping down the echelon. There's a lot of riders. Look at the movement in the echelon as riders trying to reposition near the front. Now this is where it kicks. It kicks right up to the top, and Duarte is the strong one of the two here as the road now climbs to the summit of the last challenge of the day.
Yes, but it's still a very, very big peloton. I'm looking through there to see if I can spot the big names, the big sprinters. Have they survived here this afternoon? Just sitting on the back there, 61. Very, very clever, Robbie McEwen. He knows how to nurse his body over a climb like this and give him a chance at 1 kilometre to go to the summit. Robbie McEwen will be starting to say, right, 1 kilometre on the slopes of a climb like this. It's going to be 2 more minutes of pain. I'm well in with this, mate.
He's well in, and he knows it as he sits there near the back of the peloton for the moment. But as this road kicks downwards, he'll move up if he can. Duarte clearly the strong man on the climbs here, the Colombian. 1 kilometre to go to the summit, just over half a mile. They're just sitting there watching as if they are the best seats in the theatre, watching the two leaders on the stage. And another little move here now, and this is, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not Genier who's had a little go, because this is Argus Shimano, and I think it is Alexander Genier who's moving clear.
It certainly is. He's got the red number on his back as the most aggressive rider. He's not looking for a breakaway here this afternoon, Phil. He is looking to get himself some Nissan King of the Mountain points over the top of this climb, because he's well placed in that competition too.
Yes, he was out on the mountains yesterday. He's out, in fact, started the day in 3rd place overall in the mountains. Not a lot at stake today. If he got 3rd, he only get 4 points. There's the wind, and you can see the wind has not been apparent. It's waiting for them as they hit over the top, and that is unfortunate because now they've turned into what is a very strong headwind blowing up from Livermore, which means, Paul, a headwind all the way to the finish, and that could alter the tactics.
Well, like I said, a headwind on a climb really is in the favour of the sprinters, because it slows down the aggression of the climbers. You give a climber a hilly climb like this and give him a tailwind, he is very, very difficult to hold back. But these guys are banging their heads into that wind. Once they get over the top, it's a violent wind that they will receive them. The peloton is a still large number, and I think most of the sprinters have remained there. Robbie McEwen is in there almost certainly. halfway across the gap there. That is a very fine performance by Alexandre Genier. He's trying to get himself a few more points, but he's got to try and get across this gap. Nicholas Roach with the blue glasses there, looking back to see what sort of a gap. Nicholas, you're not opening the gap this afternoon quite so much.
No, and Genier with a big effort here on this steep section could well get across and grab the top here. New leader today in the King of the Mountains at the moment to Sebastian Salas. David Boye has lost his overall lead, and in third place it was at the start of the day Genier, but now the breakaway's altered that at the moment. So Fennell is now sitting third overall. It's all done on points on the line here in the Nissan King of the Mountains, and Genier is trying to reach these boys before the finish. I think he'll just run a bit short, and I don't think Nicholas Roach will steal the points off the Colombian, who's done all of the work on this steep part of the ascent. He really is a very impressive climber.
He's a great bike rider, Phil. As I said, a former world champion. You don't win a world champion at any level of the sport of cycling, whether it's junior, under 23 or senior, without having a whole lot of class under your belt. And this man here, he really has. Nicholas Roach, in fact, is going to do a little cheeky move here and try and come over the top. This is the steepest part of the climb here, but no, Duarte is a man of pride. He says, sorry mate, I've done most of the pacemaking. I want the points and the money.
And he's got them just exactly right, and Roach will take second there. He gets 5 points for second. Genier will go over in third. So this is a great result for Sebastian Salas, for the Optum team, the Vancouver rider, because he will be pulling on the Nissan King of the Mountains jersey tonight. And the gap about 18
seconds is the gap. It's nothing in the big picture of the game here, Phil, as we start to see poor old Robin McEwen. He's hurting on the steep part of this climb. He's just tailed off over the top. If they don't start chasing immediately on the descent of this climb, Robin McEwen does have a little chance to get himself back into this race, but he will need a couple of tight little technical corners.
Well, the crowd shouting Robbie there as he comes over the line. He knows he's so close to holding on to this punch down to the finish. If he can just slip it up those gears now. But as I say, they're into a headwind going down. It's going to be difficult to rejoin the peloton. Meanwhile, at the front, Nicholas Roach now finding with the road tilting downwards. He's in a little bit better position here to help Fabio Duarte. So I can't tell you in the background there whether we've still got Genier, but I would be surprised if we haven't tried to bridge the gap.
Well, there is the gap. It's not really very much, 20 seconds approximately, and that corresponds, Phil, to around about 400 yards or 400 meters, the difference between these two groups on the road. George Hincapie is the rider in the black and red shirt there with the white sunglasses on. He's looking after TJ Van Garderen, and he's the rider who thinks that he can win this bike race for BMC Racing.
There's the two leaders. There's the lone figure of Alexandre Genier of France, and then pull back again, and there's the peloton speeding now and trying to regroup. The sprinters will be drooling in there because they feel this is their first real crack at a finish in Livermore. A sprinter's delight. They've just got to sweep up these breakaways, and in itself might take a little longer than we think.
Well, it's a good situation really for the sprinters because it prevents other attacks going off the front end of the main field. In fact, one or two riders did get tailed off there, Phil, as we got to the top of that climb. But it's still the Liquigas Cannondale team doing the majority of the pacemaking on the front end of the pack. And I think they'll get back on this group anyway.
Well, and behind this group, of course, we still have Robin McEwen trying to rejoin the back of this field. I think they will get back. It's quite a long way down before we start the running through the streets of Livermore. It didn't work out for the breakaway today. They had a bit of a lead over the top. You can see now why they might have made it to the finish.
Yep, a little bit of a slowing. This is Nicholas Roach. You can see him pulling the brakes on there. That's to get himself to the right speed, to get around and negotiate this corner, use all of the road there, didn't lose too much impetus. And as soon as the road straightens out again, he accelerates to take himself back up to top speed, which on this downhill part of the course here is going to be very close to around about 35-40 miles an hour.
A little bit of luck now, change wind. It'll become a crosswind now, and that might help the chase here, wind in Genier at least. Rise will be glad of a little bit of respite as they make that sharp left-hand turn. That peloton is growing all of the time.
Well, Genier is just about to get caught
very quickly.
Yep, but you can see there was a general regrouping on the descent there, and they are going absolutely ballistic here, as you can see again. Liquigas Cannondale very happy to do the pacemaking because they know at the end of the day they've got a big fast finisher to count on. That's Peter Sagan, the man who starts the day in the overall lead, but so far is proving to be a very difficult man to beat at the finish of any stage.
Terrific effort by these two riders. You have to say that they took their chance to springboard to victory. They can't hold that field off in a sprint now. It is coming. Omega Pharma Quick-Step have got control of the head of the peloton, thinking, yes, of Tom Bonen as they now drive on. It's getting a little bit longer at the back, so more people are coming up into the back of the peloton. Sprinters recovering from the climb. They've still got time. Take those 3 deep breaths and think of the finish in Livermore.
That's what they're doing, and every time they feel a slowing in the impetus in the main field, they'll jump up 2 or 3 places to try and get themselves that little bit closer to the front, so that then once they start to wind up at about 2 or 3 miles to go to the finish line, they're in the right position to begin their acceleration and start to use their team for the lead out. Tom Danielson there is the rider of that blue helmet. He's being very attentive, riding at the front end of the peloton. Right behind him in the black shouldered jersey there is Chris Horner, defending champion from 2011.
Well, it is all getting rather exciting now as the riders start to check out which teams are planning on the finish. Well, we can see them. Omega Pharma Quick-Step, Liquigas Cannondale for Sagan, Garmin Barracuda as well, because they are thinking of Heinrich Hausler. And so they put the men to drive back to catch. Now, the question is, when will they catch him rather than will they stay away, I think, as the gap is only 20 seconds. At desperate moments, George Hincapie bringing up Team BMC as well. Well, we'll take our last break before we take these riders down to the finish. They might not be caught when you rejoin us, and that is where we're headed now. Livermore for the finish. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. By AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. By Nissan, with 5 new models over the next 15 months, it's their most innovative year ever. Nissan, innovation for all. And by Strava. Track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. Well, looking down on the peloton now, which has just moments ago has regrouped. Literally a minute ago, the 2 leaders realized they were not going anywhere, and they came up, they shook hands, and they decided to wait for the peloton. And I think that's a very wise decision. They made the effort, it didn't work, now save some energy and go home with the pack. So this is the main field now as we continue towards the finishing line here. The sprinters have got their day. Now they've got to get organized. Well, Peter Sagan is in a perfect position there. Sitting alongside on the left in the black is Chris Horner, the defending champion. I wouldn't imagine Chris surely will get mixed up in a sprint with Sagan.
No, he's not doing that. He's riding at the front to make sure there's no possibility of him being involved in an accident. Because when we run into town like this, when the race is close together and boxed like this, riders are jumping left and right to take a few risks to get to the front end of the peloton. And that's when accidents happen. That's not what Horner wants to get involved with. He's much safer riding where he is. It might take a little bit more energy, but at least it gives you more chance of avoiding accidents.
There's no doubt now this is going to be a very different sprint finish to the 2 we have seen already in this year's race. Rabobank want a result here too. They're well represented in California as a company, and the riders want to deliver the goods, and they've got Luis Leon Sanchez right up there with the yellow sunglasses we saw. He'll be looking to try and help Michael Matthews.
22, that's the number on the back of Tom Bonen there. He's a big, strong bike rider. You might just also notice on that pale blue jersey, the little bands going around there. Those are the arc-en-ciel, the rainbow bands. If you've been a world champion, you're allowed to wear those bands around your jersey for the rest of your life. And Tom Bonen has certainly been a world champion. And he was the champion, Phil, this year of the early season one-day classics.
Look at the concentration on the riders' faces now. They know what they're doing. They're holding position here to try and get the sprinters into a position to win when they come into town. Tom Bonen is in an excellent position now to keep an eye on everything that's going on. He's just sitting in there. He knows it. He's facing up to the best chance for the win of the week for him.
Well, he said he felt there were a number of stages that would suit his abilities, but he also realizes there's some great competition out there for the sprinters. Heinrich Hausler of Garmin Barracuda, he's been second on 2 occasions. He wants to go one better. And of course, you've got Greg Van Avermaet from Team BMC Racing, Michael Matthews from Rabobank. But the man to beat, I have to say, has got to be, Phil, the man who has dominated the first 2 stages, Peter Sagan. What can they do to beat him?
We'll find out, because we're coming towards with the 5 kilometers to go banner. That is 5 miles from the finish. They are going to achieve this in probably 7 minutes maybe, because they're going flat out for the finish and there's no more hills.
Yep, 3 miles of racing left to go. We'll take them about that 7-minute mark, and we're traveling here at an average of pretty close to 50 kilometers now, 31 miles an hour average. Once they get down to the final sprint, the sprinters can touch 45 to 48 miles an hour. I hope the police aren't out.
No, well, they're all busy helping the riders get into town, I can tell you. They've done a great job, the Highway Patrol here in California. This is such a safe race in favour of the riders here at Team Liquigas Cannondale. Their man, don't forget, is Peter Sagan in the yellow jersey. They have taken over to the top, and don't forget that Heinrich Hausler, who's up at the front as well, just off the sharp end of the peloton, is in a position to try and beat him in the sprint. So Hausler then in the green sprint leader's jersey, but that indeed is also owned at the moment by Peter Sagan.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's going to be a lot of nervous sprinters here, Phil, because they're all looking for their teammates. There in the green jersey with the blue helmet on was Heinrich Hausler. He's got a teammate alongside him to keep him out of danger, but there's no team yet thrown the gauntlet down to make the organisation and organise the train. I think we're going to see that organised train come from Omega Pharma Quickstep, and I think that's going to happen very, very shortly. Tom Bonan just sitting in the middle, cruising around, waiting for the moment. But I've also seen very close to the front Michael Matthews. You can spot him very easily. He's in an orange jersey, but he's got a big bandage on his elbow.
I'm just looking over the side of us there. That is Josh Atkins, the 19-year-old, dashing forward in that orange jersey. He wears as the best young rider, and he's got some real talent, this boy. He's not afraid of anybody, is he? It's because he's realised there's a bit of a split getting off the front here. What has happened here is somebody is, as we say, left the door open at 4 kilometres to go and allowed a gap to open. This will disturb the rhythm of some of the sprinters caught off guard.
Well, again, there's no organisation. Nobody's taking responsibility, which is why we're getting these little attacks going one at a time off the front end of the peloton. They don't want to take up the pacemaking, one team, Phil, because they don't want to run out of steam on the running towards the finish. Hats off again to Tim Duggan, because every time it slows down, he comes to the front and he dishes out the pain to everybody else. This is Horner on the back of the pack here. He was caught out with that little bit of an acceleration, but he's got a teammate up alongside him, immediately scrambling up to the front to make sure he's caught in a nice position. He doesn't want to lose any time on the running towards the finish. None of the main contenders before the start of this race so far have lost any time in the overall standings, but that could all happen if you get involved in a crash on the running towards the finish.
The thing is, on these wide boulevards, when you think you've got it right, there's a sudden surge of a bunch of riders coming on the other side of the road, and all of a sudden you're no longer second or third, you're 22nd or third. So you've really got to fight now to stay in position, ready for the sprint, and that is what is happening. And the sprinters from Rabobank are looking around to see where Michael Matthews is and to see if they can steer him towards the finish. These are the most dangerous moments of the stage today. The last 2 days we've had accidents, as now we've gone through 3 kilometers to go. Should we have a crash, all of these riders will receive the same time.
Yeah, but you don't want to crash. You want to stay upright. You don't want to get injured, especially if you're a guy like Chris Horner or Tommy Danielson, who are thinking about winning this bike race overall. These guys, look at them. They're always looking over their shoulders. The reason they're doing that, they're trying to see where their sprinter is, where the man is that they're trying to help out. Rabobank now are picking this up. They're looking back to see where is Michael Matthews. Yes, he was up with a chance of a victory on stage 1. Now it's the organisation coming from the French squad, AG2R La Mondiale.
Yes, and doing all of the work here is Romain Bardet, one of the young riders on the race. Trying to help him out too is Rinaldo Nocentini. They're obviously driving for their sprinter, which is, I think their sprinter will be Maxime Boe or Christophe Riblon. But they've got themselves organised as they put all those white jerseys. But now comes a rush from Rabobank, a drive-through on the centre of the peloton.
What you see now is this is man against man, team against team, trying to take the responsibility. You got a little bit of an acceleration came from AG2R La Mondiale, but they didn't have the firepower. They came up alongside Rabobank, then failed. The engine started to splutter a little bit, and all of a sudden it's back to the men in orange, the Rabobank riders. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 right on the front. Lawrence Tendam is the last man. Look at his face here now as he grits. He's keeping the pace, Phil, up around about 50-55 kilometres an hour. He swings off now. He's looking for Michael Matthews. Michael Matthews is stuck in the middle there, zigzagging around, trying to stay in the slipstream of his teammates for as long as possible.
Now, we've told you this is a perfect sprint finish here. Long straight line up towards the finishing line. Rabobank are desperate for a win. They've been very, very determined. A slight drift of wind down here in Livermore coming into the face of the riders, which means the sprinter must come out of the slipstream late into that wind. Matthews is in second place for Rabobank.
They will know, they know that. These sprinters, they know if they start the sprint too early and they go into the wind, then the guys behind them will take advantage. Sitting in the middle, I can see the pale blue jersey there of Tom Boonen. There is the Kendo, 1 kilometre to go banner. That's the most important thing these riders know now. They know how much time it's going to take to the finish. 60 seconds they'll cover this final kilometre.
And that could be even an exaggeration now as they line up for the line here. And the fact the white jerseys of Argos here, so too will be Marcel Kittel as his team AG2 are starting the launch for the line. But you know, we've got the youngsters from the Bontrager team, the black boys on the right hand side, jerseys there. And also now we're looking for the likelihood finish of the yellow jersey of Peter Sagan. But it is Garmin Barracuda, and I think that is Nathan Haas who's making a run for the line. But now there's a rush on the right side of the road. But the yellow jersey of Peter Sagan at the moment is out of it. And watch for the red jersey of Team BMC, because that will be Greg Van Avermaet, the last corner. And they can now see the finishing line ahead. The sprinters could have been washed away here, some of them anyway. As we go up towards the line now, it's Hausler. Hausler takes on Sagan. Heinrich Hausler goes for the line. Sagan is after him. Matthews is on his wheel. It is Hausler, and Tom Boonen launches as well. It is going to be Sagan again on the line as he hits the line. Make it 3 out of 3.
That is unbelievable. Peter Sagan came out of the pack there. Boonen was coming fast up alongside him. Heinrich Hausler knew what he had to do to beat him. He had to get the kick on him first. He tried to do that, ran out of steam a little bit up towards the finishing line. But Peter Sagan, as every bike rider in the peloton says, Phil, this guy is unbelievable. He is incredible.
And poor Heinrich Hausler, who wears number 13, has now got 3 second places.
If I was Heinrich Hausler, Phil, I'd get rid of that number. I'd ask the referees to change it for something else.
Well, terrific finish, but 3 different ways of winning as far as I'm concerned with Peter Sagan. He took his chance in Santa Rosa after he crashed. He got that on pure adrenaline. Yesterday, he made it out the corner, and today, that was a pure sprint.
It was an incredible sprint, and he made no bones about it. Look at that. The team cannot believe this. 3 out of 3. But maybe, Phil, more importantly, another 10-second time bonus. He's going to be leading all the pre-race favourites now by 30 seconds.
That's right. He's put 30 seconds into people like Chris Horner as well. A light run on the far right of our picture in the white helmet there. That is Tom Boonen. We'll wait for the result of the photo, but I think he got 3rd on the line. As he comes over the line, it was a great sprint. So we'll wait. I think the order will be Sagan, Hausler and Boonen. These boys, though, there's no doubt who won it. Another day of hard work by Liquigas Cannondale, and the payoff has come for the victory by Peter Sagan again.
Number 57, now he's making himself a very solid leader at the top end of this bike race, and at 22 years of age, that is victory number 29 in his very, very short career. He made it look so easy when he came out of the pack there. He didn't have any teammates to lead him out on this occasion, but he used the acceleration of other riders. Boonen made a late dash for the line, but he just did not quite have that speed to get his big wheel going around. So, looking down on Livermore.
There we are, look at that little wheelie for you as well. He's still got enough strength left to do that. I think we can show you now the results. And happy reading again if your name is Peter Sagan. Another 10-second time bonus. Hausler second for the 3rd day running. Tom Boonen piercing the podium with 3rd place. Candelario from Optum getting 4th. And Lloyd Mondry, the man AG2 I were working for, crossing the line there in 5th place. Freddy Rodriguez for Team Exergy, 6th for him. And the top 10 completed by Wesley Sulzberger of the Orica Green Edge team. Michael Matthews only 9th in the end. So as he now goes for his automatic doping control and also to the podium, our live coverage is coming to an end now here on NBC Sports Network. But it's going to be a terrific day of racing again tomorrow. And don't forget, it's live coverage of Stage 4 of the Amgen Tour of California at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, as usual, tomorrow. You can also watch the Stage 3 highlights tonight at 12:30 a.m. Eastern, right here on the NBC Sports Network. So the race goes on, but the name at the top remains the same. And for a fun schedule and race highlights, don't forget, log on to NBCSports.com. Up next will be NBC Sports Talk. But for the moment, from here in Livermore, where we've seen Saga now win Santa Rosa yesterday, now here in Livermore, for Bob Roll, Paul Sherwen, I'm Phil Liggett saying, see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. It's the fourth day of the 8-day Amgen Tour of California, and this man, Peter Sagan, has set an amazing trend by winning every stage so far. Can he defend his yellow jersey, or will this man, Heinrich Hausler, finally convert his 3 second places into a win on the longest stage of the race? It's next. Yesterday, young Slovak Peter Sagan sprinted to his 3rd straight win in as many days in the Amgen Tour of California. His sprinting has found no equal. So will the 6 climbs between Sonora and Clovis break the spirit of the 22-year-old race leader as Stage 4 is underway next on the NBC Sports Network? It's Stage 4 of the Amgen Tour of California today, the longest day as we wave farewell to Sonora and we head down to Clovis, a massive ride of 130 miles brought to you today by Amgen Breakaway from Cancer. The beautiful old town of Clovis is ready to welcome the riders. Everybody here for the moment, walking around the Lifestyle Festival. In about 2 hours' time, they'll be right here with us on the finishing line. Hello everybody, welcome back to our coverage of the Amgen Tour of California. I'm Phil Liggett, alongside me is Paul Sherwen. The question even the riders are asking now is, Paul, can anybody beat Peter Sagan?
He has turned out to be an unbelievable talent, but they wouldn't start the bike race, Phil, if they didn't think they could beat him somehow. And I think today we'll see a major challenge coming from the big sprinters, because their chances of success are running out.
Well, it is a long way, and believe me, it is very, very hot. By far the hottest day of the race so far. Sagan is the only wearer of the leader's yellow jersey, and this is the traditional ceremony each evening when he gets to the finishing line in first place. He is building his lead, Paul.
Well, he's got a 30-second advantage, Phil, over all of the pre-race favourites, and I think they'll be starting to wonder how much advantage can we give this man before the upcoming individual time trial.
Let's have a look then. The Cliff Bar yellow jersey standings. Peter Sagan, after 14 hours, only leads Heinrich Hausler, the eternal second this week, by 12 seconds. Jeff Lauder from the United States in 3rd. Freddy Rodriguez, Team Exley 4th. Ben-Jacques Maines in 5th place. These are the race favourites.
15th, Chris Horner looking for 30 seconds. TJ Van Garderen, Tom Danielson and Vincenzo Nibali, but they're all locked in the same time. That's about to change.
Well, those riders trying to keep the powder dry, I think, because it's the big time trial tomorrow in Bakersfield where they could possibly close in on that gap. Let's have a look then at our Visit California race route today. It's going to be a long, hot day in the saddle.
A very long, hot day in the saddle. When you look at that profile as well, it looks like an upturned saw. It'll be up and down for the whole day. But if you want to go through one of the most beautiful parts of California, well, today's the day to do it, because you're right the way through the Yosemite National Park. And, of course, looming on the horizon on the rider's left-hand shoulders is Sierras. And then the last climb of the day of Crane Valley Road. It's all downhill to the finish, but it's a long way to go.
All right, well, let's have a look at our Rabobank checking the stats, and I can tell you that today already, with about 2 hours to race, 5 riders have abandoned. We now only have 40 of the 45 Americans in the race.
And the last time the race came here was 2009. It was the unbelievable sprinter who won on that occasion, Mark Cavendish.
Yeah, so this year is riding in the Giro d'Italia and has finished 4th on today's stage. We're looking here at Peter Sagan. the man who is so far invincible in this race, wearing that yellow jersey in the center of the picture. And at the moment, they're combating a breakaway which has been out front since the 22nd mile point. There were 11 riders in it. There are now 10. Carlos Quintero of the Calder Sport team from Colombia has either got dropped or given up, but he's gone back to the peloton, having won one of the climbs out there. There's only one climb remaining before we start the steady descent down to Clovis, and they've been absolutely flying all day today, up around 25 miles an hour average speed for the riders. These are all the names in the breakaway. There are 2 Radio Shack riders in this breakaway. Markel Irizar started the day 29 seconds off yellow, and now with a small bonus 26. But you saw there that the peloton have closed right down at one stage 5.5 minutes. It is now almost over, and the Radio Shack have chased them down. Well, they're snapping on their heels, Paul. They've shut down with some tremendous firepower from Team Radio Shack. It's a tactic will confuse many people watching, because Radio Shack had 2 riders in the breakaway, but as we've just seen, Jens Voigt has driven this field all together.
Well, Phil, just to explain the tactics a little bit, yes, they did have 2 men in the breakaway, but so too did the riders from Garmin Barracuda. I think one of the reasons is that they want to close this down because they want to try and see if they can put pressure onto Peter Sagan. There's one more climb left on the day. It's a hard climb. It's a 3rd category. Maybe that for them, they're trying to soften the race up.
Well, this is the last climb of the day, and it's going to be met by the whole peloton as we go up this final climb of the day. And then it's basically all downhill. We've said goodbye to the Yosemite National Park on the left shoulder as we look, of the riders rather, and down the edge of the Sierra Nevadas. But now basically it's all downhill to the base ground in the beautiful old town of Clovis here in California. They're not giving up in this breakaway. A lot of work being done by Alex Howes here on the front, and Alex has had a very, very good day today. He's won with the climb, the last climb we had. This is California Highway 49, one of the most famous highways here, designed about 1949. That's where it takes its name from the historic days of this region in California. And Wesley Salzberger of Orica Green Edge in the black top to his jersey there too. Tim Duggan, we've seen a lot of Tim Duggan this week driving at the front. He was in the lime green colours there. He's in the breakaway today for the moment, but it looks as though Jens Voigt and the boys are happy to shut down their own teammates today.
Well, they were put into the breakaway early on because that's a very often known tactic by a lot of bike riders. They want to have a hard race. Let's not forget, this has been a very difficult day since the race, since day one. Every stage has been hard. There's been lots of tracing. When you see a man like the guy in second, just in the pale blue jersey there, Tom Boonen, when you see his face grimacing like that, you know that this is a tough day in the saddle. And the reason why Radio Shack Nissan Trek are warming this up like this, Phil, is I think in the back of their minds, they're going to try and split the field over this next climb of the day.
And, you know, maybe they don't want to give somebody like Peter Sagan an easy ride today, because tomorrow is the time trial, what we always call the race of truth. The riders go out by themselves to race for a time, and it's the only chance they're going to be rid of Peter Sagan with the freedom to fly and try and get back the time they've lost. There are a lot of riders. 48 riders in this race are blanketed by only 30 seconds overall. So a good ride tomorrow in the time trial by any one of them could alter the situation. 5 kilometers to go up towards the top here of this last climb of the day, the Crane Valley Road. It doesn't look very high, but you know, it's taken us up to nearly 3,700 feet, this road. And as we top out, Paul, we're about 46 miles from the finishing line.
Now that is one thing that could go against the tactic for Radio Shack Nissan Trek here, Phil, because it's a long way to go to the finish. And if they do try and split the field over the top of this climb, they will really have to commit themselves all the way down to the end if they want to get rid of guys like Peter Sagan and, of course, the big sprinter Tom Boonen.
Looking here at the Nissan King of the Mountains leader, and that is Sebastian Salas. He comes from Vancouver in Canada. And an interesting character he is, and the breakaway's been good for him because nobody in front affected the destiny of that jersey. Now this is still Alex Howes here, looking over his shoulder, but it looks to me as though we're all going to come together on this climb. We're going to have a new result at the top, and if I was Sebastian Salas, I'd start thinking of moving up now, because it could be a sprint for the King of the Mountain points, and bet your life David Boyer, the erstwhile leader in the Nissan King of the Mountains, will try to go for the points.
Well, they've brought it all back together. A moment of respite before the next few attacks start to operate on the front end of the main field. But all of a sudden, I think they've done what they wanted. They nullified the majority of that breakaway. guys in a race like this, Phil, that they don't mind allowing a breakaway group of 3 or 4 riders to get clear, because they know they've got more chance of pulling them back together at the end. But a breakaway of 10, which in fact in this case was originally 11, is a dangerous thing to do, especially on the eve of an individual time trial.
Yes, well, it is really, really hot now. We've just popped the temperature gauge at 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's still believed to be getting hotter before this day ends. And 90 degrees is around about 34 degrees Celsius. An attack by Colombia, gone off the front, dancing away to snatch the points at the top. Colombians have been active today. They've had Darwin Atapuma in the breakaway, and he's been cleaning up on some of the climbs too.
Colombia, Col Deportes, they are always aggressive. We saw them, for me, the first time I really saw them race in the United States was last year in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, and they were extremely aggressive in the mountains. You can see this man here, he's seen the gap, he's seen the possibility of a big passe d'armes, as they like to say in French, a big attack coming on the slopes of the climb. These guys today, they're really trying to toughen the race up. I think they're trying to weaken Peter Sagan, because many of the riders say we don't know yet what this man's limits are going to be. And Peter Sagan at 22 years of age doesn't know his own limits yet.
Well, he sails through the breakaway here, and it is Michael Rodriguez who's put in the pressure. Here's a climber. We're hearing from race radio that Ronaldo Nocentini, who wore the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, has now climbed off at the bottom of this climb. So there are, in fact, 6 riders abandoned the race today already. And until now, we'd only lost 5 riders throughout the week.
Well, the man in first position now for the Colombia Col Deportes team, he's not scared of altitude at all, because his hometown is Bogota, Colombia, which is at around about 8,000 feet in altitude. He's only 23 years of age. And I have to tell you what, Phil, he finished 6th place overall in the Tour de l'Avenir. There's a lot of discussion going on here between the Radio Shack rider on the left-hand side and the Garmin Barracuda rider. I'm not really sure what the tactic is here.
Well, I think probably he had a word with the back of the race there, George Bennett, who rides number 2 for Radio Shack, and asking whether he should continue the attack now that we've got the Colombian rider has come up. As we're dropping down to the back, Tom Bonan is beginning to struggle here. He was looking, although he was at the front a few moments ago, he will look to be under pressure. And this, we still have 3.5 kilometres to climb here, Paul. So it's not a sure done deal. If he loses much time, he'll get back.
Well, more importantly, Phil, that's probably why we saw that move and that acceleration from Radio Shack Nissan Trek to try and eliminate guys like Tom Bonan. Bonan was grimacing to try and stay at the front end of the main field. He was hoping he could hang on to get over the top of this climb, which is going to come in about 3.5 kilometres to go, with the hope of possibly another victory, a stage victory, when it comes down towards the end.
Well, just the boys really roasting beneath the hot sun just now as we are continuing through. We're on the last official climb of the day, but you know, we've topped out over 14,000 feet of climbing for the riders today, and Tom Bonan has decided that he's done enough climbing today because the heat is having its effect. Another attack here going from the Rabobank team. We've had Wilco Kelderman up there, this great youngster. He's only 20 years of age in the breakaway, new professional for the team. Now we've got another attack going. There's a little replay of the attack for you. And I suspect that that is probably Bram Tankink who's put in a move here as he starts to go clear. Trying to get up to that little breakaway of George Bennett, Tom Peterson and Rodriguez. Everybody, you see that, look down the back there, the riders are going off the back, and these constant attacks in the front of the peloton is really putting them under pressure. It's not as if they're celebrating the last climb of the day. Yes, it is the last official climb of the day, but the road will continue for a little while longer. Here's on CA49 before we go down towards the finish in Clovis. I have to say that today this race has really kept the pressure on. Terrific average speed for the riders, 47.7 miles to go. This is where they're racing for today, the beautiful Old Town section of Clovis. In our Sutter home weather, temperatures have just hit 90 degrees. It might get hotter. Light winds in the forecast. Hey, even I could have told them it's going to be sunny all day. There is the leading group then. George Bennett is the rider in the middle. Rodriguez is driving it at the front. The race still very much on today. They are fed up of Peter Sagan winning at the finish, and they're giving him a tough ride today. As we look at Peter Sagan, we'll take a break, but we'll be back for the top of the climb. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. By AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. By Amgen's Breakaway from Cancer. No one should have to face cancer alone. Go to breakawayfromcancer.com. And by Proform TDF, the official training bike of the Tour de France. Visit proform.com to see more. Welcome back to the Amgen Tour of California today, presented by Amgen Breakaway from Cancer. This is the race situation on the road. 2 riders trying to get clear of the field at the moment. 3 riders, in fact, George Bennett, Tom Peterson and Michael Rodriguez. And then there's 2 riders trying to reach them, have just been joined by David Zabriskie, and they are Michel Charel and Bram Tankink. These are the 3 leaders. The man driving this is the rider from Colombia in the black, and that is Rodriguez. He is a very good climber, and George Bennett has joined in, and I'm pretty sure he got permission off his team car. Now, what has happened here at the back, because this is Yannick Eisen. Eisen was in the breakaway today, and I would imagine those legs have just exploded for the 22-year-old. He got into the breakaway all day, and the heat has got to him, I think. So we are hearing that Heinrich Hausler has punctured, but we are also hearing he has rejoined the race. Our cameras can't be everywhere, but we do have the benefit of the race radio from the referees. Well, they're under control. That shot of Yannick Eisen just being pushed by a teammate, which isn't allowed actually, Paul. He's going to probably find, like a lot of these riders who went in that early move now, these last few miles over the next hour and a half, they're going to hurt.
But what it's done, Phil, it's toughened the race up once again. I'm wondering what it's going to be like once we get down to the stages after the individual time trial, because these guys have not had any easy days so far in the Amgen Tour of California. They really have raced hard every day that they've come out of the gap. George Bennett is the best placed rider in the leading group, but there's a rather difficult situation for everybody now, because Dave Zabriskie has managed to get himself into the chase group with Michael Kerel and Bram Tankink. Now that, I think, is a little bit of a surprise. That can't be right, Phil, because Dave Zabriskie is not in that chasing group with 3.
No, I agree. They said his name popped up on our computer. We never actually got a shot of him, so I think that'll disappear. Radio contact with the race today, because of the proximity of the Yosemite National Park and the Sierra Nevadas, has been sketchy to say the least. Anyway, a kilometer from the top of the last official climb of the day, and there is the top as they close right in. Nobody going to challenge. It was Rodriguez who had the strength on the climb, so they're going to let him take the points in the Nissan King of the Mountains competition. And over there in second place, I think it was George Bennett, and Tom Peterson third. Tom Peterson, you may recall, is a former stage winner. He won the second day of this race back in 2009. Still a faithful member of the Garmin team.
Well, I make it about 11 or 12 seconds for the second group of 3 riders going over the top of the Nissan King of the Mountains point there as they get themselves organized. Bram Tankink is the rider on the back with the orange jersey. Kerel is the rider just in front of him, wearing number 74 for Team AG2 Le Mondial, and they're slowly but surely
and
pulling.
It's in fact Paul, it's Brian Vanberg. The number was mistaken for Zabriskie, who's got in that chase group, the Danish rider.
The Danish rider is the best placed, the best rider for Team Spider-Tech, and I have to say quite a coup for them. About 45 seconds is the deficit of the main field, and you can see the concern for Brian Vanberg, because Team Liquigas now are doing the pacemaking. They've decided it's time for them to come and put the hammer down and dictate the pace of this race.
Well, there are no more prizes out on course as our camera switched to the tired face here of Tom Bone. He knows now that he's going to have to chase very hard to get back, if he can indeed. He's looking a little bit rubbed out, I think, by the hot weather. These European riders, you know, they've been better with their water wings all last month, because it's had torrential rain almost daily in Europe, and then they come here to California, and this, by far the hottest day of the race, is going to hurt. Now, the merging together of the 6 riders in the lead. This is a very, very good breakaway now. It'll be interesting with all these teams represented, just to see what they do now.
Well, I would think Radio Shack Nissan Trek will start to chase, even though they've got a man in the breakaway. I have to say, it's very dangerous to allow a man like Brian Van Borg some freedom on a stage like this, because he's a very seasoned individual time trialist. He's only 30 seconds off the overall standings at the start of the day, as too is the Frenchman Michael Kerel. Those two riders are the best place overall, so pressure will still remain on this peloton. Now, this is the Tom Bonen group, and he has found himself, the clock is still running, and I would expect it to be 2 minutes and about 15 seconds. So Bonen's lost a good 1.5 minutes on the peloton.
Well, that's really tough to bridge that gap. We haven't had any visions of Robin McEwen today. Maybe he's managed to grit his teeth and hang on in there. Who knows? But Michael Cherel here, that's an interesting one, Paul, because he was in the breakaway all day and he's gone again. As we're now watching here, the working group coming back together again. These are the leaders. We are 6 together. We are 74.5 kilometers from the finish. So while these riders sort themselves out, it's time for us then, we can check in with today's Nissan Innovation for All.
I'm Rob Davis, and for the last 8 years I've worked as a video producer inside the world of professional cycling. And today I'd like to take the viewers for a first-hand look inside the car of Team Radio Shack Nissan Trek race director Jose Acevedo. What happens here in the car is actually where race strategy unfolds. You'll see the director on radio. You'll hear him listening to calls for service or for rider down. Really, once the race gets started, this is where the director has his whole command central to develop strategy for the riders. It's interesting because being inside the car, you not only have to be on the radio, you have to be reading maps, you're handing bottles to the riders, but you're also driving. So you have to be an excellent driver and excellent multitasker to do the job of a race director.
Well, that's our Nissan Innovation for All. That's the busiest car in the world, I can tell you. A team car in an international bike race. Tim Duggan, who's been away, he's just gone off our camera to the right there, has been in the breakaway all day. Now he's come back to do the work for his team leader, Peter Sagan. There he is, dead center now in his lime green top. He has proven to be an incredible bike rider this week, and he comes from Boulder, Colorado. I think you deserve that drink, Tim. Meanwhile, this breakaway now of George Bennett, Thomas Peterson, Michael Rodriguez, Bram Tankink, Michael Kerel and Brian Van Borg. They are the 6 boys. They're pushing it out. The last time check is 3/4 of a minute. As we swing back to the bunch, Andrew Talansky here in our picture. He's being talked about for the time trial tomorrow. Oh boy, even in the commentary box, that looks very welcoming. Can you imagine what it looks out there? It looks like a cold sponge of water ready for the back of someone's neck. And it's probably actually going to be handed out to Andrew Talansky. The last climb of the day, 6 points has gone to Rodriguez, 5 to Bennett and 4 to Peterson. All good news for the current Nissan King of the Mountains leader, because Sebastian Salas will win that polka dot jersey again tonight. There we are. Andrew Talansky gets the ice in the bag, down his back. How welcome is that? And I think we're looking there at Nathan Haas as well, picking up the bags too. Now this is a sprint back here just for the moment by Martin Jalingi. Ted King has got himself back on the front. The 2 Americans on the Liquigas Cannondale team doing a lion's share of the donkey work here out on course, in the hope that once again their team captain Peter Sagan will sweep everything before him when he gets down to the finish in Clovis. But they're going to have to worry a little bit about this breakaway, because we have some good riders up there. Brian Van Berg only 30 seconds off the pace, so too Michael Kerel, but you know he must be tired. He's been away all day in the original break. Anyway, soon the Sierras will be behind and the finish line will be just in front. On Saturday, the IZOD IndyCar Series will continue on the NBC Sports Network. It is the most nerve-wracking weekend in open-wheel racing because it's the Indianapolis 500 time trials, and that's on the NBC Sports Network at 11 a.m. So we're looking out across the wooded area here of the Sierra Nevadas as we start to fall away now. Now take a look at this. It took the leaders, the breakaway of 11 minutes and 3 seconds to climb. It took the peloton 44 seconds more. And the average speed, there it is for you to see, 12.5 mile an hour for the leaders. Now 349 watts they've been burning up front. And to put that a little bit in perspective, if you went down to the gym and lifted a few weights, you might lift about 200 watts of power going out. So under the sun today, it's going to be hurting all day. Here we are, a nice compact group, and I have to say, 4 days in, this is a serious breakaway. These riders are very, very good, especially Brian Van Borg, who is from Team Spider Tech, but he is a Danish rider. He's got up to this breakaway. He is only 30 seconds behind overall, so it's a big danger. There he is, 30 seconds off the lead. Sat at the back at the moment is the Radio Shack American, George Bennett. He's 54 seconds behind, and he's not an American, he is from New Zealand. 45 seconds off the pivot, 54 seconds off the pace. That's where we are now, slowly descending away from the pine-wooded area down into the flatter farmlands. Just grabbing bottles at the moment. Number 1 there, that's Chris Horner, the defending champion. He's been back to the team car, gathered all those cold water bottles, put them down his racing colours, and now searching out his teammates and passing them out to his mates. So he's finding time to be a rather super domestique while the race gets on with the chase back. And not surprisingly, it is the men from Nissan doing the chase back. All right, well, let's have a look then at one of our Cliff Bar moments at the Amgen Tour of California, which is brought to you by the technology of GoPro cameras inside the peloton. A little bit of a look around the festivities here. The signing on, the fun and games has all happened yesterday. Oh, I've just seen the GoPro camera as the riders start the rollout here beneath these beautiful blue skies. This is the bird's eye view as the riders. It's a full day in action for a professional cyclist, isn't it? The fans on Mont Diablo yesterday waving to the riders who are giving it, and down at the end a familiar sight, Peter Sagan winning, and then look at the massive crowd. That Cliff Bar moment was brought to you by GoPro cameras, GoPro in HD for the Amgen Tour of California. This is the breakaway. Behind is the peloton. They're closing in. Well, it looks, Paul, as though they couldn't resist the chase back. It's the boys on the front from Liquigas. Luke Rizzardo working doubly hard now to nip this breakaway in the bud.
Well, Ted King is the man doing the pacemaking, giving Tim Duggan a little bit of a break for the day. I have to say, Tim Duggan, Phil, he was in the breakaway early on. He's sitting in 3rd position in those riders there with the lime green jersey. These 2 American guys on the Liquigas squad have been unbelievable in the work that they've dedicated. I think the president of Brian Van Borg, Bram Tankink, in this breakaway made the main field think, we can't let them have too much of an advantage. Let's close it down quickly.
Yes, 2 well-known European top professionals, Tour de France riders. They're serious, and they can't give them an advantage. Remember, tomorrow is the time trial in Bakersfield. It's a nice time trial. It's flat, and there's easy to wipe out the advantage here of Peter Sagan and all of the others. There will be big time gaps at some stage tomorrow.
There will be big time gaps because, you know, the race of truth, the individual time trial, there's guys like most of the top contenders, Phil, before the start of this race, they haven't put a foot wrong so far. They've been waiting for the final half of this race. You know, Tom Danielson, Chris Horner, Andrew Talansky, they're all in this group, and they're all back together now as we see the catch has been made. And I think it is really because of the presence of Van Borg in that breakaway that they nailed it down, because the guys from Liquigas know him exceptionally well.
So 40 miles to go, and we are all together. That's about 61 kilometers. And as we look at the switching around, job done. Little congratulations there from the teams. Now who we going to control next? That was Peter Sagan there having a chat with the team and saying thank you very much, boys. Good job. All back in the camp together. Looking out across there. This is the beauty here of Visit California, so let's have a look then. The 400-mile-long Central Valley is home to 2 wetland wildlife refuges, which makes for excellent bird watching and easy hikes. The region's many rivers and lakes offer fishing, boating and whitewater rafting. Lesser travel roads are great for biking through the countryside. The Pacific Crest Trail offers the best of the West. The Mojave Desert, the Sierra Nevada, Mount Whitney, Yosemite National Park, Marble Mountain, the Russian Wilderness, and the volcanoes of Mount Shasta. It boasts the greatest elevation changes of any of America's national scenic trails. 2,650 miles, in fact. And I'll tell you what, today these boys have now officially climbed 14,614 feet. We'll take a break. It's time they had a rest. We'll take one. See you in a moment. Welcome back as we rejoin the action. There's a look at the new 2013 Nissan Altima pace car leading the peloton, the most innovative Altima ever, by the way, or as perhaps the American might say, innovative. You have to excuse the English pronunciation sometimes. As we're looking here now at the main field, and there's our GoPro camera too. Can't get a better position than that, can you? There's nothing, no one can hide these days, can they? And just coming up and snatching a drink there too is the Orico Green Edge rider. That is Wesley Sulzberger. He had a good day yesterday, a top 10 finish in the sprint. He was in the long breakaway today, which was caught just as we came on air. They've been out front all day as well. And so let's remind ourselves then about the big jersey wearers now as we take a look at the Monster Cable jersey wearers. Peter Sagan, the only man to wear the Amgen yellow so far. He also has the Visit California Sprints, and he also has the Rabobank Best Young Rider on the bottom right, while Sebastian Salas is hanging on to Nissan King of the Mountains. The other two jerseys which aren't worn, the XUD Most Aggressive Rider went to Jeremy Fidel yesterday from the Bristol team, and the Most Courageous Rider, Amgen Breakaway from Cancer, was won by Wilson Marentis yesterday. Both of those two guys trying to win together, but they got swept up near the finish. The field now having a little bit respite at last. Well, the sun is coming in from the left-hand side of the picture as we look at the riders. It is just beginning to tip downwards a little bit because it's just turned 2:30 here in California.
Well, Phil, now as they start to slow down a fraction, there's Peter Sagan in the yellow jersey, the man who has been indomitable in this event so far. Nice little smile, but he knows what is looming on the horizon. He knows he's got the individual time trial coming up. He knows he's got the big mountain passes of Big Bear and Mount Baldy looming up before we get down to Los Angeles, and he knows he will very shortly get challenged in his overall lead.
So as we come back to the team car, a little bit of a problem, or just more water required here. And this is for Irizar, who was the winner of the first sprint today and got himself a 3-second time bonus in the breakaway. And if he can hang on to this bunch, he's going to be a lot higher up the overall classification tonight. He's only 23 seconds off the maillot jaune of Peter Sagan. So he started the day 26 seconds off, but he did win a 3-second time bonus. So as we look at a general coming together here, let's have a look now at two of the best new American riders on Radio Shack Nissan. And let's have a look at Matthew Boucher, presented by Nissan and Ben King. Well, the enthusiasm of Ben King never fails to please Paul. He just loves to spread that USA Champions jersey on Californian roads.
Getting to wear that custom jersey, you know, representing the United States as the champions in the Tour of California, couldn't have gone any better for our team or for me personally.
This is amazing to see the work that's being done on the front here by Matty Boucher.
Suffering for my teammates is something I want to do, especially at this point in my career.
Cycling is a team sport. A lot of people don't realize how much the other riders on a team sacrifice for the one guy to win a race. And, you know, to ride and sacrifice myself during the Tour of California for a guy like Chris Horner is extremely rewarding.
Boucher will do everything until he can do no more.
I was just so focused, and it was an honor, and it was probably painful. I don't remember very much, but maybe your body's good at blocking out pain when it needs to.
2-arm salute from Levi, the same from Chris Horner, a 1-2 for Radio Shack.
And maybe at some point then I will be them and somebody in my position will work for me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2011 U.S. Pro Cycling Championships.
That was a crazy day. The one thing I said before the race was I wasn't going to go to a sprint with George.
As Boucher comes around, doesn't have enough for him. It's going to be a very close finish, too close to call.
I had no idea who had won at the finish, and so it was an anxious few minutes after the race.
And it is the youngster, Matthew Boucher, who will be your 2011 U.S. Pro Champion.
I knew going in that I was strong. I had good training and good cooking from Ben King's mom.
Before he won at the U.S. Pro Championships and took over the jersey from me, he and his wife spent a week at my house in Virginia, and we got to train together, and that's when I really got to know him a little bit better.
Yeah, I think when I look back on everything, and especially looking back now in 2011, or especially the month of May, I feel good about it.
Yes, our two Nissan American young riders there, the latest two national champions. They're friends as well, and they're on the same team. And remember, their job here is to see Chris Horner wins this race by Sunday outside LA Live. Well, they are really two personable young men, and they've won the national championship of their country in the last 2 years. So well done. Boucher is the current wearer of the Stars and Stripes, and we've seen plenty of him. But those are two guys we're going to see a lot of over the remaining half of this race as we go down towards Los Angeles. We've now set course for the south as we're heading down today to Clovis on the longest stage of the Amgen Tour of California. Fans, phase 2 of the Nissan Ultimate Access Sweepstakes is underway. The second of 3 grand prizes includes a trip to this year's Cascade Grand Fondo to ride with Radio Shack Nissan Trek's Chris Horner. All you need to do is go to nbcsports.com/ultimate access to register and enter the code word Fondo. Welcome back, and don't forget, tomorrow the Epic Cycle Series continues with Stage 5 of the Amgen Tour of California, presented by Breakaway from Cancer today. It's the individual time trial in Bakersfield, 18.4 miles of racing alone against the watch. And note the time, by the way, a different time, 4:30 Eastern on NBC Sports. This is the longest stage today, Stage 4, presented by Amgen Breakaway from Cancer, as we head now towards the finish. So the riders continuing here, all under the impetus of the Cannondale, Liquigas Cannondale squad, making our way off these slopes here. And this is pretty typical when you have the race leader on your team. 82% of the driving now being done by Liquigas Cannondale. But remember, it was the Radio Shack team who chased down that big breakaway, and now they can't be seen near the front of the peloton, so they clearly have a plan. There's the peloton. You can tell by when the back end gets a little bit ragged like this, the riders are preoccupied. They're looking for the team cars behind. They want drinks. As we look at riders here, I don't know whether he's waving to the cameras or he's got a bit of rain on that side of the road. But this here now is a little pan of the peloton. And back to the front. There we are. Radio Shack creeping up on the outside. So the Orica Green Edge team, the riders in the centre there, in the lime green jerseys, with Jayco on the backs. Well, the man who owns Jayco is their main sponsor, Jerry Ryan, and he's coming to California from Australia to see this team ride the last 3 days of the event. We can tell you a little bit more too about their bikes, and here's Bob Roll to tell us more.
I'm here with Adrian Montgomery, the PR manager of Scott Bicycles, the bike sponsor of the Orica Green Edge team, the team of Robbie McEwen and Luke Dubridge. Robbie McEwen, by the way, making his last professional race here at the Amgen Tour of California. What machine will the guys be using in this week's race?
Well, the team's racing on the Foil Aero Road, and Aero Road's a new category of bike that is very different from the round tube bikes the rest of the peloton's using. So if you're on an Aero Road bike, you can save about 5% of energy over the course of a stage. It's enough to break away, slip away from the pack. And the frame weighs 840 grams, which is about the weight of 3 rolls of pennies or a dozen glazed donuts, whichever you prefer.
A dozen glazed donuts or a stage win? Which is tastier?
We'll go for the stage win, thanks.
All right, well, best of luck this week.
Thanks, Bob.
Yes, and the Orica Green Edge team still hunting for that stage win. They've got a couple of sprinters on their squad, but so far one man has eclipsed everybody, hasn't he? So Peter Sagan, and it's his team driving here, the Liquigas Cannondale boy. We're off the heights of the day now, having climbed today 15,206 feet. We're now dropping down a little bit steadily all the way to ground level in Clovis. Well, the sun is now burning right down here on the backs of the riders. Stunning scenery all around them, but the roads are becoming kinder as they go. Over 15,000 feet they have climbed now. The Rabobank boys, they want to win as well. They've had many in the breakaways, but nothing coming their way just yet.
Well, I have to say, hats off to Tom Bone. And talking about sprinters, just on the far side there, number 44 with the bandaged elbow. He has also managed to survive on this mountainous day. So the sprinters, despite dragging themselves over those mountains, Phil, they've had the courage to get themselves back into this bike race, because for them, it's the last chance of victory, as far as I'm concerned, for a sprinter until LA.
That's right, number 44, there's Michael Matthews, who is an Australian, but he's on the Dutch Rabobank team, former under-23 world road racing champion. and now really warming to the occasion. He's been a winner this year, and well, he thought he might have been a winner on day one until he fell off in a rather ugly looking pile-up, which was just short of the finish by a couple of kilometres. Wasn't to be. And we'll see how he goes today. I think he might have a go if he gets down to the finish in Clovis, Paul.
He certainly will. All of the big sprinters have managed to drag themselves over the mountainous. To me, that's really, although we've never really been to the high spots, 15,000 feet or 5,000 meters of climbing is an awful lot to put in one day, and that's just a reflection of how difficult today's stage has been. But the sprinters have actually managed to survive.
Yeah. Just look at this now as the riders continue to just take drinks. Let's have a look at the Road ID fan predictions. 27.8%. Oh, you're really good now. You're telling us that Peter Sagan might win the stage. 12.6 go for Chris Horner. I don't know why. He's not a sprinter. 12.5% for Tom Bone, and I'd have put him up in Chris's place, and the rest of the field anybody for 47.7%. Don't forget to enter your pick for tomorrow's stage and a chance to win $1,000. Head on over to roadid.com/ride. Yes, who's going to win the time trial tomorrow? That won't be easy. As the riders here now continue to enjoy the warm sunny weather, the pressure's off, the battle of the mountains for the day has gone. This man with the stripes is one of the race referees. If he was doing this job in Africa, he'd probably be shot. I think he was a zebra as he walks up to the rear of the peloton. I think the riders have the right to shut down just for a little while here because they've had a tremendous day of racing on what is the longest stage of the race today, a massive stage for the riders of 130 miles they've covered today, or will have done when they get down. And our ever faithful man Tim Duggan from Boulder, Colorado, right on. This is Heinrich Hausler sitting at the back. He's probably gone to the back to have a little word with himself as to how can he convert 3 seconds into victory. Thank you, Heinrich. He's come from Inverell, which is a couple of hours drive out west from Sydney. For a while he was German because he had German parentage, but really I know the people in Inverell. It's a small town. They wanted him back. He's their big superstar over there in Australia, so he's actually now a full national in Australia, and that's where he sits. And so he's riding for the Orica Green. He's riding, I beg your pardon, he's an Australian, but he rides for Garmin Barracuda here, and he's looking for that win. It might come today for him. You never know. We'll take another break as we inch closer to the finish in Clovis.
Fans American Classic is giving you the chance to be part of the American Classic Fan Club this July during the tour on NBC Sports Network. If you are chosen, Bob Roll will tell everyone why you deserve to be featured as the American Classic Fan of the Day. Plus, you'll win great American Classic prizes. Just visit the American Classic on Facebook and enter today.
Welcome back to the Amgen Tour of California. We're looking here at Tim Duggan here. He's been the absolute workhorse every day for the Liquigas Cannondale. He was even in the breakaway all over the hills this morning, and now there he is still at the front. So I think we can hear more about him now because Bob Roll was chatting to him at the start today.
Tim, you've been doing a tremendous amount of work for the team in the last couple of stages. How gratifying is it to see your teammate win after all of that hard work?
No, it's pretty cool. 3 in a row to start off the week here at the Amgen Tour is spectacular, and it's kind of the momentum we're building within the Liquigas Cannondale team. It's kind of only getting easier every day. So, we're working hard, but we know Peter can finish it off in the last few hundred meters, and it's been working out really well for us.
And what's the mindset when you're sacrificing your own chances to work for a teammate?
I mean, that's the way cycling is. Even though there's 200 guys out there and everybody's kind of individual, it's still very much a team sport, and to pull off some big victories, the other 7 guys have to sacrifice everything for the one. And I think that's certainly been evident for the Liquigas Cannondale squad in the last few days.
A very tough stage today. What's the team plan in defending the yellow jersey and maybe giving Peter another chance for a stage win?
Yeah, it's a similar stage to the last 3 with a bunch of pretty solid hills in the end, but today's longer and hotter. And, we're stage 4 of the tour, and guys are starting to get a little tired. So we'll see who's got the good legs today.
All right, best of luck.
Thanks, Bob.
Yes, well, certainly Tim is not getting tired, is he? He's riding like 10 men at the front, and I have to say that he will be sharing in the prize. In professional cycling, they always share the prize money on the team. It doesn't matter who wins. And the prize, by the way, for winning a stage is $4,700. And Sagan has won 3 of those for his team in 3 days. So stunning scenery as our helicopters pick up the riders now. You can see clearly the pace has thinned down a bit. Riders continually dropping back to their cars. They know the calm before the storm now, because as they start to close in, some 28 miles, 45 kilometers to go, the pace will gradually creep up now, and then the big teams with the sprinters will start to think, now how do we beat Peter Sagan today?
Well, that's the big question. 1 or 2 riders, including Heinrich Hausler, have tried. First of all, Heinrich Hausler tried to get the jump on him first of all, and you know, he's just so attentive. He's all over this bike race. He was very alert, sitting at the front end of the main field. I think the only way to beat him is to, for example, for a team like Omega Pharma Quickstep to get a big long line out for Tom Bonen. Bonen is a powerful sprinter, not a rapid sprinter in the last few meters like a Mark Cavendish, for example. So they will try and get Bonen into a good position to lead the sprint out first, and then maybe hold off a last-minute comeback by Sagan.
Well, watch out for this man, Andrew Talansky there, freewheeling and tightening up his straps. Well, they're not straps these days. That's a sign of age when I say that. They're cleats these days. And he is a man we expect a big time trial out tomorrow and could be a contender going into the last weekend. So as they continue down now this is one cool app. So sign up now for the Radio Shack Tour Tracker and follow the race from start to finish, including text updates, rider location, speed, distance, breaks, and 2 hours of live video every day. And I do believe you can hear our commentary as well on that app. So enjoy that as we're looking back at the peloton now, happily freewheeling and keeping things just nicely up together as the riders continue to freewheel down. Led, I think it was by team, might have been Tim Rowe on the front there just for the moment of Team BMC. Speed limit of 25 miles an hour. That's probably why they've slowed down. Because I think we're heading to the kids are about, because I think we're about to see the cheers here. I thought I caught a glimpse from the back of that camera. So the Amgen Tour of California just hit town. The kids have got time out here to cheer the riders through. There they are. Then they can run back inside, watch the television and see who wins the stage down in Clovis. See you back shortly.
California is a great destination for cyclists because we have it all. I mean, we have the ocean, the redwoods, the mountains. You can ride your bicycle, you can go climbing, whitewater rafting. Anything you want to do in California, we've got it. The Amgen Tour of California is really a moving postcard. From way up north by Mount Shasta, you've got the Sierra Mountains, Gold Country, the Central Valley, down to Southern California.
Brought to you by Visit California. California, find yourself here.
Well, let's have a look then at the USA Cycling American standings, and Jeff Lowder's gone top dog here now in third place, 24 seconds off the yellow jersey. Fred Rodriguez is fourth, Ben Jacquemains is in fifth, Lawson Craddock 10th, and George Hincapie, Evergreen George, up there in 13th place, just half a minute. Good time trial from these riders tomorrow. Could see them in yellow. You never know, do you? As we get back to the action, it's status quo at the front. The man in yellow, Peter Sagan, just in amongst his own teammates, being kept clear of any problems and being led gently but surely towards the finish in Clovis, when he will look like he's been fired from a cannon again as he goes for win number 4 in as many days. We will see. Switching down to the head of the race now. It looks as though we're getting a serious sprint going now. It looks as though the boys are getting themselves warmed up as we're getting down towards the finish. Still a little way to go, but now we're getting into the pasture lands here and the very, very parched already countryside as we race down towards Clovis itself. Well, I don't know what somebody said, Paul, but it looks to me as though they're now turning those pedals in anger again. It's no good taking Sagan for an easy ride down to the finish, though they're going to have to lift this pace and try and hurt the team on the running.
Yeah, they will. Strangely enough, you know, Peter Sagan is one of 3 brothers and sisters. 3 brothers and a sister, and his brother actually races for Team Liquigas Cannondale as well, with a lot of people actually saying, Phil, that his brother is going to be even better than he is.
Okay, well, as we're looking, yes, and his brother's reported, his younger brother, by the way, is said to be even better than Sagan, so that's bad news for the peloton. Now, we are hearing now that the race referees are cancelling the fact that the Ronaldo Nocentini is abandoned, as I told you earlier, but he is a long, long way behind the race, so still stands a risk of being eliminated, but he hasn't given up. I really did think that was quite a surprise to come all this way. He's a very good rider. He's probably suffered in the sun. It won't be a good sign that the race has started to go well here now, because there is a time limit as ever. Today, because it's such a long way, the time limit is 12% of the winner's time. So we're going to be out nearly 6 hours today.
Well, I would say 5.5 hours will be the length of the time, and so you've got to keep riding hard, especially in the back. And Ronaldo Nocentini, let's not forget, is no young amateur. He's a guy who wore the yellow jersey in the Tour de France for a long time, and so he will not be happy to be in the position that he's in currently.
Well, 12 minutes is 12% is about 19-20 minutes. We won't know till we see the time. The workload today has been largely done since the captures by the Liquigas Cannondale. We're giving them 47%. Rabobank, BMC and Amiga Pharma Quickstep are on the front just now. They've got 8% of the workload, but that's going to go up now as they race down through the S's here. Fabulous roads now. The boys are going to be feeling quite happy again now. This road descending to almost sea level as they run down towards Clovis. And so Omega Pharma Quickstep on the front at the moment. As we let's have a look then now at our Tour Insider powered by SRAM.
Welcome to the Tour Insider, powered by SRAM. I'm Dave Toll with Michael Zellman. We're here at the start of Stage 4 of the Amgen Tour of California in Sonora. And Michael had an opportunity to talk to the man who's been making this race, Peter Sagan.
And Dave, the Liggett Cannondale rider, talked to us specifically about his SRAM Red 2012 componentry. Perfect ergonomic position on the levers, powerful braking, as well as fast shifting. He also mentions his Speedplay Team Green Zero pedals.
New SRAM Red group is better because have fasting, shifting, better control with the new brake in the descent.
Thanks for joining us on the Tour Insider,
powered by SRAM.
Yeah, it's good to see Peter Sagan there. His English is improving with every day he rides the Amgen Tour of California. He holds the record for 6 stage wins historically now in this event. Nobody's won that many throughout time, as we're back with the riders here. A bit of speed, and look at the length of that now. You need binoculars if you're sat at the back here to see you setting the pace up there at the front, as we just watch here behind the Colombian rider. And there you can see some of the gear mechanisms, and it's Omega Pharma Quickstep, the team of Levi Leipheimer. And by talking to Levi Leipheimer, 3 times winner of this race, coming to this only 5 weeks after severely breaking his leg, and we haven't seen anything of him, but he hasn't lost time either. And so I reckon that Levi might be a force to be reckoned with in the time. So let's remind you then of the 95th edition of the Giro d'Italia, which is being run concurrently at the moment with this event. You can see it on Universal Sports, and daily live coverage begins at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, only on Universal Sports. And I can tell you today that Roberto Ferrari won a group sprint. There was a crash again, and 1 man involved and delayed when he lost his teammates was Mark Cavendish. He only finished in 4th place. No change overall there, and so far no change overall here. Same leader throughout. So 3 stages, 1 winner, Peter Sagan, as the race now winds its way down to Clovis. We're closing in.
Che cosa guardi, eh? Mi stai sfogliando con gli occhi? Poverino, non puoi farne a meno. Sei perso pensando che sarò tua per sempre. The Fiat 500 Abarth. You'll never forget the first time you see one.
The Epic Cycle Series continues with the Amgen Tour of California, where last year's winner Chris Horner defends his title in America's premier cycling event. Continues tomorrow at 4:30 on the NBC Sports Network.
Another reminder about the IZOD IndyCar Series continuing on the NBC on Saturday. It's the Indianapolis 500 time trials. Coverage begins with pole day Saturday at 11 a.m. on the NBC Sports Network. Well, there's the empty podium, but who will be stepping up there? It's been reserved exclusively for the last 3 days for Peter Sagan. And the boys are getting a little tired of paying homage to the champion of Slovakia. TJ Van Garderen, a little concerned he's lost a couple of teammates he might need when we get down to the mountains. But TJ so far has made no mistakes himself. Still very much a favourite to win this race. Let's find out a little bit more, because Bob Roll spoke to him at the start this morning.
TJ, first of all, how's the Amgen Tour of California gone so far?
Oh, it's gone well. I mean, I've stayed out of trouble, avoided all the crashes. I mean, it's a bit of a bummer to lose both of the Steves, but so that might take us down a notch when we go into the mountains. But you know, the morale's still high and still sitting on good time.
Today looks to be a really challenging profile and probably very tough for one team to control the proceedings. What's your plan if things start to disintegrate?
Well, today looks like a good day for the breakaway to actually make it to the line, because it's a tough course, so it's going to be tough for teams to control, like you said. And you know, Liquid Gas already has 3 stage wins. I don't know, maybe they're greedy and want to bring it back, but I think they're content just to let it go. And then I don't see another team who really wants to take up reins.
The last time you raced was a Tour of Romandy, right?
Yeah, that was it.
And on the mountain stage, just before the last day's time trial, you had a rather rare accident. Could you explain that real quick?
Yeah, it was just really windy and just stuff was blowing in the air, and something that was blowing in the air hit me in the face. Yeah, I got a pretty nasty scar on my nose, 4 stitches. And I mean, it wasn't a major setback, but, you know, only missed a couple days of training and a couple days of the race. But, you know, I'm just left with this little reminder.
And you missed out on the last time trial, which is similar to tomorrow's stage. You think that'll affect you tomorrow? You haven't had a time trial for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I train a lot on the time trial bike. I mean, who knows what effect it can have, but, you know, I'm still confident.
All right, TJ, best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Bob, and well done, TJ. Well, we'll never know how he would have finished that Tour of Romandy, but he was riding extremely well, so it was a very bizarre crash which took him out of that race, but expect to see him in action in the time trial tomorrow. This is the one race he puts a lot of thought into, and he wants to win it. So we haven't even mentioned his name in the race yet, but he hasn't lost any time either. Another glance at our Sutter home. We've now hit what they prophesied. They said 95. We'll settle for 94 degrees Fahrenheit today. Those light winds still blowing. And now it's Omega Pharma Quickstep doing all of the work, taking over at the front. 82% in the last 10 minutes for them.
Before the weekend.
So just looking now, also lining up behind the team of TJ Van Garderen, the BMC squad. They're moving their men forward. They've got a good sprinter on the team, Paul.
Well, they've got Heinrich Hauslip. They're looking that little bit further back. You've got George Hincapie there with the white glasses. He's spending the majority of his time looking after the rider just behind him, and that, of course, TJ Van Garderen. Wouldn't it be nice to take a left-hand turn here, Phil, and head over to the reservoir of Millerton Lake?
Yes, it would, to see the glittering waters there. There's a few lakes high up in the mountains. We're now putting all of the Sierras behind us in the Yosemite National Park as we race down to Clovis. 130 miles, or if you prefer in kilometers, 210 kilometers, the riders today. All of the challenges behind. And this was the one day I think most of the riders felt would be a group sprint. It didn't look like for a while, but now we're on the flat roads. It is now a real fast running. They should keep their fast schedule now. Meanwhile, back at the car here, Gregory Rast has gone back to the car. It's taking a long time to pick that bottle up, wasn't it?
Well, that's what you call the elastic bottle, by the way,
okay.
Phil. It's known as a professional foul. You hang on to that bottle for as long as you can, and it gives you a little bit of respite. It's a professional foul, and he won't be punished, I don't think, by the race referees for doing that. They know he's trying to take on board as many drinks and food as possible for the team. He's one of the big teammates for Chris Horner, who will come out to play tomorrow. Former Swiss national champion, big strong bike rider who's been part of this Radio Shack squad for a number of years.
Yes, and by the way, as you all know, when you're carrying 22 ounces of water and you've got about 9 bottles in there, it's pretty heavy, and he'll be glad to distribute those to all his teammates as fast as possible.
Yeah, so I wonder what everyone is thinking about Peter Sagan. You know, it's not a real surprise to anybody of the form that this man has got, because he won 15 races last year around the world. But he started riding a bike at 19 years of age, and he turned up. One of the funny stories about Peter Sagan's youth, Phil, was he turned up to a bike race, and he had to ride a mountain bike race on his sister's bike because he'd sold his old bike by mistake.
Oh boy, that's the sort of thing I'd do. I'd sell both bikes.
There's 31. That's TJ Van Garderen. He really wants to go one better than he did last year in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. He finished in 3rd place. He's won the Best Young Rider competition in all of these races that he participated in. But now he wants to make a name for himself at his own right.
And he's very likely to start laying the foundations tomorrow. He's lost, as he says, the 2 Steves. In the event so far. They've both his 2 teammates have abandoned the race today. Not today. Steve Cummings and Steve Malavito, they abandoned a couple of days ago. Unfortunately, Cummings crashed and injured a wrist he'd already broken previously, and he might need those boys on Burr Mountain, Burr Lake or Mount Baldy, because he'll be wanting to try and loosen the grip a bit of Chris Horner, I think, if those are the men we're projecting as the race favourites, which they are. Now, Parch territory behind. The boys will make a left-hand turn here. Gives you some idea of how well these roads are closed by the highway patrol.
Well, just a little bit of information on the rules and regulations about taking on board drinks and food in a bike race like this. Normally, after the race covers 50 kilometers, the race referees allow you to go back to the team car and take on as much liquid as possible. And that normally stops at 20 kilometers to go, unless in extenuating circumstances the race referees feel it is too hot. And today, in fact, they've extended it to 15 kilometers to go that the riders are allowed to take on board drinks.
And who said the referees didn't have a heart? But you can see there the shimmering there of the heat, and it's 94 degrees. Now, don't forget, on Sunday, ride the same circuit as the pros. The Nissan Ride Before the Pros will take place in downtown LA at LA Live on Sunday, May 20th. And the time you're all going to turn up, 8 until 9:30. You can ride the same circuit the pros will ride later in the day, and it's free to all participants of all experience levels. That's the Nissan Ride Before the Pros. It'll begin and end at the official start and finish line. And register online at www.amgentorocalifornia.com/Nissan. Now, Tom Bonan, we didn't see it, but has had a flat tyre, and here he comes back. Not entirely the legal way to come back, and if the referees see him, he'll probably get a $75 fine, but if they don't, he'll be back in the race, and that's what he's aiming at. It's František Rabon, the teammate, who is dropping back there to take over the pacemaking. Now, that would be legal if Tom gets in behind František Rabon. Instead, František Rabon decides to get in behind the car. Well, of course, the referees are busy on the course, so they won't be seeing these pictures. So Tom has had a rough ride towards the end of the day today. But if they spot that, I can't believe they won't fine him. But anyway, the race is not on in anger at the moment, but it will be as we head down towards the finish today. A long road ahead. Welcome back. These are the welcoming waters. The riders won't see it. We can. This is the Freon Dam on Milnerton Lake here in California. And as our helicopter flies over the top, he's going to locate the riders heading towards Clovis today on stage 4, presented by Amgen Breakaway for Cancer. The longest day in the Tour of 130, let's add the rest, 0.2 miles. And there they are, speeding down. Nobody in the lead now. Everybody been swept up. And the field more or less all together. Low 6 riders have abandoned the race today, as far as we know. And Rinaldo Nocentini in the bunch of riders quite a long way behind. He's probably the most significant name back there. Well, there's the dam wall on the backs of these riders, as Team BMC for TJ Van Garderen taking closer order at the front.
State.
Well, the riders still content to just continue on. They're 15 miles from the finishing line now, so I can't see this gentle pace lasting much longer. Peter Sagan in the middle, just ferreting around his pockets there to see is there any food left. And he's found something. He's going to share it with his mates by the look of it, as the team keep him protected. Now, this is significant, Paul, isn't it? Even though there's 120 odd riders in the race here, the same team always seem to ride around each other.
It's important when you start to get to a position like this, Phil, the teams want to ride close together so they can communicate with each other, and so they can very often as well, when you see a who's leading the race, he'll always have a teammate behind him, because if he has a mechanical incident, he wants to make sure that he can be on hand to help his teammate as quickly as possible. You'll always notice, you can see the red and black jerseys of Team BMC, they're riding together as a block, but it's also a good psychological move as well, because once you're surrounded by your teammates, you feel that little bit stronger.
It's Nathan Haas there in the blue, second in line at the moment, from Garmin Barracuda, making his way now with the top Pro Tour team, having had a sensational season last year. He rode for Genesis in Australia, and he had a wonderful season. He won, amongst other races, the Japan Cup and the Jayco Sun Tour, and as a result, here he is now on one of the world's best teams, and riding very well, I might add, too. Just look at the heat shimmering here, and while we're looking at that, I think we can take you back to our story of the day so far. Since we started down in the town of Sonora with the Amgen Breakaway for Cancer sign-in, and he knows exactly where his space is now. He had trouble finding it yesterday, but Peter Sagan signs in along with the other riders of importance, including three-time winner Levi Leipheimer. Still a big mystery to us. How well is he going with that recently healed broken leg? We'll find out tomorrow in the time trial. And this is our Nissan Leaf Drive Electric to the finish. As always, the car leading the riders out. Neutralised formation till they clear the city limits, and then the racing will begin. Lovely crowd, by the way, here, leaving Sonora and bathed in warm sunshine. Be pretty hot stoking that steam locomotive up in the firebox today, as it was held up for the passage, and then straight away comes an attack. As we were heading over the first climb, which had been won by Sebastian Salas, the bigger cat coming on the second climb of the day, we got ourselves a little group of 11 riders clear of the field today. But there were half a dozen riders within 30 seconds of the first one, so they were going to mark that breakaway. At the top of the first climb, it was Sebastian Salas increasing his lead in the Nissan King of the Mountains. He wasn't in the breakaway that settled in, no. None of the riders affecting his lead. It was Damian Atapuma from Colombia who went over the top. Alongside him was Alex Howes. At the first sprint at Mariposa, it was Markel Irizar. Very important 3-second time bonus for the Radio Shack rider, because he now moved up to just 23 seconds off race lead. Breakaway never was allowed more than about 5.5 minutes. That was Carlos Quintos winning that climb there. And then we moved on to climb number 5. And this time it was Alex Howes himself leading over the top. And then in a flat-out sprint here for the final California, this time Irizar was beaten as the Visit California. That was the second sprint of the day, won by Garmin Barracuda's Alex Howes. Then the breakaway was caught, and then another breakaway started here as 6 riders tried to get together on the last climb of the Crane Valley Road. Martin Rodriguez was the man to win the King of the Mountains points there. And then the chase down, led not surprisingly by the lime green clad Liquigas Cannondale squad of Peter Sagan. And so we are now all together again, and almost assuredly now, with only 13 miles to go to the finish, we are going to see a group sprint yet again. This is Michael Creed here, who sits overall 87th, 21 minutes back. His job is the water carrier, the gregario of the team. He's been back for Optum, presented by Kelly Benefit Strategies. Now he's going to look for his teammates and distribute the drinks. He's up to date. That is the story so far. The roads are all downhill or flat now, going to Clovis finish. The old town of Clovis is ready as the whole peloton head towards it. Welcome back. You haven't missed anything at all while we've been away. The riders, as you can see from this beautiful Visit California aerial view, are very much all together. They're racing steadily. Racing is in quotations just now because they're just riding towards the finish. They've had a very active day beneath a very hot sun, and now they're waiting for the sprint finish. There's no doubt about that. We are inside the last 20 kilometers of the day, just on 11.5 miles to go. we can see the teams moving forward with the sprinters, but not least this team here. They're looking to bring Greg van Avermaet home today. So the sun almost on top of the riders now as we pass through 3:30 in the afternoon in California. A beautiful warm day. The people who live in this region, well, this is absolutely normal for them. They expect this now to be here for a few months, and already the crops are in many parts of the state here. And the field now repositioning, and a lot of riders will just hold on to their losses because there are pelotons of riders behind the race after the rapid first 4 hours of racing today, and they will want to try and beat that 12% time limit, which will only be, because of the speed, around about 19 minutes today, the elimination time on the winner. This is TJ Van Garderen riding his first race since he was knocked off by a tree in the Tour of Romandy in Switzerland, and still ranked amongst the favourites to take control tomorrow in the time trial.
Number 11. This man also thinks that he can win. Tommy Danielson, who for a long time hailed from Durango, Colorado, decided to move down to the mecca of Colorado cycling, and that of course is Boulder, which will be included in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge in the month of August, but at a slightly higher altitude than where we are today.
And as of 2 weeks ago, they're now almost next door neighbours, Tom Danielson and the Bozeman man from Montana, TJ Van Garderen. He's also moved to Boulder, and so they can share the same coffee shops and go training together. But here they're on rival teams and will take each other on for sure on the climb up to Big Bear Lake and on the steeper climb up to Mount Baldy. This man's not even concerned about the 2 days in the mountains yet. He's more concerned about making it 4 wins in 4 days. Peter Sagan is enjoying his Amgen Tour of California. He's now set the current record of stage wins and set that bar at 6 wins historically.
Well, I wonder, when you talk about historically, I wonder if he will have any chance at all, Phil, to enjoy historic downtown Clovis. You know, the Clovis Rodeo has taken place on the last weekend of April every year since 1914. And if you can hang on for 8 seconds, you might just get yourself another win.
Well, maybe they'd like to hang on for 8 seconds at the back wheel of Sagan.
Well, will get themselves organised but this is an ideal sprint finish today, Phil, for a sprinter, a powerful sprinter. And it is a nice straight 800-metre crack at the line. The Flamme Rouge, the red kite, is situated just before 2 right-hand bends, and then you've got about an 850-metre crack at the line as the riders go straight down through the middle of Pulaski Avenue.
And there is Robert Kessing, by the way. He's in the centre of the peloton. The man we've talked about in the past. He was 3 times the best young rider winner here. He's got old now. He doesn't qualify anymore, but he would like to ride. There he is, having a little chat with the boys in his own language. He wants to do well here. He's made no secret of that, but he hasn't had the opportunity yet. He's waiting for the time trial, and more particularly for the mountains. He's a very good climber.
Well, for him, I would have to say the big day would be Mount Baldy. He seems very happy with the way his Amgen Tour of California has been unfolding so far as he sits there with his teammates. But he will also be called upon possibly a little bit later on in today's stage to help Michael Matthews get up to the front, because we still have some great sprinters in this bike race. We've been talking about Tom Boner, we've talked about Peter Sagan, but Heinrich Hausler, Phil, he's probably wondering what can he do. He's tried every which way possible to get himself the win. Today might come up good.
Yes, well, there's a lot of riders rather hoping that they can win here, especially today, but for the moment there's Rory Sutherland just passed by. He's the 4th rider back on the right there, craning his neck to see who's on the front. Rory's something of a hero the other day. 2 days ago he crashed. We didn't realise it, but he actually dislocated his finger, and he almost won the stage after that, and then he had to go to the hospital for an x-ray. The race goes on as we close in on Clovis. Now, don't forget to ride in style with the new 2012 official race jerseys, available now at official ATOC and merchandise locations and online at AmgenTourCaliforniaStore.com. Now, let's go back to the action. We're seeing one lone rider down there, and that is John Clark from Australia, but more importantly from United Healthcare. He has just broken clear, and he was the last Amgen Tour de California. Him was in 2009. Didn't finish then, but Jonathan Clark now trying to break clear. He's actually from Australia, but he's very much on the United Healthcare American team. This is how he did it. It's the first show of aggression we've seen in the last few miles of the race, going from a perfect position of 6 or 7 men down the line, nobody reacting from the front. They feel as though they might have him under control. Now let's see what he does about this. He's decided, having checked over his shoulder a number of times, that he may be given his head for a little while at least, so he's getting on with it now. No reaction from the field, all watching him. He's still got a long way to go, and they're well aware of that. But you know, you've got to try something. This might start the reaction from the field, which really picks up the tempo. He actually lives in Asheville in North Carolina now, but he comes from Australia, very much so, and part of this American United Healthcare squad. So as the man from Australia, Paul, but really these days from Asheville, Carolina, and that's pretty close to where George Hincapie comes from, but they're on different teams. And this is really the tempter now, isn't it? What we saw yesterday, to try and tempt the sprinters to start getting their domestiques to lift the pace.
But what it hasn't done is disorganize the front end of the peloton on this occasion. They know that this guy has gone out on the attack. They know he's opened up 100, 150 meters advantage, and they will continue just to keep him locked in there. Nathan Haas has done a lot of hard work, but you can see the faces now, Phil, of the big contenders. Robert Hessink moving to the first 5 or 6 places. Tommy Danielson moving into the first 5 or 6 places. And they are all staying up there because they know very, very shortly the hammer's about to go down.
Racing around the vineyards here. I think the vineyards, yes, they are vineyards, because we also grow plenty of soft fruit and nuts in this region as well, as we race towards Clovis. Jonathan Clark getting all of the cheers from just about everybody who lives in the area, because it's not well populated out here as we race downtown towards Clovis. And it's had the effect, because now the tempo has been picked up at the front.
No, it certainly is, but it's still the same 2 guys doing the pacemaking on the front end of this main field. And but you can see now that everybody's getting that little bit more nervous. The black and red and blue jerseys there of Radio Nissan Trek, they're keeping Chris Horner to the front of the main field out of any kind of danger.
There is the concentration now on Johnny Clark. If he doesn't look over his shoulder, he just keeps on going, sees what happens. There's the long straight road. That is not a good road to make a breakaway. Now this is happening downtown. This is the Amgen Breakaway Mile, and it's approximately a mile march to celebrate cancer survivors. About 150 community members will participate here and honor and celebrate not only those impacted by cancer, but also the scientific innovations made possible by biotechnology. Back to Johnny Clark, concentrating now as he races towards the line. But he's on a long, long straight road. They're going to see him, and they're going to just hold him there like they're out in the ocean fishing for the riders here, because they're just going to let him run for a while and keep a tight rein on him should he think he's trying to escape the peloton. He would like to see them chase him down, because he has come with good sprinters who could take part at the finish anyway. Well, at least Jonathan Clark getting United Healthcare on television down there. As we pull back, let's see what sort of a lead he's got. Not a lot, is it? Change of direction for the riders, and still keep him. So give him a kilometre or so. They might wind him in, but they're not really intent on catching him. They're more intent on not letting him get away. Sounds a little bit of a contradiction, but they're happy if he sits off the front and sets the pace, takes a little bit of pressure off the main field itself. But I think they're going to creep up on Jonathan very shortly. Well, while his own country of Australia is heading towards their winter, Jonathan Clark here is racing towards the Californian summer. Well, they're fanning out. They're almost apologising for this catch, I think, Paul, because they're fanning out, looking for volunteers to come and set the pace now.
Well, we're getting closer and closer. I have to say, Phil, this is an ideal finish for the sprinters today. It is. Basically, it's 3 parallel straight lines. They come straight into town, charging down the Clovis Avenue. A quick right-hand bend, followed by another one into Woodworth Avenue, and that's around about 1 kilometre long. And then 2 very sharp right-hand bends, and they can see the finishing line from a long, long way out. It's, again, one of those sprints where you've got to be very careful, because if you start to sprint too soon, somebody like Peter Sagan is just going to come out of your slipstream.
Well, I was wondering if anybody's written on the road, this is not the sprint for Peter Sagan. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, right. Well, because Woodfield Avenue then, or Woodworth Avenue rather, is a long straight. So the long straights are always very difficult to judge because the actual banner in the eyes of the cyclist appears closer than it is as they race for it. If you don't get it inch perfect, then you lose the stage. So we'll look forward to the finish, but for the moment this field is happy to keep control. Well, they're doing exactly what I thought they would do. They've got him on the end of the huck. They're allowing him to run around the ocean, but they're not allowing him to go anywhere at all. And I think he knows it now, so he's going to sit up and he's going to go back into the pack as we continue past the palm trees there, which are guarding some rather nice grapes ready for the future. We are now at 10 kilometres or just over 6 miles from the finish. Jonathan Clark for United Healthcare is being reeled back in. 1 or 2 riders changing position at the front. So we will assume that the race is now all together. We'll take another break and we're heading down to the town at finish, and we're only 6 miles from the line now. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network. Brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. By AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. By Amgen's Breakaway from Cancer. No one should have to face cancer alone. Go to breakawayfromcancer.com. And by Strava. Track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. Welcome back, everybody. Eyes down now. This is the longest stage of the Amgen Tour of California this year, and it's brought to you by Amgen Breakaway from Cancer, and we are now in the last 4.5 miles of racing. The pressure has gone on. We are all together, and we are looking at a lot of work being done now by the French setup and also the Belgian setup of Amigo Pharma Quickstep, the team of Tom Bonen. Can the sprinter get it right? The season's #1 ranked rider with 9 wins. Levi Leipheimer just peeping into the right of our screen there, also taking part at the front. Bit surprised to see Levi there. As we show you there, that is Peter Sagan being pointed out to you in a very good position. Plenty of time to take out those riders who are in front of him as he approaches the finish. It is a brilliant finish for the sprinters today. The last kilometre is dead straight. It's a difficult sprint to actually judge to perfection. Well, there's no doubt now, Paul, that Amigo Pharma Quickstep, who saw their big sprinter Tom Bonen dropped on the last climb of the day up Crane Valley Road, he came back when the field slowed down. He must have said, I'm feeling good again, because the team are working now to try and guide him through the traffic to victory.
Well, I have a feeling, Phil, that the tactic was, in fact, to leave Stijn Vandenberg and Dries Devens behind with Tom Bonen to drag him back into the peloton on the descent. They did that perfectly, and now I think this could well be the best way to try and beat Peter Sagan. They're going to take responsibility. They're going to try and launch Tom Bonen into a long sprint with 300 or 400 meters to go. That's Peter Velits just sitting up there, but there again, once you try to get yourself organized, all of a sudden somebody goes over the top.
Do you notice the speed of the riders looking at each other, and somebody now has tried to lift the pace here and break it, and this is the youngsters, this is the Bontrager team. The average age of these kids are just 20 years of age.
This is Logan Loda, who's gone out the front there, and that was a very smart attack. But you see, they've got the attack. They've opened up the gap of 50 or 20 meters, but you can't consolidate, especially at speeds like this. And there's no panic at all on the Omega Quickstep team, because they have got to keep themselves, but somebody else has got over the top. That's Zabriskie.
That is Garmin Barracuda's Dave Zabriskie, the national time trial champion of the United States, going a day early, if you ask me, because he's a favourite for tomorrow's time trial, but he feels he might be able to ride them away in the manner of the great Russian cyclist Vyacheslav Yekimov when he won a stage of the Tour de France a few years ago.
There are not many blokes in the world who are doing what this man is trying to do. This is a two-pronged attack by Garmin Barracuda. Barracuda, because if they don't chase him down, he gets the win. Look at that. That's a replay as we see him at the 5 kilometer to go. He's got a huge gear going in there, and he's got the gap. But what happens as well, Phil, is it takes the responsibility away from Garmin Barracuda for doing the lead out for Heinrich Hausler. This is a win-win situation.
I think this is probably the tactic of the team here, because what it is doing now, Dave Zabrisky's gone 3 miles to go to the finish. He is going to force the teams of the likes of Tom Bonen and Peter Sagan to chase him. They can't save energy because this man could ride off and hold the peloton at bay. And by doing the chase to catch him, they're giving Heinrich Hausler an easier ride to the finish.
It must be panic. What tactic have we got to adopt right now? Because they know Dave Zabriskie. They would have thought he was going to save a little bit of energy for the individual time trial tomorrow. But no, Zabriskie has gone out, thrown the gauntlet down, and he's trying to set the race up. He's forcing the other guys in this race to chase him down to give Heinrich Hausler, who's finished in second place on 3 days in a row, an easy ride to the finish.
Well, look at this gap now. They've really begun to open. He's actually opening the gap here at the moment, Dave Zabriskie. He is, as I say, the national time trial champion of the USA. The time trial leg of this race is tomorrow in Bakersfield. But he's showing us his skill here, because put him down as a possible favourite tomorrow for the time trial and maybe taking the leader's yellow jersey. But right now, he's trying to lay it on a plate for Heinrich Hausler, his teammate, to win the sprint.
And if it was any other bike rider in the world, there's another guy going clear, and that looks to me, if that was Josh Atkins has come out of the pack there, if any other guy in the race had jumped away at 5 kilometers to go, I would have said to you, Phil, no chance at all. But Dave Zabriskie, he could pull this off.
We could, and I'll tell you, what a
he's
move
going to.
This. Look at the gap he's got now. He's got his bike up to around about 28 miles an hour, and he's locked in there. The peloton are now preoccupied. They've got to catch Zabriskie before they can think of setting up the sprint for their sprinters. So there will be a little bit of consternation back there in the main field. Look at the movement in the peloton.
I'd use the word panic. Panic on board the express coming into the Clovis historical downtown area now, as all of a sudden, when a man like Dave Zabriskie goes out, and you mentioned Yatislev Ekimov is probably one of the only other men in the world who could pull off a stunt like this and survive. Well, Zabriskie has really done a good job. It takes all of the pressure off Garmin Barracuda. Heinrich Hausler in the green jersey will be sitting there in 4th or 5th position, waiting to see whether his teammate gets caught or not. And if he does get caught, he will have had an easy ride up to the line. But what it's done is it confused the lead out of Team Omega Pharma Quickstep. But not now. They're coming back into control. They're trying to calm down the nerves of everybody else in that main field, and they'll try and see if they can just pull back themselves to the back wheel of Dave Zabriskie inside of the last 500 or 600 meters.
2 kilometers we've just gone by now, and Dave Zabriskie looks over his shoulder. Usually not a good sign. It means the legs are now aching. They'll be on fire. The peloton are winding him in slowly, but they're having to use energy to do it. Zabriskie was only 30 seconds off that yellow jersey. He could have got a 10-second win bonus. Then he would have only been 20 seconds off it. He's going to look at the guys now. Knowing Dave Zabriskie, there'll be a wry smile on his face saying, that hurt you boys, didn't it?
It certainly hurt everybody. That's what it looked like briefly at the back. This looks like Gerard Cholek, one of the riders from Omega Quickstep. He's a very fast sprinter himself, but it's not for himself this afternoon. He's trying to make sure he keeps Tom Bonen up at the front. He does not want the riders on the left and right-hand side to come around and swamp his team sprinter, which is why he's keeping the pace nice and high. Bonen is still there in 4th or 5th position in the pale blue jersey, but he's getting swamped over on the left.
Well, this is the difficulty now, because here in the USA, these roads are really wide. They're not like the European narrow approaches. We're under the Kenda, 1 kilometer to go banner now, 1,000 meters to the line, and it's Team Garmin Barracuda, and that's the team of Heinrich Hausler who's on the front.
There's one more corner to go, and these riders are going around it as we speak, and now they're looking up, and if they look up straight in front of them, they'll see the finishing line now. They're looking back. They've got the white jerseys. That's going to be for Marcel Kittel. He's a rapid man. Tom Bonen is still nicely placed in the middle of all of that pack. So too is Fred Rodriguez of Team Exergy. He's in about 4th or 5th, but Bonen has got a good position.
Marcel Kittel is the 3rd man in line here, and it's also Josh Atkins as Team Bontrager who's trying to break in on the action as well. Watch Sagan, dead centre of our picture in the yellow jersey as Rabobank launches Michael Matthews. Matthews is looking for the back wheel of Sagan and has got it here. As they continue to the line now, they're going to break clear. Bonen's on the far right as Sagan hits it with the wheel, and Hausler's on his wheel. The top 2 finishes for the last 3 days. Is he going to do it again? And he's on the line, and he gets it. It's impossible. 4 out of 4 for Peter Sagan.
Well, all of the top sprinters in the Amgen Tour of California there, Phil, were on his shoulders. He waited and bided his time. Marcel Kittel, Tom Boonen, Henrik Hausler on the left-hand side, but calmly, well, not that calm, coming up through the middle with power and acceleration. Boom, boom, makes it number 4.
Well, I'm not going to talk about Peter Sagan. I'm going to ask you, Paul, how does Henrik Hausler feel 4 second places in 4 days?
Well, he did everything. They've tried every which way they can to find the right tactic to blow this guy out of the water. They haven't found it yet, and they're going to have to wait now, Phil, all the way down to LA Live.
And a 10-second win bonus as well, don't forget, which is edging him away for the time trial. This is how he did it.
Had a teammate with him all the time. Look at Tom Boonen there. He's caught in the middle, and on the outside there was a long way out, and he couldn't even see where Henrik Hausler was. He was locked there onto the wheel of Peter Sagan. This is the moment Boonen was waiting for. He was on the wheel on the left-hand side of Kittel, but as soon as the gap on the door opened, bang, there you can see Peter Sagan going right down through the middle. And as you said, look at Hausler, please, please slow down, slow down. I want to get this win, but no, I'll have to do second again.
Well, absolutely fantastic. Peter Sagan makes it 4. And I think we can show you from the camera here our Coca-Cola results. Sagan, Hausler, Michael Matthews got in 3rd. Michael Friedman of Optum made it 4th. Carlos Alzate of Team Exergy getting there in 5th place. Of course, they're all in the same time because they're all in that big bunch. But Sagan not only has kept his yellow jersey, with his win bonus of 10 seconds, he will have increased his overall lead as well, which is auguring well for him in the time trial tomorrow. He's built all the advantage he can have. So he keeps his yellow jersey tonight, and he keeps it very much intact. 4 wins out of 4 chances. Absolutely unbelievable. Sagan, Hausler, and Michael Matthews, the order over the line today. I can tell you Matthews will feel a little better after that 3rd place podium finish because his confidence was knocked with his crash on day 1. There is Peter Sagan, who's now claiming in history his 7th Amgen Tour of California stage win, and nobody else has done that either. But you know, it is incredible to win 4 stages in a row. And to finish with the same rider in 2nd place, I've got a feeling that is pretty much unprecedented in the world of cycling. Let's have a look then at the overall standings brought to you by Cliff Bar. Sagan is now 16 seconds clear of Henrik Hausler, 34 over Jeff Lauder, 35 over Haus, and 36 over Rodriguez. It's further down, though, we'll be looking because he's now building a little barrier now over the rest of the men that matter, 40 seconds over most of them. And in the time trial tomorrow, just over 18 miles, he has got a chance. Now, as we say goodbye to with our live coverage, don't forget live coverage of tomorrow's stage 5, continues. Note the special time, 4:30 p.m. Eastern. And you can also watch stage 4 highlights tonight at 11:30 p.m. Eastern right here on the NBC Sports Network. Boy, this race is hotting up just like the weather, isn't it? And as Sagan takes it out for a full schedule and race highlights, log on to NBCSports.com. Up next is Game 2 of the NHL Eastern Conference Finals, with the New Jersey Devils taking on the New York Rangers. From here, goodbye. Plus degrees, it's hot as a rider time trial.
It is very, very hot, I have to tell you. And by the way, if you're interested in buying one of those Trek time trial bikes, it probably costs you between $15,000 and $18,000.
So Jens Voigt on his way, concentrating on the road ahead. Now, let me tell you that Bakersfield has been designated the Tree City, USA for 15 years in a row. It ranks 3rd among all countries in the United States in agriculture-related production as well. The southern gateway to the Central Valley, Bakersfield is the 9th largest city in California and indeed one of the fastest growing regions in the nation. A short drive from the city puts visitors in the southern Sierra Nevada mountains, where one can experience top-rated whitewater rafting, fly fishing and hiking. And for more information, go to visitcalifornia.com. Really is beautiful around this part of the world. It looks a little bit barren at the moment for the time trial. There is a troublesome wind blowing, as the riders will find out on course. But now, what is this man going to do? People think Levi Leipheimer is playing possum, although he is coming back from a broken leg. Can he return to the top as the time trial king of this race? Tomorrow, the Epic Cycle Series continues with Stage 6 of the Amgen Tour of California. It's an absolute brute as we head up to Big Bear Lake. It'll be a tough day after the time trial. And note the time at 5 Eastern on the NBC Sports Network. Looking across the oil-producing area here in Bakersfield, just moments ago, the former world time trial champion, Bert Grabsch, had an inspired finish, and he's just recently finished Scott Zwiezanski off the top by a few seconds. So he holds the best time now. Current time trial champion of Germany as well, 38:10 for Bert Grabsch at the finishing line now. Out on course again, picking up Ben King, peddling his heart out here. But remember that when we get to the last 48 riders of the day, they are blanketed by only 40 seconds after 4 days of racing. There's the current situation. Grabsch just finished 11 seconds quicker than the recently finished Zwiezanski. Christoph Riblon, the early leader, slipped down to third now, and Gerald Cholik has come in there into fourth place, while Travis Meyer, the Australian, he's gone down into fifth. Those are the early runners now. When you ride a time trial, you've got to measure your effort. It's the riders who go out late who would be looking to close that gap on the leadership of Peter Sagan, that is for sure. This is Joe Dabrowski here, who rides on the Bontrager Lift strong team. He's only just started a couple of minutes ago. This team is full of fight. They're youngsters. Average age is 20, and they are here to impress, and they've certainly done that this week. So as Joe gets underway, he's on the empty road ahead of him here. The boys in black. It must be quite warm in those black jerseys today, with temperatures hitting 90 degrees. So let's have a look then at our Cliff Bar moment at the Amgen Tour of California, brought to you by the technology of GoPro cameras inside the peloton. Let's have a look at yesterday's stage from our little mobile camera. A little camera for a little horse there, as this was all the preparation for the arrival yesterday. Everybody enjoying themselves in the town of Clovis, and then our camera getting out amongst the peloton as it was all action over a series of hills before you started the run down to the finish in the old town area of Clovis. It was a scorcher yesterday, it really was. Riders preoccupied with water. That's our Cliff Bar moment, brought to you by GoPro cameras. GoPro U in HD for your Amgen Tour of California. Go to meetthemoment.com. And there is the motorcyclist view there of the time trialist. Nobody is allowed to go alongside or pass these riders. They're very strict rules here because of the wind, and it is purely a lone effort here. And so they are out on their own until they've completed the course distance of 18 miles. As the faces continue to smile at the start here, Paul, this is the Bissell rider down here, Chris Baldwin, making his start. Bissell have lost 3 of their 8 riders after a couple of days of racing, but they've been very, very much in the stage here. Sitting 2 minutes 40 seconds off the race lead, so Chris is having a pretty good Amgen Tour of California. Back out to see Joe Dombrowski.
Well, it's back out and back into the finish line. We're moving right and left all of the time here to see if we can keep up with all of these bike riders. Another good ride coming in here, and this is rider number 134 crossing the line, Michael Creed. That's not a bad ride by him.
39.16 has put him in 6th place at the moment on the overall standings. No change since the former world champion came in about 10 minutes ago. Bert Grabsch, I think pride probably drove him to that, because these early starters and midway starters are many minutes behind overall, but somebody like Bert Grabsch, this is his speciality. He could well be the winner of the day, if not moving up too far overall.
Well, that's what he's looking for, but I think he realizes they've got another game in hand as well once we turn this race up to the hills, because they've got to look after Peter Velits and, of course, Levi Leipheimer. If Leipheimer has the form that a lot of people are starting to now say that he's been hiding.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. We'll wait and see with Levi Leipheimer. We actually spoke to Christian Armstrong after she did her inspired performance, and we said, hey, Christian, who's going to win the men's event? And she said, I reckon Levi Leipheimer. Well, that's a bit of a shock, I think. Everybody else is talking about Dave Zabriskie. There's the overall current standings, and now you can ride with California pride. Well, just this is actually Martin Gillingi. Now, if he's held his time, he could be the new leader here. No, he's well inside. Just look at the clock against 38.10. An inspired ride this by Martin Jalingi. To my knowledge, he's never won a time trial in his life, but you know, his team manager said watch him today, he could be a top 10 finish. Well, for the moment he is sitting on the leaderboard as number 1. He was the best time of 16.10 at the turn, and he's come home with a terrific performance. So well done, Martin Jalingi. The Rabobank boys want a result, and today it may well be the case. He's in with 36.51, and that is the best time. And not only the best time, it's annihilated the time of the Grabsch. And now you can ride with Californian pride. Check out new California flag-inspired apparel and jerseys online at AmgenTourOfCaliforniaStore.com. Back with the action here, and back to see the start now of Vincenzo Nibali. He's been on the lips of many people as a pre-race favourite, and we haven't mentioned his name yet, but he hasn't lost much time either. So today he's going out now, and he's one of those riders blanketed only 40 seconds off the lead, in his case of his teammate Peter Sagan. So good time trial, and Nibali could be looking forward to the next 2 days of racing in the mountains. Here's the rival of former US road race champion Ben King. A very good ride for Ben. He crossed the line there in 6th place with the 6th best time so far. No change overall as we watch here the Italian Nibali podium finish in the Giro d'Italia last year, making his way out. It is still Martin Jalingi who has given us the best time of 36 minutes and 51 seconds. Also, he holds the best turn time of 16 minutes and 10 seconds. And that, I think, is a very good time, which might withstand the passage of time, actually, because he finished 5th in the time trial a year ago here in the Amgen Tour of California. It was at Solvang then, the beautiful town, Danish enclave of Solvang. As Zerbel now, another good time trialist, but we've seen him off his bike during this time trial. He had to change the front wheel, which is rather sad. It may have cost him. Well, as Tom Zerbel comes in, Paul, we saw him off his bike changing a tyre. It is still an incredibly good time. And you know, that wheel change has cost him the lead, because he's come in with a 38. Well, he may not have done. He probably didn't lose 2 minutes, did he?
Well, he didn't lose 2 minutes with that bike change, but it's funny how history repeats itself, because in the individual time trial last year around Solvang, he also had a mechanical problem. So I think he's a bit too strong for the machines they put him onto these days, Phil.
Yeah, and these are specialised bikes just for the time trial, of course. You don't ride them too often. Brief picture there of Jens Voigt out on his way, as we're now looking at Nibali. So let's take a look at our Tour Insider powered by SRAM now.
Welcome to the Tour Insider powered by SRAM. I'm Dave Toll here with Michael Zellman in Bakersfield, California. We're at the start of Stage 5. It's the time trial day.
Dave, we had a good chance to talk to Levi Leipheimer this morning about his very particular wheel choices, zip wheel choices, for today's 18.4-mile challenging, slightly uphill time trial here in Bakersfield, California.
At our level in the sport, you know, if you show up to the Tour de France or Tour of California, the Olympics, you need to have the absolute fastest wheel for that course, the wind conditions, and all of those are factors into, you know, how fast you go and how much time you put into your competitors. And when you have lost a couple of long time trials by less than a second, you'll never forget that.
Thanks for watching the Tour Insider.
Powered by SRAM.
Yes, indeed you won't. And Levi Leipheimer still to start the course, not too far away from Levi's time at the moment. As we look here at Vincenzo Nibali out on course at the moment. Still no change at the turn or at the finishing house. Martin Jalingi is setting the trend here. But you know, Nibali here has had a great start to the season. He was 3rd in the Italian Classic Milan-San Remo, and then he was 2nd in the Classic in Belgium in the Ardennes, Liège-Bastogne-Liège. They're one-day races. Now we're getting into stage races, and Vincenzo wants to ride a good Tour de France. So we'll see, because he's getting himself back into shape. He's had what he calls his rest period, and sometimes you're never too sure how the body reacts on a long-distance road race after you've taken time out. Well, we're looking out on what is a very exposed countryside here in Bakersfield. Extremely hot. Nibali is coping well. This is a very fast course in places, but in other places there is a heavy road surface. The riders are saying it's really difficult and to the wind. 5 kilometers to go, or 3 miles to the finish, and the national time trial champion Dave Zabriskie will not be long before he gets underway. So a year ago, this time trial, by the way, was held in the Danish enclave of Solvang here in California. The winner then was David Zabriskie, who's about to start shortly, and he put 14 seconds into Levi Leipheimer, 40 into TJ Van Garderen, and 51 into Chris Horner and Tom Danielson. Peter Sagan, by the way, finished 14th in that time trial. But all those names are in the race today, Paul, and they're all still to go.
They're all still to go, but I think this is a much more better suited time trial profile today for Dave Zabriskie. And here he is, as if on cue, the American time trial champion. Doesn't say very much. He does his talking with his legs.
His wife and 2 children are just behind this start podium. He's waved to the kids. He's been with the kids. Now he's ready to strut his stuff. He is the national champion of the USA. He is a very, very good time trial. And in this race, Paul, he's finished 2nd overall 3 times, and he's been talking of just a hatful of seconds to lose. Not surprisingly, big cheers as he launches into the race here. He's a very popular man. He lets his legs do the talking. He's not a very loquacious person.
I'll tell you what, though, Phil, he's got a very, very dry sense of humour, and he can be quite funny. Pulls a prank every now and again, as he did with us just the other night in the team presentation when he came onto the dais to be presented with a different team. We thought he was trying to announce where he was going to be riding next year.
Indeed. Now, he's got a different racing skin suit on here, Paul. It's a one-piece suit, but I've not seen this design before. They must have redesigned the national champion suit.
Well, I think this is the Captain America suit that he likes to wear in the individual time trial. Just to put it into a little bit of perspective, not only is he the current American time trial champion, he's had that title on 6 separate occasions. He really is an incredible specialist. He was once dubbed by Johan Brunel, who was Lance Armstrong's team manager for many, many years, as the most aerodynamic bike rider in the peloton. And that's reflected in his time trial results.
Now, last time when he rode against Peter Sagan in the Solvang time trial here, he beat Peter Sagan by 75 seconds. He's looking for only 40 seconds this time around, and he could be in that yellow jersey of Sagan, all things being equal. Here comes Dries Devenants here for the Omega Pharma Quick Step team. Respectable, but no reason to rush for Dries Devenants at 39.15 as he comes in. That's a fair way off, 2 3/4 minutes off the lead there.
Just a little indicator, Phil, and mid-time best time there, coming in by Jens Voigt at 16:09. Now, this is Levi Leipheimer. Is it the day of truth for him? I've got to ask myself, Phil. He's won this stage. He's won this Amgen Tour of California 3 times. 5 weeks ago, he was out training and somebody knocked him off his bike and he smashed his fibula.
Yes, a complete break it was. How on earth he got himself back into any shape at all to even start this event? There was great doubt when he started because it was a clean break on his leg. And I'm amazed he's been able to get himself into any shape at all. And he does seem to be. People are saying he has been waiting. He's actually racing very well. Nobody knows the answer. Now today we've got to find out in our infamously named The Race of Truth.
Well, that X-ray, Phil, was very, very clear. I don't think you had to be a brain surgeon or a doctor to see that was a clear, nasty break. And to come back, to get through the first 4 days, I have to say, of the Amgen Tour of California has got to be a victory for number 21 here, Levi Leipheimer. You might not have noticed, but in the starting area, Phil, he was actually wearing an ice jacket to keep his core inner body as cool as possible before the start.
Well, it looks as though he's got an ice pack on his back here, which Christian Armstrong said she advised all the pros after she finished her time trial that they should wear ice packs on the departure because it got really hot out on course. We are in the California desert here, believe me, as this lone figure now of Levi Leipheimer broke his leg, what is in effect nearly 6 weeks ago now, as he speeds away. This is his race. He is a man of California, and the race started in his adopted home city. So sign up now for the Radio Shack Tour Tracker. This is becoming extremely popular. Follow the race from start to finish, including text updates, rider location, speed, distance, breaks, and 2 hours of live video each day. The Radio Shack Tour Tracker. So it's up and down this highway, by the way. The cyclists get to ride both way here. Now still to go. Tom Danielson also warming up. He can't hear me. He's got his headphones on. But I'll tell you what, he's planning an assault today because he believes he can win this race by the time we get to LA.
California is a great destination for cyclists because we have it all. I mean, we have the ocean, the redwoods, the mountains. You can ride your bicycle. You can go climbing, whitewater rafting. Anything you want to do in California, we've got it. The Amgen Tour of California is really a moving postcard. From way up north by Mount Shasta, you've got the Sierra Mountains, Gold Country, the Central Valley, down to Southern California.
Brought to you by Visit California. California, find yourself here.
Leads of the USA Cycling American standing. I think we'll see a lot of changes by the end of this day, but Jeff Lauder currently 3rd overall, Alex House 4th, Fred Rodriguez 5th, and 6th Ben-Jacques Maines. 13th is George Hincapie, but watch for some new names after the time trial today. I'm sure that will be reshuffled, and it may be done by this man here, because Chris Horner is the defending champion. His Radio Shack team has shepherded him around the course so far. He's lost only 40 seconds. Another man who's lost only 40 seconds too is TJ Van Garden, who was placed in the time trial last time out. And he's got the ice on his neck there as he keeps cool as he warms up. These riders all to start at the moment. The national champion, though, is underway and heading towards the first turn. And it looks as though Dave Zabriskie here is beginning to bring back the rider who started 1 minute in front of him. Now this is interesting as he now piles on. So this will be Yannick Eisen, the Belgian rider on Team BMC. Eisen wears the 34 as a red number because he was yesterday's most aggressive rider. Could well be that Zabriskie is about to take that number off him at the end of this day as the most aggressive rider. He has just flown by Daniel Eisen, rather Yannick Eisen at the moment, the Belgian on Team BSC. Zabriskie is on a ride, if there's anything to be judged from those pictures.
Well, I tell you what, we are getting a chance here to see some specialist positions in the individual time trial here this afternoon. You can see the face on Levi Leipheimer. We know he's in pain, Phil. He's got to be in pain. But the question is, can he ride above that pain? And does he have the power left in those legs that he had in the early part of the season? Because he started the season on strong with a win in the Tour of San Luis in Argentina.
Yes, he did, and then it all went wrong with that problem in Spain, but he's grimacing his face here, so he's clearly finding it quite hard. He told us on the eve of the race privately, he said, man, my leg really hurts. And I thought he was going to announce the fact that he was not going to ride this event, but the contrary was true. He said he could not be on the start line of the event where he'd been instrumental in getting it to start in Santa Rosa, which is his adopted hometown. And here he is. The riders are saying he's playing possum. They're very cruel, I think, but we'll find out today.
I've got to agree with you, because you don't break your leg 5 or 6 weeks ago and come back to the top end of a sport as hard as this. No, you and I have to admit, I think publicly, we were actually debating whether it would last 2 or 3 days, and he's still in there after 4 days. And now, if he puts in a good performance today, well, we could be talking about him trying to win this race for a 4th time.
If he does the right, and he was the king of this time trial over the years, and he's won the event 3 times. He's also finished second once. There's only been 6 editions, so he's been an ever-present here in the Amgen Tour of California. We go back to the national time trial champion, Dave Zabriskie. We've just seen him absolutely fly by as if standing still, Yannick Eisen. So now, when he gets towards the turn, we know where he actually is. So as we watch here the flying legs of Dave Zabriskie, let me remind you again that there's daily live coverage on Universal Sports, which comes to you at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, of the Giro d'Italia. And I can tell you today, Joaquim Rodriguez has kept his pink jersey, and a very nice and popular winner in Lars Bak won the stage today. And as the riders say, he talks a lot at the best of times, but now he's going to talk even more at the breakfast table. He's got a stage win in the Giro d'Italia. So enjoy that on Universal, NBC Universal. So let's have a look how it all stands before we go for the break. This is the man who's done the time, Martin Jangeli, 36.51. Bert Grabsch is second. Tom Zerbel is third, and Zwiezanski is fourth. That's how it stands. It'll change. It's the Stage 5 time trial at Bakersfield today, presented by Rabobank in the Amgen Tour of California. And the best time at the finish is still Martin Jelingi, 36 minutes and 51 seconds. Dave Zabriskie is heading down now to the turn, and that should give us some guidelines as to how well he really is going. So Jelingi is in there at the moment as we now pan around the oil fields here in the region of Bakersfield. And this, as we go down to the finish, is the arrival of Jens Voigt. Now, this might be interesting because Voigt is coming up here, and it was moments ago, 36.22. Voigt has finished with the best time, and that is a 29-second beating of Martin Jelingi. So Voigt has pulled something special there. We had a time check 1 second quicker at the turn. 16.10 played 16.9. So interesting. Now let's go to the start house. We're getting down to the meat of the time trial now. The men who are hunting a yellow jersey on the shoulders of Peter Sagan. This is Tom Danielson from Boulder, but as we always love to call him, Tommy D from Durango, because that's where he started out life. He lives in Boulder in Colorado now. He says his form is good. He's a good climber. If he can live with a good time trial, who knows what will happen tomorrow. And it looks like the field artists in his oil and agricultural capital have been at it again down there as Bakersfield. Looks a bit like Dave Zabriskie, that I must say. Well, waiting for news of Zabriskie at the turn. Still nothing. He's about 18 kilometres from the finish at the moment, but he'll be approaching the turn about now, I would think. Second time he'd been to Bakersfield. Peter Sagan was the winner of the road race here a couple of years ago. This is Tommy D.
Good win.
So Danielson, the pressure on him now, Paul, as we start to move to the... He is still in this big group of riders, 40 seconds off the yellow jersey. A good time today. Could see him on the podium as we head up towards the climbs tomorrow. Next 2 days, extremely mountainous here in California.
Well, this is Zabriskie. He's not shown any sign of weakness at all here. His body position is perfect. He's sitting slightly forward on the saddle so he can scrunch up the front part of his body to make that as aerodynamic as possible. And he's just...
Yep, he's just got the best time, I think. He's just rivaled Jens Voigt's time. We're waiting for what that time is.
15.50 I've just heard crackling over to race day.
15.50 is a very good beating. That would be 19 seconds quicker than Jens Voigt, if that is confirmed. So Dave Zabriskie at 15.50 has gone through 19 seconds faster than Jens Voigt. And I have to concede, I wouldn't have expected Jens Voigt to be in second place. Incredible ride, that.
But Jens Voigt is a star, you know, Phil. He's a fighter, he's a battler. He always comes out to do the best that he can. So far, you know, Dave Zabriskie has been out on the course and he's passed two riders that started in front of him, Yannick Eisel and Michael Cherel of AG2R La Mondiale.
Yeah, Cherel 74. He's just also succumbed now as we continue here. This is Andrew Talansky now. This young man, too, is a real candidate for final victory. He will ride a good time trial today. But now we want to see if Zabriskie has gone through so much quicker at the turn. All of the riders who are going well are building on that, as indeed Christian Armstrong did in the women's event. She completely annihilated them when riding from the turn back to the finish. If you're really strong, this is where you make your time.
And if you know how to dose the energy and dose the effort that you put in, the Zabriskie, it looks as if he's almost praying there as he gets his hands into the middle of the handlebars. Look at the way he puts his head down every now and again. That makes him that little bit more aerodynamic. And then he has to look up to make sure he's riding in a safe line, make sure he's got the line right, just making sure that he keeps his speed in excess of 50 kilometers an hour, 31 miles an hour he's probably averaging currently. A magnificent machine he's had put together for him. You can see all the little additions here and there to make it that little bit more aerodynamic.
Well, we're getting through now towards the last 20 riders to go. In the start house at the moment will be Brent Buckwalter. He'll be making his start. Now and then we get to 2-minute gaps shortly as the top riders, the top 16 riders in this race, will part at 2-minute intervals. That's to try and stop the coming togetherness. Zabriskie has passed the two riders who started in front of him. He's absolutely flying. Next man we should see in the start house will be the defending champion, Chris Horner. And out on course, we are now seeing Tommy Danielson. So this is it now, Paul. These are the boys you know with a great ride today. They're on the podium in yellow tonight.
Well, it's all about this individual time trial now, and as we look at this route, I have to say I do believe, Phil, it is made for Dave Zabriskie, but there are some great time trialists out there as well when you think about guys like Luke Durbridge from Australia. Chris Horner knows.
Just come in, 37.48. I'm not sure who it was who came in.
Still, Voigt is the best time with 36.22. Third best time. Horner's just about to go out of the starting house as we look down here at the bike of Tommy Danielson. So Zabriskie is still very, very aerodynamic. He doesn't look to be showing any weakness at all, and it's over this last half of the race now that you really got to make sure you dig right in. But he's such an experienced bike rider. When you look at his 30 or so professional victories, Phil, nearly all of those have been in the individual time trial.
Well, this is Boucher setting the third best time as he just comes in. But I think we're going to see this leaderboard reshuffled with the arrival of these stronger riders now. We're in that 40-second blanket of about 40 men. And it's very important they produce their best ride. In the start house now, we have TJ Van Garderen here. He's a great time trialist, and this is his big chance to move up. It's 40 seconds like everybody else off that leader's yellow jersey. He needs to concentrate. Look at those eyes staring straight ahead now as he gets the count, and off you go. TJ, who had this bizarre exit from the Tour of Romandy when he was challenging there for a podium place, when he got in high winds, hit by a flying tree branch that took him out the race. So still waiting now. Talansky is gone. Van Garderen has gone. Very shortly, one more rider to go, Thiago Machado, then their 2-minute intervals. Chris Horner has gone. And this rider, I think, well, he's certainly going to set the best time, but will it be the time that no one else can reach? And as the others finish, we'll calculate whether it's a yellow jersey for him tonight. Peter Sagan, don't forget, the yellow jersey. He'll be sitting and warming up and waiting and probably watching these pictures as well to see if he can produce such a time. So Jens Voigt has set the best time. He sits on 36.22, 29 seconds back to Jelingi. But I'll tell you, Dave Zabriskie is about to rewrite that. See you in a moment.
Wherever you ride in California, Rabobank is always nearby. With nearly 120 branches, access to ATMs at more than 500 Walgreens stores, over every hill, around every corner, with mobile, online, and telephone banking, you can celebrate the convenience of banking with Rabobank. Wherever you go, Rabobank N.A. Banking you can celebrate. Official bank of the Amgen Tour of California.
On Saturday, the IDOT IndyCar Series continues on the NBC Sports Network with the time trials in the Indianapolis 500. Coverage will begin with pole day Saturday at 11 a.m. on the NBC Sports Network. As we return to the time trial, I can tell you, as we're waiting now for Joe Dabrowski to come up to the line, Levi Leipheimer has turned, conceding almost 1 minute to Dave Zabriskie at the turn. And so he's having a rough ride today. 39.34 for Joe Dabrowski, and that's not a bad ride for the youngster here from Bontrager Livestrong. Well, people are saying that Levi Leipheimer, with his broken leg only 5.5 weeks ago, was playing possum. I think now the race at Cruz has revealed he's got to find his way back into form. His turn time, 16 minutes and 45 seconds, and that compares to Zabriskie's 15 minutes and 50 seconds. So I think we can say now that Levi is on the way back rather than on the way up to the top of the leaderboard. Well, this is the tough part of the course, Paul. The wind is troublesome here. I think we can see now that Zabriskie is fighting to keep up this high cadence of his.
Well, you just look at that machine that they put together for him, though, Phil, the Cervelo P5. Look at the fairing just behind the front part of the forks. It's brought in together to make that machine that little bit more aerodynamic. A slight fairing at the back there to make it integrated into the full disc wheel as we slip again once back to the start. Now, you're looking here at some of the young guys here who are riding extremely well. And this young man who's part of the Bontrager Trek team is Lawson Craddock. He's from Houston, Texas, and he lives in Austin, Texas, which has got a very good musical street known as 6th Street. Lawrence Tendam. Comes up to the line. That's a good time there. That's the fourth best time. Yeah.
Graham Tangang, he was fourth place for him as he comes up to the line. The Rabobanks have really put in a big effort today to try and pack at the top and maybe take the team in the lead in the team race here. So we've had Jangali come in with a good time, now tanking, dropping in fourth place. But Dave Zabriskie, the current leader on the road, he is getting his next man in his sights right now.
Well, that's going to be the
There he is, Dave Zabriskie, and he's moving up on his next rider who started about 3 minutes in front of him. I think, just trying to pick it up, but it could be Romain Bardet rather, of the La Mondiale team. It may even be somebody further close than that as he continues on his way. So don't forget that on Sunday you can ride the same circuit as these pros. It's the Nissan Ride Before the Pros. It starts outside LA Live on May 20th. Same circuit the pros will ride between 8 and 9:30. All cyclists of all levels are allowed to ride. Free to participants. The Nissan Ride Before the Pros will begin and end at the official finish line at LA Live. And you register online today at www.amgentourcalifornia.com/Nissan. And here we go. This is Philip Dignan now, the Irishman, who is now being passed by Dave Zabriskie. He will feel a tornado go by because Phil Dignan is not a bad rider himself. But boy, Zabriskie is riding today like a man possessed. Continuing now back towards the finishing line here now. As Joe Dubowski, no, this is Nathan Brown now, another one of the youngsters coming through. 37.46 stands against the current man in the finish, Jens Voigt, 36.22. These boys are real stars of the future. They're running against the best pros in the world, and they're not conceding that much to them. George Hincapie diving out of the start house there as we come up towards 10 minutes to 3 here in California. And that leaves us now just 12 riders left to start this. We're getting closer to the start of Peter Sagan in yellow. And he's going to be noting the ride being done by Dave Zabriskie. Dave Zabriskie only needs to better him by 41 seconds to become the next leader on the road. So as we continue out on the road with the youngsters here from Bontrager Livestrong, Peter Sagan is now getting on the bike round the back of the start area, getting a good sweat on. And by the way, it just hit 101 degrees here, and the tornado there is about to launch himself. He'll be going shortly. We'll see you soon. Coming up on the face here of one of the young Bontrager riders, and as we go back to the start, this is Luis Leon Sanchez here now in the start house, the national time trial champion of Spain. As we start to move down towards the last men, he's the 11th last rider to start here, and we can expect a good ride of him, and he knows it as he now licks his lips. He needs just a few seconds, as they all do, to take over the lead of this race. Sanchez launches. He's also looking for 14 seconds as we're coming back out on course here to Andrew Talansky, a rider who pulled off a very special ride on the last day of the Tour Romandie, which moved him up in the time trial. He finished second overall because of a great time trial. But I'll tell you what, Dave Zabriskie's time at the turn is being eaten by everybody at the moment. Nobody has broken 16 minutes, and he's not far off coming home. Well, this is Vincenzo Nibali coming towards the finish now. His time is outside the best time of the day of 36.22 by over a minute at the moment. So Nibali is not going to shine today, Paul. He is still finding his way back, I think.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, it really just goes to show what the rumour has been on the inside of the peloton, that he was suffering through these days in the Amgen Tour of California, dubbed as a possible pre-race favourite for Team Liquigas Cannondale. He's lost a huge chunk of time. Don't count him out, though, Phil, because at the end of the day, we have got two big mountains to come.
Fifth place at the moment for Vincenzo Nibali as we look at Lawson Craddock, while his teammate Nathan Brown has just slotted home in third position. And that is a terrific ride by the Bontrager Livestrong boy. As we look out across what is quite a desert here today, this is our aerial view from Visit California. And the thermometers, as I said, have just popped over 100 degrees Fahrenheit now. This is the hottest day of the Amgen Tour of California this week. And if memory serves me right, it's never been hotter over its 7 years of being. It is a scorcher here. As we cut back to Andrew Talansky out on course now. He knows today is the day when he puts his marker out as a possible winner of this race in LA Live. The man who still holds on, 36.22, Jens Voigt. Nathan Brown, the Bontrager Livestrong youngster, has just finished with the third best time, but that is a minute 26 behind Jens Voigt. And I can tell you that when Dave Zabriskie comes home, he's going to rewrite the record books, because he is absolutely flying and nobody is getting to that turn anywhere like close. Robert Gessing, the Dutchman, has got there in 16.05. Which is only 15 seconds slower than Dave Zabriskie. That is a very good time for Gessing. There's the long empty road of the time trialist. As we go back to Dave Zabriskie, he's on the climb up towards the line here now. Soon all will be revealed. The left turn for Dave Zabriskie, the crowd watching him here, the Californian and the USA flag. Zabriskie will hear the public address now. This is going to be unbelievable, Paul. It's going to be an amazing new best time. He's shooting at 36.22. He's just coming up to 35 minutes done. He's going to eat Jens Voigt alive.
And everybody else, I would say, here this afternoon, because he's not even got out of his aerodynamic position, straight back into it. He's going to ride like a maniac all the way up to the finishing line. He's going to beat, I would say, Jens Voigt by a good minute margin here as he still watches that clock ticking by. He's still looking very fast. He could be laying down the foundations for a victory in the Amgen Tour of California with a climb like this, because I tell you one thing, Phil, this guy, when he needs to, he can climb well.
Yes, he can. 3 times second overall historically in the Amgen Tour of California. He won the time trial last year. He didn't win the race. But, you know, it's a long way up the climb here, and it really, really hurts. It S's towards the finish. He'll come round a sneaking right-hand bend to go under the banner. And that clock is still ticking here. Voigt has found himself an inspired performance. 16.09, but Zabriskie, a first man, goes inside, but only just 35.59 on the line. Well, that was on the clock, and that's confirmed. So I take my hat off to Voigt. He's only 10 seconds slower.
Jens is a battler. You know what? Jens Voigt will fight his way through any individual time trial around the world if he can. Zabriskie, though, has just gone in. He's laid down the gauntlet for everybody else now. 35.59, 23 seconds faster than Jens Voigt, 52 seconds faster than Martin Jellingi.
Yes, so in fact it's 29 seconds now. They've slightly amended Jens Voigt's time. 23 seconds. Oh, that is correct, as they've now put his time correctly on our computer. So it is now Dave Zabriskie looking now to see exactly what Peter Sagan can turn in today, or will the yellow jersey be coming his way? Now, looking at our computer, it looks to me as though TJ Van Garderen has done a pretty good performance down at the turn. With no confirmation, yes, we have 15 minutes and 48 seconds, 2 seconds quicker than Zabriskie.
Well, that is a big reference for TJ Van Garderen to go through that sport. Andrew Talansky's not done a bad ride either, because he's gone through faster than Jens Voigt in 16.08. And we're now looking at the face here of George Hincapie. This is experience, turned professional back in 1994, and he's looking at a mid-time checkpoint of his own teammate here, and that is TJ Van Garderen. That is an incredible performance, 15 minutes and 48 seconds.
I am wondering if Dave Zabriskie, he went out very, very quickly, and when he got to that sticky patch on the way back, which is the most difficult stretch of the course, I think he was beginning to sell out a little bit on the run into the finish.
Well, it's worth here, Phil, having a quick look at the different surfaces we're looking at. This is a drier surface, a smoother surface, and when you see the black surface, which is a new laid tar, it really is very, very sticky, and there we're about to come to it with George Hincapie.
Now we're hearing out on course that Levi Leipheimer's into the last kilometre for the finish. I don't think it's going to be an earth-shattering time on this occasion. The man has won the race 3 times and also won this time trial on a number of occasions as well. But at the moment, I think it might be a little bit of a tough call for him. George Hincapie here, the man who's ridden the Tour of Flanders 17 times after this year. That's a record, the famous one-day race. And if he gets selection by the team for the Tour de France this July, he'll set the outright record as the first man to start in 17 tours.
Unbelievable. The only one that he's not finished so far, by the way, Phil, was his first participation in the Tour de France, and because of his age at that time, he was actually pulled out. They just wanted to allow him to get the experience. So if he finishes if he gets picked and finishes the Tour de France this year, that will be an incredible record.
It most certainly will, as we go down to the finishing line once again. Looks like we've got Green Edge coming up here. This is Luke Durbridge coming in towards the finish at the moment. Or is it Peter Weening coming into the finish? Peter Weening, as he comes up to the line and is into the single digits there. It looks like 8th place on the clock. 38.06 the time for him.
Yeah, well, he's one of the climbers brought in. Levi Leipheimer should be the next rider to come into the finishing line. Here he is. He's still in a very low clutch position. He's at 300 meters to go. Levi Leipheimer this afternoon. He really has lost a huge chunk of time here this afternoon, Phil, because the clock has gone way past this 37-minute mark. He wasn't feigning his injury here this afternoon, and now I think he can put the naysayers down to rest.
Well, you know, normally he would have caught Peter Weening, but he didn't. He's come up right behind him. He comes in with a 37.41, but maybe a little so. 37.43. The clock has stopped. But you know, even for a man who literally has one leg here, he's still repairing the broken one. That is an incredibly good time.
But what's important, I think, is the massive time gaps we're starting to see.
Now let's go back out on course, because we're picking up Chris Horner here now, the defending overall champion of the Amgen Tour of California. He was one of the riders who said that he felt that Levi Leipheimer was playing possum, but he won't know the time he's just come in with, so now we know the answer to that at least. So he's been in the saddle for 21 minutes. He's gone through the checkpoint. I haven't got any information on him, but we think his split was 16:43. It's actually just come up on our screen. So 16 minutes 43. He's actually only 2 seconds quicker than Levi Leipheimer at the turn check. So Horner also a bit of a blow for him, because this is the rider who has set the trend now, and he could well be waiting to pull on a yellow jersey. Dave Zabriskie, the only man inside 36 minutes, and now he can wait, watch and see how the rest do. We'll see you back. Welcome back, and the arrival here of Rory Sutherland at the top time trials from Australia on United Healthcare, and not a bad ride. 37.09 I think it was. It's 4th place at the moment for Rory Sutherland, but of course that puts him a little bit of a way down on Zabriskie. Out on course, George Hincapie, who can turn in a great time trial when he wants to. He's once finished second in the prologue of the Tour de France. So Rory Sutherland, having come home there with 4th best time at the moment, waiting for confirmation of what it was. Chris Horner is inside 10 kilometers from the finish, but only 2 quicker than indeed Levi Leipheimer at the turn. Well, Rory Sutherland is in, and now it's time for our United Healthcare team profile. It's his team. Let's take an inside look at the American cycling team, United Healthcare.
What sets this team, United Healthcare, apart from a lot of the other teams, I think, is the riders that we have together and how we work together as a team.
We're all good friends, and we all get along with each other off the bike as well.
Feels like I always have my friends around and my family, and we really care for each other, and we just stick together.
It's a passion for all of us, the teamwork and the feeling we get through doing things on a daily basis. And of course, you know, in line with the company, we want to try and help people lead healthier lives.
This race is one of the biggest goals of the team for the season. We all feel like we're ready. You know?
I think Rory is our man, especially here for this race, to do GC.
And when we come to the big races now, I'm probably seen a little bit more as one of the leaders of the team with Mark and Philip to help get us through the tour and get the results that we need for the rest of the year.
Well, these are the 3 riders we've seen a lot of this week in the Tour of California. Rory Sutherland, Jeff Lauder and McCartney there, 3rd overall in the 07 event as well. And they're packing up now into the overall situation. Rory Sutherland's ride just now, though, to finish in 4th place. He has conceded a minute and 10 seconds to Dave Zabriskie. and he is the nearest of the men who count, who started the day in that 40-second deficit. Dave Zabrisky's ride at the moment could be projecting him into quite an overall lead in the Amgen Tour of California going into tomorrow's stage. But that man down there could be altering it for everybody, because Guessing is doing a great ride. This is the situation at the finish. Voigt and Gilling have lost too much time to worry about their second and third. Sutherland was one of the men who could be second overall at the moment. Well, the lonely figure now of Robert Guessing, it's all a matter of can he survive on this return trip, which is infinitely more harder than the way down to the turn.
Well, this looks like it could be Cam Meyer coming up to the finishing line here, because I'll tell you what, as we look at Cam Meyer, he's not done a bad ride either. We're starting to see the creme de la creme come up to the top of this race. But just, Phil, going back there, that's 37.24, fifth best time there for Cam Meyer. And that begs to wonder what kind of a time Luke Durbridge is going to do, because he's a specialist in the individual time trial for Orica Green Edge.
Well, so's Cam Meyer. He's been the national champion as well last year. But on the other hand, it's all showing just how good the ride is of Dave Zabriskie. He is beating these boys by more than a minute at every asking.
No, he certainly is. But look at Robert Hessing here, Phil. He's out of the saddle, battling with that machine. He is not a great time trialist on the flat, but when we go into the mountains over the next 2 days, the way he's going up this hill, he's starting to lay the foundations down of a possible good a crack at getting the overall lead. Yes, he might not win the individual time trial against Dave Zabriskie, but the way he's going up this hill, he's going pretty fast.
I just got this feeling, you know, he is a good time trialist as well as a good climber, and he could go head-to-head in the mountains against Dave Zabriskie if he's to be the new leader. And he looks to me as though he's coming home better than Dave Zabriskie did, and he was only conceding 15 seconds at the turn. He's swinging into the finish. This could be a very, very interesting time. Remember, Zabriskie is in his time 35.59, 35.34 and counting. He has had a better return than Dave Zabriskie, and this race again is going to go into tomorrow as a battle of seconds. Look at this, Paul. Guessing, and it's important today because Rabobank have wanted a result in this race. He's not going to beat Zabriskie, but he's going to be very close to him.
He's putting himself very close, and that's probably a better place to be in, because it means that if Zabriskie wins the time trial and takes the overall lead, then we're going to have the Garmin Barracuda protecting the overall race tomorrow. That puts Rabobank in an ideal position to go out on the attack.
He's just passing a rider there, and it looks like Brian Van Borg of the Spider Tech team. He's caught him for a couple of minutes there. But Guessing's now, well, he actually hasn't come back better than in the end Dave Zabriskie. He's found this climb up to the line just a little bit too far. He can see the clock now, but his time is slipping away. He needs to keep on sprinting. It's important to count for every second here, and he's doing that as he pushes to the line, hits the line. 36.38 is the official time. That's a good ride, and that keeps him right in. He's third place at the moment.
Third place. That's a good ride. He'll be satisfied with that, Phil, because this was not the kind of time trial built for his attributes. It was a time trial built for Dave Zabriskie. It was a drag strip type race with a little climb down towards the end. So Hessing, I think, at the end of the day, when he looks at the overall results, is going to be pretty pleased with that performance. Now it's the suffering of the defending champion. This man had a dramatic exit from the Tour de France last year. Defending champion Chris Horner is battling with the elements here this afternoon, and the second half of this race is proving to be very, very difficult and could be won on experience.
George Hincapie continues on his own here as well. The current leader remains Dave Zabriskie, with the arrival of Robert Hessing from the Rabobank team. Guessing is in third place. He conceded in the end 39 seconds.
Well, I have to say, Mr. Velits has just gone through there with a time just 6 seconds slower at half distance than Dave Zabriskie. So 15.56 for Peter Velits is not a bad ride as we look here at the Aussie national champion coming up to the line, Luke Durbridge. I think he might have suffered just a little bit, Phil, over the last kilometre or so.
Yes, Durbridge taking the national title away from Cameron Meyer, who we just seen finish as well. Another kick here by Durbridge up to the line, and he's come up at 37 dead there. He goes into 5th place.
Well, the big names are all coming out to fight this afternoon, but I tell you what, Phil, I think that's a very respectable time by Peter Velets at half distance. 15:56, just 6 seconds slower than Dave Zabriskie. He's hidden in the main pack throughout the whole of this bike race here this afternoon. He went through the first time check in only 4th place. And a reminder is that TJ Van Garderen was the fastest man there at 15 minutes and 48 seconds.
So Zabriskie is in, Voigt, Gessing, Jangeli, Sutherland are the order at the moment, and in that slot will go Luke Durbridge as well when the computer puts him in there in 5th place. We're getting close. This is meaning now, with the big riders riding close to each other, that we are going to have a real battle in the next 2 days in the mountains. They've got to attack and they've got to gain time.
And it's uphill for 2 days in a row. Big Bear Lake is the first rendezvous, but I think the real scary summit finish, Phil, is that Mount Baldy, because there is no respite. Right there, it's almost like a Pyrenean finish of the Tour de France when you get up into the shale and the rock up at the top of that mountain stage.
Well, we're out on course with George Hincapie, but back in the start house, we're going to get a glimpse very shortly of the last man to go, and that will be Peter Sagan in the yellow jersey. He now knows the sort of times which are being produced. He must be shaking in his boots now to know that Dave Zabriskie, his day is done. He's sitting on the best time of 35:59, the only man inside 36. I don't think Sagan can get close to that.
I'd agree with you there, Phil, but don't forget, he's going into this stage with a 40-second buffer over everybody else. He's 22 years of age. He doesn't know his limits. He will do his best, and he's come from a mountain bike racing background, and those guys normally, when you come from mountain biking, know how to ride a pretty good time trial.
He's underway. Cheers from the Californian crowd as we swing back down. This is Tommy Danielson coming up now. It's a pretty good ride. He drops into the top 6 with 37.06.
I think you'll be happy with that performance. And again, Phil, it's really quite remarkable that all of the climbers, when we look at it at the end of the day, they're only going to be separated by 30 or 40 seconds. Yep. We are setting ourselves up for a showdown, final 3 days of bike racing here at the Amgen Tour of California. So far, there's not one of the climbers has showed himself to be head and shoulders above everybody else.
No, you're right, Zabriskie. We don't really think as a climber, although he can climb. And don't forget, he's finished 3 times second overall in this event. This is going to be a big showdown as we climb a massively long climb up to Big Bear Lake tomorrow, and then Mount Baldy, where you need crampons and ropes, I think, to get to the top. So we've got 2 tough days ahead.
Well, this guy is a very good individual time trialist. TJ Van Garderen rose to prominence in the individual time trial. As far as I'm concerned, he has the fastest time at half distance. He looks good. He still looks to me like he's hammering along. He's sitting right on the front end of his saddle. That's to get the power into his thighs, to stomp down into those pedals and keep them ticking over. He's bobbing the top end of his body a little bit. That's because I think of his young age. He hasn't got the strength of 3 or 4 Grand Tours in his legs, but he can ride this time trial. He was 3rd overall last year in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, and again, it was all about the time trial for him.
But he was also 5th in this race and the best young rider as well. This is Talansky coming up. To stay in the race, he's got to do a good ride, and look at the time. He hasn't approached 37 yet. The best time is Zabriskie at 36. He's only conceding. He's going to be about 45, 50 seconds off the pace. Andrew Talansky is in with a time that has currently put him in 4th place. I think you and I expected a good ride from him today.
We expected this because this guy finished 2nd to Bradley Wiggins in the Tour of Romandy individual time trial. It was a different kind of time trial on that occasion because it was straight up to a mountain ski resort. But once we go into the mountains tomorrow, Phil, we're setting ourselves up for some serious battle. And you know what? With Dave Zabriskie riding for Garmin Barracuda, Talansky moving right up there, Tommy Danielson not very far away. Wow, we're in for a right weekend, aren't we?
We are in for a fantastic last 3 days of this race, culminating in massive crowds outside LA Live in Los Angeles on the last day. But 2 major battles. The Kenda 1 kilometer sign here now as we come up towards the finish. This is the leader of Team BMC. This is TJ Van Garderen. And just look, this guy hasn't lost his momentum here. He could be pushing Dave Zabriskie, and the crowd know it.
Well, the time to beat by Dave Zabriskie, 35 minutes and 59 seconds.
He'll be close.
Zabriskie's the only man so far to go inside of 36 minutes. But this guy we're looking at here, Phil, in the BMC black and red racing strip, was the fastest man at half distance.
I reckon he is almost 2 or 3 seconds either side of Zabriskie's time, and that is all based on that 1 kilometre passage. So this is going to be a nail-biting finish for the national champion Zabriskie, and this man fights everything now. Look at his elbow stuck out. He's making the left-handed turn. I think we could be looking at best time, and if it isn't best time, we're talking of just a couple of seconds.
Well, he is fighting with his gut here now, as he knows it's a long time. You can just see that blue banner there. That's the finishing line. It's going to take him an awful long time. Well, it will seem like an awful long time to get there, but still, he's fighting with himself, fighting with his machine. Brent Bultwalter was a rider who started just ahead of him. He's going to have a fairly slowish time. He'll be outside of the 38 minutes, but it's much more important to see the time of
his teammate
TJ Van Garderen, because TJ Van Garderen knows that this is what he's been looking for. He was actually pretty cagey at the start of the race, Phil. He was quiet about what his hope performance would be. 16th time there for that man going through there, but it's the next man to come in we're more interested in, because I have to say TJ Van Garderen almost had his own teammate, Brett.
Here we go. Sorry, Paul, but TJ is on his way here, and he must have passed Chris Horner somewhere on the route. Our camera's gone down here at the moment to look at Peter Vellich, but the rider will be on TJ Van Garderen. Here he comes. The time he's shooting at is 35.59. That, in fact, has gone by, so he has slowed down as he comes over the line, and he looks as though he slipped it. That's not him, of course, so we're waiting for it to come in. This is still Brent Buckwalter here. No, this is TJ. It's the grimace on his face. I couldn't recognise it.
Problem is, two guys
he lost time somewhere, Paul, because he slowed right down there.
Two guys came in with the same jersey and the same, and it's difficult with the helmets on to spot the difference between the two of them. He obviously, despite going out very, very rapidly indeed, Phil, has paid for that fast start of his, and he's lost an awful lot. I kind of wonder, where is Chris Horner, because he's the defending champion from 2011, and he had said before the start of this race, Phil, he wanted to come out and win this bike race again. He talked a very good game up in the opening pre-race conference, and now I think he's paying for the rapid start that he's put in as well, because Chris Horner is just about, according to Race Radio, not too far away from the line.
But he's conceded a minute to TJ Van Garderen, and in the battle for final yellow, Van Garderen was very concerned. He'd lost strong teammates. He said he wouldn't be able to get rid of Horner on the big mountains. Well, he's got a minute at least on him now, because he's caught it for a minute. So Chris Horner here is on the back heel now, because TJ has done a time trial of his life that may reflect later. Horner is in only 30th place and around 38.50 his time.
Well, let's not forget, Phil, this is a man who's coming back from 6 months away from the top end of the sport after a very nasty crash that took him out of the Tour de France and a very difficult return to the sport. Peter Vellich could be the next man to create a bit of a surprise, because he had a very respectable time at half distance. He went through 15.56. He was only 8 seconds slower than TJ Van Garderen, but he's a good time trialist. Look how stretched he is out on his bike. That makes him fairly aerodynamic at the front end of his machine. He's pumping a massive gear, but he's been a professional for a little bit longer than TJ Van Garderen, so he's got the experience of dosing his effort over the second half of this course, which I think today is going to be important.
The Vellich twins are really two very, very aggressive bike riders here. Peter Vellich is an exceptional bike rider himself, a very good time trialist and a very good climber. When you've got that combination, then you usually win big time stage races. And he knows now, if he can do a ride here and get in amongst the big favourites, who are not all turning in the rides we expected at all. Talansky's done a good one. He still sits in 4th place. He's conceded 48 seconds to Dave Zabriskie. But one thing's for sure now, Zabriskie is going to win this time trial and most likely will be in yellow. As we look down on the man in yellow here now, Peter Sagan, a lonely ride now for the rider who's not the time trial expert. He has been the highlight of our program for 4 days of racing, as the winner on every occasion. But today, he knows now he's going to pass that yellow jersey onwards. The question is, will he be passing it to the national time trial champion of the United States, who has flown to the finish today, only man inside 36 minutes, and he's still heading up the leaderboard as the final riders are coming home. We'll take a break.
Hey, Ale.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Sure.
Really?
No, Bob. I'm headed to the time trial.
Oh.
Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Ali Starnes won't.
How about now?
Fans American Classic is giving you the chance to be part of the American Classic Fan Club this July during the tour on NBC Sports Network. If you are chosen, Bob Roll will tell everyone why you deserve to be featured as the American Classic Fan of the Day. Plus, you'll win great American Classic prizes. Just visit the American Classic on Facebook and enter today.
Welcome back as we see the arrival here of Lawson Craddock. We're with the time trial today, and a good ride by the youngster. He's a man of the future, 37.29. The clock will round that up. But currently, though, 11th place. Terrific. The average age of this young team, there's two 19-year-olds and the rest, I think, are 20-year-olds on it. Terrific riding. We're looking at the face now, the champion of Spain here, Luis Leon Sanchez, who's out on course. Now, Chris Horner has finished, and he has conceded 2 minutes and 50 seconds to David Zabriskie. As we look now at the last man, this is now the Battle of Bakersfield, the 5th stage of the Amgen Tour of California, the time trial presented by Rabobank. And we're looking at the man who's sweeping up now, and it's going to be a lonely ride for Peter Sagan. He's never going to match the time of David Zabriskie for sure. Luis Leon Sanchez, he picked up a couple of stage wins in the Tour of Romandy. It looked like for a while he might have landed the win there, Paul, but the last day time trial scuppered his hopes.
Yeah, and strangely enough, he's wearing a different jersey than he wears on most of the other days, because he's wearing the jersey in the colours of the Spanish time trial champion. But that time trial that he lost in the Tour of Romandy was slightly different. It started in the valley of Cramontano and climbed right up to finish in a ski resort.
Not a back-breaking climb, but certainly a mountain. It's one of Switzerland's most famous ski stations, as we now see Peter Sagan. Now, funnily enough, we were told by Christian Armstrong as well. She said the road is so grippy to the tyres. She said the best place to ride is down the white line, and that's exactly what Sagan is doing.
Well, he's a clever bike rider. We've seen that. He's never panicked. This is George Hincapie. Hincapie didn't post a fast time at half distance, but, you know, everything seems to be able to change in this final 15 minutes. He's not going to challenge Dave Zabriskie's time of 35 minutes and 59 seconds. But George Hincapie, as always, is riding a solid individual time trial.
As Hincapie comes up there, 12th place for big battling George here as he hits the line, and it's a great time for him. The Team BMC are leading in the team race and have been since day one, so they're looking for good times as a team. The team race is decided on the cumulative of the first 3 riders on each team.
Well, 2 riders, the next 2 riders left to come in, Phil, I think are the 2 riders who may well have a slight chance of beating Dave Zabriskie on a day like today. The next man in should be Peter Velits, who was pretty fast at half distance, and then this man, Luis Leon Sanchez, a specialist in the individual time trial. He had a great start to the season with a very good win in Paris-Nice on stage 6 when he leapt out of the pack and beat everyone to the line there in a small sprint, and then he won a stage of Castilla y León and led that race as well. But Velits can't be very far from the finish line himself, Phil.
No, because this man's just about to see the 1 kilometre to go signs. He gets to the top of this rise here. We're climbing up now, the top of the canyon and back to the finish. Here comes Peter Velits. Now, is he going forward as a challenger for the remaining 3 days of this race? I think he is. 36 minutes is a very good ride today for Peter Velits. I think he's just seen the time on the board as well. As he kicks around the corner, he comes over and he's in 6th place there, so he's still in the fight. 36 36 of 45, I think.
And don't forget, Phil, this guy is a very good climber. All of the climbers are locking into the top end of the overall standings here this afternoon. So I think we're going to see a big battle when we get out onto the open roads tomorrow. Now, what is the time going to be of this man, Luis Leon Sanchez? The thing is, over the years, he's developed much more into a rider who can get across the average mountains. But I don't think the Big Bear Lake and the mountain of Mount Baldy are what I would call average mountains. They are big mountains.
Well, Velits will go into tomorrow's stage having conceded 49 seconds to Dave Zabriskie. That's certainly not a losing situation. There's the 1 kilometre to go, Ken, the sign for Luis Leon Sanchez. To me, this doesn't look as though he's firing now. He doesn't look too happy on this bike. He looks a little bit clumsy as he comes up the mountain towards the finish.
Well, I think he's struggling like everybody else is in the latter half of this race, Phil.
So at the moment I think there's been a time change for Van Garderen, because they've given Van Garderen now the 3rd place finishing time.
I think the explanation there is, Phil, because TJ Van Garderen in fact caught a rider, and there must have been a little bit of a mess up with the transponders. So all of a sudden TJ Van Garderen has thrown down the gauntlet to move himself up into 3rd place. Now, I think at 34 seconds...
Well, I'll tell you what, it makes the commentators look a bit better, because I couldn't work out how he'd lost so much time coming up the ride, but they've altered it, and TJ Van Garderen now sits 3rd in this race, only 34 seconds behind Zabriskie. So that's a good situation for an exciting race tomorrow, as we now watch the Spanish champion look towards the finish. I don't think in this case we're going to see such a great time.
Well, he's come around that corner. He's tried to get out of the saddle, tried to pick up the pacemaking once again. We're looking at a completely top of the leaderboard changing now, with Zabriskie leading Jens Voigt, TJ Van Garderen, Robert Hessing, Andrew Talansky. Wow, we're in for some showdown over the next 2 days in the mountains.
Well, that was a very, very good ride by TJ, and he needed a good ride to stay close to the leaderboard, because his team has weakened a little bit. They've lost 2 riders on the race. Steve Modabito and the British rider Steve Cummings have abandoned. Cummings crashing and hurting a wrist he'd already previously broken. 200 meters to go then, and Sanchez already outside of 37 minutes. He's gone past the time of Tommy Danielson and Talansky, but he's still a very, very respectable ride.
Well, it is, but he's going to have to change himself around when we go into the mountains and be a workhorse for Robert Hessing, who's lying currently in 4th place in the time trial, and that will probably put him into 4th place in the overall standings as well, as Luis Leon Sanchez cannot wait for this finishing line to come, and the time's ticking by continuously there. And that's 15th place, not probably what he would have expected on a day like today.
15th place, but about a minute and a half slower than Dave Zabriskie. So the clock never lies, does it? Although it seemed to have done with TJ Van Garderen, because he is now sitting in 3rd place, 34 seconds off Dave Zabriskie. Zabriskie leads from Voigt, Van Garderen, Guessing. This man is still to come in, of course, as are quite a few more riders. We'll take another break. A lonely time for the Maillot Jaune. Track your rides with your smartphone or a dedicated GPS device. Analyze your performance and see how you stack up against friends, locals and pros. Get started at Strava.com. Still out on course. This is the finishing straight here now. Remember, the start caps was 2 minutes, so it's a little bit of a delay for the rest coming in. Sanchez is in. Josh Atkins is about to arrive if he hasn't slipped in while we're in break. There's no more riders who are going to challenge now the overall leader on the board, Dave Zabriskie, I don't think, unless this is the situation at the finish. Zabriskie 35.59. TJ Van Garden's time was confused by another rider finishing. It's been adjusted now. He slots in 3rd place, 34 seconds off Zabriskie. Jens Voigt's lost too much time until now, so his time in 2nd place won't help. But watch out for Guessing, who's also produced a very good time to be only 39 seconds off. Let's go back out on course now. As we watch now, the rider coming in here will be Wilco Kelderman. He challenging for the best young rider position. And watch out for this boy in the years to come. He is a very, very good young rider. He's wearing the best young rider jersey. So Wilco Kelderman coming home, Paul, wearing the Rabobank Best Young Rider jersey, and for today's stage also sponsored by Rabobank. So he's turned in a reasonably good rider. 38.07 for the youngster. Long term, we're going to be talking about this man for a long time to come.
Well, I think we will, and he actually caught and passed his 2-minute man there. In fact, Josh Atkins, who obviously didn't have a great individual time trial this afternoon. I wonder what is going through the mind of this man, Peter Sagan.
I don't know, but he needs to finish now with a time of 36.39 if he's going to keep hold of that jersey. And he's also in hot competition, that jersey, with the man we've just seen finish, Wilco Kelderman. And so Kelderman could be the next official Best Young Rider wearer tomorrow, unless Sagan can pull out something special.
Well, Sagan, it's hard to know. We didn't get a halfway time check on his performance there, Phil. In fact, yes, the one is just popping through. He went through the intermediate time split with a time of 16 minutes and 35 seconds.
That's not a bad time.
Pretty respectable.
Is he going to make us eat our words, Paul? I have to say, because that compares with a great time trialist in Rory Sutherland, 16.47. Gessink went through in 16.05. Van Garderen went through in 15.48. That's an exception. But Peter Sagan currently went through there 8 seconds quicker than the defending champion Chris Horner, who I have to say didn't do a very good ride.
Well, Horner obviously couldn't get it out this afternoon. He's going to have to do something exceptionally special and look for the breakaway when he goes out onto the open road. Or maybe they're going to have to try and come up with a different plan here this afternoon. The current standings, though, still looks like this. David Zabriskie, Jens Voigt and TJ Van Garderen on the finishing line, as we now get a chance to see the champion of the Dutch Antilles coming to the finishing line, and that, of course, is Mark de Maar.
Yes, this is the only time you'll ever see this jersey on television here. It is a country, part of the Dutch colonies, and this Mark de Maar is the champion. Very colourful jersey, like the country. And as he pushes up here now, his time is still a good one. 38 minutes going in. A lot of riders dropping in that 38-minute slot. He's dropped in 26th position.
Yep, he actually rose to prominence a couple of years ago when we were on the stage up to Big Bear Lake, when he was in the breakaway for a long time, and everyone was saying, well, who is this guy? Where's he come from? Well, we now know that he started this race well up in the overall standings today because of a couple of time bonuses, and he may well be aggressive again tomorrow when we go out into the mountains.
The sun right on the back of the Maillot Jaune now, Peter Sagan at this point, and it is absolutely sweating. This is the time you would like to be a duck, I think, because we have just topped out at 39 degrees Celsius, in excess of 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The height of the day here. Sagan is still playing the sweeper and still trying to hold on, if he can't hold on to yellow, to at least stay in touch.
Makes it a lot tougher, I think, Phil, the fact that it's getting hotter as the day goes on, because as it gets hotter, the actual air gets that little bit thicker, so it's that much more difficult for Peter Sagan to ride through. And also with the heat starting to come down here, it's also creating a little bit more of a wind as we look down here at Markel Irizar, one of the riders from Radio Shack Nissan.
Yes, and who won the Amgen Breakaway from Cancer Most Courageous Rider Award yesterday. He is himself a testicular cancer survivor, and he rides on the Radio Shack team. And he started 7th from the end of the list. Had a very high overall situation, 37.31, 14th place. He's going to keep a fairly high overall situation going to the mountains.
I think he may well end up being the new leader of Team Radio Shack Nissan going into the big mountain stages.
You might be right.
Because for me, Chris Horner has lost himself a huge chunk of time down as we look again onto the shoulders of Peter Sagan. It is very difficult for him to ride in this kind of heat, and it's a quite strange rule because, you know, we're looking at coming up to past 3:40 in the afternoon local time, and it's a real surprise that, in fact, the weather has got very, very hot.
We're just seeing the finish here. I think this is TJ Van Garderen. Is it coming up? It might have been Brent Buckwalter, so I don't think that's a correct feed. But anyway, these are the riders coming through. That's Voigt in second, and then we should see Dave Zabriskie coming up now. But I'm pretty sure that was Brent Buckwalter and not TJ Van Garderen. There's Zabriskie, as he's come home, the only man today to get inside 36 minutes. He did it by a second. And I say with great confidence there ain't going to be anybody else breaking 36 minutes today. He's ridden well.
He certainly dosed his effort over the whole part of the course. And I wonder if TJ Van Garderen was actually aiming at the time of Dave Zabriskie at half-time and then just could not consolidate.
You can see Van Sagan here is struggling a little bit, Phil, with trying to get that big gear over. It is very difficult. It's a completely different style to the style he's had to adopt over the first 4 days, where he's hidden in the main pack and exploded out of the pack in the last 150 or 200 meters. Now he's got to use a massive gear, which the sprinters really don't like. And I think what's happened to him this year, compared to last year, where he was a very good individual time trial, it looks to me as if he's getting a little bit older. He's bulked up a bit as he decided to become more of a sprinter than a man looking to win races overall.
Well, at 22, of course, he's still very much maturing. So we've still got 6 riders left to finish now. The next man in, probably Ben-Jacques, and then the sprinters who have been battling it out over these past 4 days with Peter Sagan. Sagan himself, though, is sweeping up down there, a long way down, about 1,500 feet below the helicopter. The lonely man in yellow. And the next man in yellow looks as though it is going to be Dave Zabriskie. He's delivered what will turn out to be the winning time today in the time trial of 35 minutes and 59 seconds. He's ahead of Jens Voigt. TJ Van Garderen very much remains in the hunt for the final yellow jersey in LA, though. And all the confirmation as we go to the finish with the remaining 6 when we come back from the break. Welcome back to time trial day. Yes, and the faces there, the images of the riders who have finished the time trial today, some with disappointment on them, others are going to feel very, very satisfied, not least the national champion, Dave Zabriskie. This is Peter Sagan now, the last man on the road on the long climb up towards the finishing line as he heads up towards the 1 kilometer point. Sagan has done a reasonable time at the turn, 16 minutes 35, but it won't upset the flying Dave Zabriskie today, or indeed TJ Van Garderen, because they both went through inside the 16 minutes at the split. So Sagan is one of only 4 riders now left to finish the time trial.
Leipheimer.
So he'll be looking very shortly for, he's about 2 kilometers from the finish at the moment, Peter Sagan, as Ben-Jacques has come in, a time just outside of 38 minutes, keeps him in the top 30. Alex Howes is in, and Jeff Lauder are waiting for, and then we've also got Heinrich Hausler and Peter Sagan. These are the sprinters who've taken us around the first 4 days of the Amgen Tour of California. And the time Sagan must finish in 36 minutes and 39 seconds to keep his yellow jersey. And that now is a very big ask.
It's a massive ask, Phil, because he's actually lost himself 45 seconds at half distance. His advantage at the start of the day was 40 seconds over Dave Zabriskie. And unless he's got the big turbo that he can whistle in over the final 2 kilometers up that hill, I don't see that happening this afternoon.
Paul, he's got to come in within the next 4 minutes, and he's not going to do 1 minute kilometers.
Especially when you look at the profile of the last 2 kilometers, which drag up to the outskirts of Bakersfield here. For him, he had predicted it himself last night. I don't think he'll be shocked. He's been very happy with his performances so far. He came here to look for form, to try and hone his skills coming up to the Tour de France in July. He'd be an interesting man to watch in July when he comes up against some of the biggest sprinters in the world, like Mark Cavendish, like the big sprinter from the United States, Tyler Farrar. It'll be all eyes down to see what 22-year-old Peter Sagan can do. And that was very nice of him there, Phil, to eject that bottle of his right in front of those supporters.
Yes, I must say that Peter Sagan is putting up a really good support at the moment. But Dave Zabriskie can get himself ready now to take on the new leader's yellow jersey and also as the winner of the time trial. He's really delivered today in front of his family as well. Sagan is bringing them in. We're waiting for the rest of the riders to finish, but they're not sending any great times.
Well, as we look at Peter Sagan, who will kiss goodbye to the yellow jersey at the end of the day, let's not forget tomorrow is a day of climbing. It's a stage of 115 miles, 186 kilometers. The riders start by climbing over Mount Emma, followed by the Angeles Crest. As we can see, the Native American Old Corral Cafe just over on the right-hand side there. And Alex Howes now is out of the saddle. You can see by the body language, by the way these guys are coming up to this finishing line. They've given everything here this afternoon. Alex Howes, I think, is a guy we will talk about, Phil, in the future. He's ridden well in the early part of this season, but ouch, this has really hurt.
I'm not sure, but I think he may have passed Jeff Lauder here as he comes up to the finishing line, and 71st position for him. So it really doesn't matter now. He's had a great first 4 days. Now he slots in to the main field for Garmin Barracuda, knowing that Tommy Danielson, his teammate, and David Zabriskie, his other teammate, have done their stuff today and are now real contenders for final victory on Sunday.
Well, Phil, just again, just thinking about the mountain stages tomorrow. Tomorrow, the race climbs over 2,000 meters on 2 occasions. We climb over the Angeles Crest, which overlooks the outskirts of Los Angeles at 2,000 meters in altitude, drop back down into the valley, and then go back up the same amount of altitude again to get to Big Bear Lake. That's only the first day of climbing that the riders are going to face up to, because the next day after that, well, it might only be a short stage at 78 miles, but they go straight up to 4,500 feet over the Glendora Ridge Road, down into the valley. And it is a true mountaintop finish the next day when they climb up to Mount Baldy, the summit finish there. And that is pretty close on tickling the same height as the Alpe d'Huez. This is Jeff Lauder now.
Jeff Lauder coming home, so he was passed by Alex Howes out on course. He's going to do just on 40 minutes for his ride today. Another one of our top sprinters. He started the day in third place overall. He'll slip away as he comes in. Oh no, he didn't. In fact, no, House was in. Jeff Lauder wasn't passed by House, so they're in order of finish now. Hausler almost caught up with Jeff Lauder, and this will be a much better ride here. 38.04, 25th place for Heinrich Hausler. He's still very much in the race as well.
Well, you can see the pain that this time trial has dished out onto these riders just by the look on the face of Heinrich Hausler. He didn't ride this time trial to try and win it here this afternoon. He just wanted to get his body around it, but you've still got to hurt your body to make sure you get inside of the elimination time.
This is the last man to finish now as he climbs steadily up the road. The finish is literally above him. He'll make a sharp turn at the top of the climb. He's heading up towards the last kilometre. Peter Sagan, 36.39 he wanted. It's just passed by Paul on the clock. And all of the time now is losing time. And the yellow jersey tonight will be put onto the shoulders of the national time trial champion, Dave Zabriskie.
Well, this man has really entertained the crowds over the first 4 days, but it's a big ask to win the sprints with the explosive acceleration that he's got and then come out and ride an individual time trial. To put it into perspective, it's like getting a man who can win the 100 meters and asking him to ride the 10,000 to run in the 10,000 meters. It's a completely different kind of physiology.
Yeah, in fact, his time passed literally 1 mile from the finishing line. So every pedal rev now is costing him time in this race. I don't think he'd be too disappointed. I think in half-heartedly he will have expected this to happen. He's going to concede in the region of 2 minutes now to the time of Dave Zabriskie, which I think is pretty good when you're not a time trialist. He's going to be quicker than Chris Horner, for example.
Well, just to put it into perspective as well, there's elimination time on every individual stage. In the time trial, it's a much bigger percentage. It's actually 25%, and that correlates today to 9 minutes. And one rider was very, very lucky in my quick calculation there, because the rider from Team Argos Shimano, Alexander Juniez, he was 8 minutes and 14 seconds to Dave Zabriskie, so not too far behind him was the elimination gate closing down.
You're right, he's got in by about 45 seconds. He's the slowest rider, 8 minutes 14 seconds behind Dave Zabriskie, Alexander Juniez. There's the turn onto the ramp as he runs up towards the line. He had to do 36.39. The time has marched on now for Peter Sagan, but boy, has he entertained us for this past 4 days of racing in this event. 4 different types of sprint finishes. It didn't make any difference. He was able to handle the sprinters every which way he wanted.
And let's not forget, Phil, at the end of the day, he might relinquish the yellow jersey, but he's still got the lead in the points classification, so he will be wearing one of the distinctive leaders jerseys when he goes into the mountains. He'll defend and nurture his body over the next 2 stages and hope to come out fighting when we finish on that magnificent, iconic stage from the Beverly Hills to finish right outside the LA Live, downtown Los Angeles.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see if Kelderman can hold him off and take the best young rider jersey off him. He had to finish in 36.39. He's now heading towards 3 minutes, the deficit, so he may just get inside the time of Chris Horner. But a wry smile on his face and a wave as well. Well done to Peter Sagan as he comes up to the home straight now and rides in just inside 3 minutes behind. His time, 52nd place at 39.26 for Sagan.
Well, I have to say that was a great victory salute there. Well done. Congratulations for the first 4 days, and we'll wait now down to Los Angeles.
Oh, you never know. Big Bear Mountain, where he won before as well. But there's no doubt now. I can hear now that Bob Roll is down at the finish, and he's talking with Dave Zabriskie, the new leader of the Tour.
Dave, brutal conditions on today's stage. Could you tell us a little bit about the racing conditions out there?
I think the biggest factor is probably the heat, and then secondary is the wind, and maybe even thirdly, it's not much to look out there, so it's mentally a tough course, but that's the kind of course I like.
You were nearly quickest at the halfway point, and were the only rider that didn't slow down at all. Was that part of your strategy, or did you feel that strong at the last half of the bike race?
I mean, I came out here in February and videotaped this course, and I've been watching it quite a lot, and I had a few specific spots picked out where I wanted to go easy on the pedals but maintain speed. I know that sounds funny, but you can do it. And going into that turnaround was one of the spots that I picked out to get a big rest before I shot up out of there. So maybe that's why it was slow going in there. But the way back, definitely the wind was pretty in the face, and I just knew that I had to concentrate a lot and keep the speed.
Congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the Amgen Tour of California.
Thanks, Bob.
Good preparation. Thanks, Bob. Let's have a look at the stage results from Coca-Cola. Dave Zabriskie wins, the only man inside 36. Jens Voigt second. Important one here, though, is TJ Van Garderen conceded only 34 seconds. And looking further down, there's more names. Velits, Durbridge, Danielson and Sutherland are the big challenges, it seems, as well now to the leader, the new leader, Dave Zabriskie. We'll take a break, but when we come back, we'll have all of the podiums and we'll shake out the new overall standings as we go into the high mountains here in California. This is the Amgen Tour of California on the NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. By AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. By Rabobank, banking you can celebrate with Rabobank. NA member, FDIC. And by Villiers Festina, 106 years of bicycle making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lamprey ISD. Welcome back. We have seen the national champion of the USA win the day, and that's his award now. Dave Zabriskie with his whole family up there as well has now taken the Maillot Jaune in the Amgen Tour of California. He's got 3 days in which to defend it, and we're still talking seconds. But you know, the biggest winning margin in history on this race is only 49 seconds. So Zabriskie knows it means every second really does count. So he is now the overall leader. Let's have a look if we can show you the Cliff Bar overall standings. There they are. Just 34 seconds to TJ Van Garderen. 39 to Gessing. This is what Zabriskie beat them by in the time trial. Talansky is up into 4th place. Peter Velits is up into 5th. These are real contenders now. These aren't sprinters. 49 seconds at Velits is the gap in the top 5 overall. And if you can go further down, you will find that Luke Durbridge now becomes the new leader in the Rabobank Best Young Rider competition, and he sits 6th at 1:01. Danielson there up into 7th. Let's have a look at our Visit California map, which will take us up tomorrow. Boy, if you don't like climbing, then close your eyes and look away, because this is a terrific day of racing tomorrow. We head out to Big Bear Lake and we finish up there at 6,937 feet. Dave Zabriskie on his day can climb mountains as well as ride time trials, but he's going to need help from his friends, I think, and he's got 1 or 2 on Garmin Barracuda who will try and keep him out of trouble on the long road to Big Bear Lake. 6,937. Okay, let's go around then. We can check out now our road ID ride of the day, and guess who it is? It's our man again, the national champion of the time trials of the United States. He ate them all up today. He passed them one by one. They all started a minute ahead of him. Michael Sherwen there being passed as well. Philip Dijkman being passed. Yannick Eisen being passed. And if you want a chance to win $1,000 and a VIP ride with Bob Roll, vote for who you think will win tomorrow's stage at roadid.com/ride. And talking of tomorrow, don't forget his live coverage of Stage 6 of the Amgen Tour continues at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And you can watch the Stage 5 highlight show tonight at 12:30 a.m. Eastern, right here on the NBC Sports Network. Also, for the full schedule and race highlights, you can log on to NBCSports.com. Up next, it's NBC Sports Talk. For Bob Roll, Paul Sherwen, Phil Liggett saying we'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.